ceceni ya Inoro TV.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Roshine. Kwero atia Roshine rwako.
Gutina kauru. Ni tugacokeria Ngai ngatho niguo tukinyiria muthenya na gutuhe muthenya ungi. Umuthi ari tariki 19 mweri uyu wa 10. Mweri uyu wa 10 ni kuga twatigia thikũ 11 ninge mweri uyu uthire tuingire mweri wa 11. Thikũ no irathie.
Matuko niki?
Nĩ ngũrĩrĩri na rĩu twatigia kiumia kimwe exactly kiumia kimwe tunine miaka 7 kamau kuma rĩa twaikarĩire harĩa mbere na 1 week
tunine 7 good years
thai sokoragwo na American trained kata ndangĩmenya nĩ kuga atĩ
tatha ici miaka 7 nĩ thiru tware America tukiheo training ya
kwanjĩrĩria Inoro
ya kwanjĩrĩria Inoro Roshine uhoro mwega muno na tugacokeria Ngai ngatho ihinda rĩu tukoretwo hamwe tutire twahĩtania ti andũ aingĩ na niĩ ndirĩ mũndũ ũngĩ ndaruta wĩra nake ihinda iraihu ũguo tondũ we nĩ ũbunjĩte rekondi mũndũ atona ruta wĩra ihinda iraihu arĩ waithĩra mũithĩrania
marutire makaigana
mĩaka 5 5 years tondũ nĩ kuma 2010 nginya 2015 hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ndokire gũkũ TV-inĩ na akĩagĩthiĩ siasa-inĩ
fair enough
mbere ĩyo nayo ndakĩrĩ koigio terwo kũrĩa newsroom
na niwe warehire mogarũrũku mothe ma mohoro
nĩ ndarehire mũtambo wĩtagwo electronic news production system indo icio gũtiarĩ gũkũ nĩ ndarehire vox pops no guo news igĩthomwo mũndũ akĩaria gũtiarĩ maũndũ ta macio Kenya it is me who introduced
no kiga news ikagwo
awali nĩ ndarehire ũhoro ũcio ngĩcoka ngĩrehe reports tukĩriboterwo nĩ kuma kũrĩa ground ngĩcoka ngĩrehe news cia Gĩkũyũ Kenya gũtiarĩ
wow na hĩndĩ warĩ koigio terwo
Dari
Imperial news editor eno ikuhana atia
nĩ kwega Roshine
Ngai nĩ mwega
hĩndĩ ciothe
na hĩndĩ ciothe
Ngai nĩ mwega no cio nĩguo ndũire wake
tũngĩthi kũrĩa mĩharati
tũngĩthi mĩharati kũrĩa kwa guys tũkũmera God is good
all the time
and all the time
God is good and that is his nature
tũngĩikũrũka kũrĩa kwa Aisha Jumwa na Mishimboko
tutawaambia
Mungu ni mwema
na macokie kila wakati
na kila wakati
Mungu ni mwema
nginya hau nginyete ndemukenu na utoria unjiraga gacokeria Ngai ngatho ngeithi mikwiko ndigutumwo kuri we kuma kuri ya ngaro haha ndatinda kwira
muthenya waka tonda turite utitera Nairobi ri agwitaga nagara ndoera ngari haria nagara koguo nikuo ngara
ira ndatinda nagara na nĩ rũĩ rũrũ nĩ rũĩ Inoro Roshine ndũngegirĩrĩria na ikonia nĩ rũĩ maranjĩria ngoethia muno andũ aingĩ na andũ marerutĩra wĩra no nĩ kwaru
kwĩna andũ nĩ ahũtu
nĩ kwaru iwari ari Nairobi no ri nĩ kwaru njoroge
niguo
Ngai atuhe matikwega nĩ kwaru Ngai atuhe mbura nĩ twahũrwo nĩ riũa muno others manjĩria ngoethie
na ndagairĩka muno
iniro na mbeca ina arume
ni reke
mbeca arume
ni kama uni ndĩreyũria atĩrĩrĩ kai atukare tatekaga
weka korea kwagĩrĩire ngwĩciria nĩ batoni utahi
tondũ nĩ harĩ ũrĩa twĩkaga rĩ nĩ atĩa tutekaga
ithuĩ twĩkaga mothe na tũkameka ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire no ngwĩciria ũngĩrora ningĩ ona mĩaka rĩ mĩaka experience cia mũndũ tũcĩra tũrĩa mũndũ ageragĩra mũwaine nao wĩkaga atĩa no nĩ ndĩraigua arũme makĩgweta mbeca njoroge
we milioni 100 ndũgathake nacio
nĩ milioni 1 nĩ kilo 1
milioni 1 nĩ kilo 1
Professor Njũgũna wa Ndũng'ũ ũyũ tũrenda atuĩke minister wa kĩgĩna rĩ ena ciringi milioni 950 950 million shillings ũtonga wake Moses Kĩarie Kuria ũyũ tũrenda atuĩke minister wa wonjoria na iganda ciake nĩ cigana
nĩ milioni 750
Kithure Kindiki ũyũ tũrenda arore security itu
ena ciringi milioni 544 Davis Chirchir
turenda turorere thitima turorere maguta ma ngari aturorere geothermal sheet aturorere mahinya maria nĩ makimerera ma kuheo nĩ Ngai utonga wake nĩ mbia cigana
ena ciringi milioni 482
Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana
ena ciringi milioni 100
no riu he undu mwe ndirayuririe Njoroge na ti mahitia kwiyuria tondu ni turoria andu aya mbeca iria mena cio makiingira ri makiuma ni moragio
ni magirire kurio
ta riu aria marari na President Uhuru ri aya mangiroima na wacio macoke
turore maingirite makiuga mena ki
na riu mundu uma na ki
na kana ni mahenanirie
one
ndi mundu no ahenanie
uheane ciithi tondu ti ungiheana ciguru
taticoke hau rugongo ngathĩti ya Standard
turaheo ndeto cia
Rigathi wa Gachagua Rigathi wa Gachagua ni arari na cira wa ungumania na uhuthiri moru wa mbeca no muthigari uria urahetwo wira wa guthuthuria cira ucio ri arauga ati aheirwo mukana ni thirikari kana ni munene wake athondekage gicira oro uguo acaririe gicira na acaririe wira wa naihenya na akiheo nginya timelines akaiga atiriri he was pressured by his boss to hastily craft a case against the politician yani ciro wa mundu gwitwo Gachagua wa maigirira erirwo uthondekage cira na ihenya
na utware igoti ni gwikinya rina
na utigirire mundu ucio ni ohwo kana ni aneka ena mahitia igua clear instructions were given to rush investigations ndo gatire ti ni tugukwira
wikena niki ihenya
na twakuhe mweri umwe kana twakuhe kendekega nona officers were directed to craft recommendation in a manner to enable charges
meko thuthuria ri mandike mendekithia mekohotithia thitango eno ya kugate Rigathi wa Gachagua
ni yite bia
due to pressure
nigu ni gatindikiririo kerwa atiriri mundu no nginya tuohe
crucial areas of investigations were not covered
ona ni ndwa mundu magiko na haraka ri nginya mundu muthuthuria ndathuthuririre na kwagiriire
ni undu ucio ri ciroi wa mbewe herio uthuthuria makirio giko kana tigwa huga mucoro iga
should be withdrawn to allow room for more investigations no igweru hana thina he was pressurized na go pressure ne
kwali ma pressure
ma pressure kuguciro wa Gachagua ri wata ukorona hatiari cira ni wa kuigirirwo
haya the nation battling ghosts from the past marakinyirwo mkureje uhoro ureje ruho Njoroge guko kurathurimwo ya turenda matuike Maminista taru Aisha Jumwa ri ararirwo atiriri Aisha Jumwa tatureka ni uri mucinga Aisha Jumwa no oragire mundu Aisha Jumwa githomo gyaku gikinyete ha arauga we ndarahithagire D- na kugia D- tukuga ati ni kogwa Aisha Jumwa hecira wa mbeca ciorire kwanyu marindi yani gukinyira maundu ma tene njuguna wa ndungu professor rerirwo atia
uhoro wa printing tender security printing tender no likana go print tender cia thirikari cia go print guthiaga atia grad regency no likana mukawa grad regency ni wenda kuinukia mubunge wa tene wa Kibeferi no likana grad regency wacokiro gitwa atia Laiko regency haya no likana fegi iriga kuringa thi itagwa imperial
aroririo ni Kimani wa Icung'wa ni fegi cigana ciagoire we governor
arauga atia
yatakirekerea no marorio ciuria nditũ
haya mundu gwitwo David Chirchir no likana the chicken gate scandal
itanagio maya ni maundu
na no gwitanio
ni kiundu giakikite America igetagwo atia
ni America kana ni Ngeretha
Westgate
aga Ngeretha
kindu anga Westgate riu igetanio
chicken gate
katari uthayo wandikia mohoro Kenya
haya nake uya kindure ni kindi
ni amukirire kahaki ga ciringi 500 riu
ni gukinyira
kwenjera Moses Kuria nake ati ni ugite abunga ne mahakagwo na ngahe mbeca ari nacio onake ari hakane yani ukona ni kwenjera no ti kuru nigetha tukimamenye no kiria kiria nderia ni atiriri makiuma ri ni makorio ciuria to ni twamoria makiingira ri makiuma ri he ciuria tukamoria macio na
haya he kaundu kage kamakia nona irari othe ri muthenya wa irari maabitha a DCI maratithire magithuthuria aruna ao aria marari gikundi-ini kiria kiretagwo Special Service Unit kiria gĩathondekirwo nĩ Kenoti nĩ George Kenoti mwaka wa 2019 na kũratuĩka atĩrĩ thikũ igĩrĩ makoretwo magĩthuthuria arĩa menyere gĩkundi kĩamba kĩa disbanded nĩ President Ruto rĩu kĩratuĩkire nĩ kwamba gũthuthurio tondũ rikane kũrĩ andũ erĩ matarĩ maronekana anyita
andũ erĩ ũhĩndĩ
andũ erĩ a bũrũri wa ũhĩndĩ nĩ India na kũratuĩka ũndũ nĩ ũthiĩte na mbere na kũrehe thĩna gatagatĩ ka ũiguano wa mabũrũri ma merĩ Kenya na India na reke ngwĩra rĩu haha nĩ haritũhaga na hakanyitana Kamau
tondũ arĩa nĩ marenda kũmenya andũ ao mathire kũ morĩire kũ na makĩũkire Kenya
na nĩ thigari cia manyitire tondũ kũratuĩka manyitirwo nĩ andũ megega nĩ maabitha a borithi
niĩ twĩna ndagĩtarĩ Peter Mbae ararĩ MC kũrĩa Kambathi na Ikuru nĩ mũndũ ũhĩgĩrĩire mũno maũndũ-inĩ ma wathani nĩegũka twarie cia maya marathi na mbere ma gũthũrima atongoria na ũigĩrĩrĩki wao na oho nĩ tũratanya mũnene mwerũ wa CID gũkorwo akĩhĩtithio rũcinĩ rũrũ na tũkũrehe igongona rĩu ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe
na to ũguo ũririkane bado na kũrĩa andũ marathi na mbere na gũthũrimwo kũguo kuma thaa 3 no tũgũkorwo tũgĩthiĩ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe kũrĩa bunge no ni thaa rĩa thaa 2 gũkorwo na mũrutwo Martin Wachira Martin Wachira arũgamagĩrĩra kambuni ĩtagwo Farmhold Ventures na Farmhold Ventures tũkorwo tukirora umemerekia mũrĩhĩre nĩ egũkorwo agĩtwenderia mũgũnda kũrĩa kũrĩtwo Mwea Nguruvani tũkorwo na jambe ĩtagwo Martin Wachira koguo Mwea Nguruvani tũkorwo tukenderio mũgũnda nĩ mũndũ gwĩtwo Martin akambuni ĩtagwo Farmhold Ventures ithaa rĩa thaa 2 na
nĩ Wachira kana nĩ Waitito
Wachira rĩtwa rĩrĩa rahete rĩ kana rĩrahetwo rĩ nĩ Martin Wachira kana no tũgũkĩrora no ketwo Martin Wachira Waitito
asante sana na ke mũndũ gwĩtoka taranjĩra atĩrĩrĩ nĩ kũmenagwo mũndũ ũrĩa endwo na ritho
rĩmenaga njamba good morning Nĩ wega mũno nĩ ũndũ wa gũthiĩ na mbere gũikarania na ithuĩ nĩ kahinda ga gũgũthomera mohoro maitũ na njĩra nguhĩ ma ithaa rĩrĩ rĩa thinacara na rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Njoroge wa Gĩthĩnji. Thirikari nene nĩ ĩrĩire kanjũ ya magavana atĩ igai rĩa kaunti nĩ rĩrĩkinyaga ihinda-inĩ rĩrĩa rĩagĩrĩire nĩguo mĩhang'o ya ũthii wa na mbere na ũkinyanĩria wa motungata ũtige kũhĩngagwo. Gĩikaro-inĩ kĩa mbere gĩa kamĩtĩ ĩrĩa ĩiguithanagia motungata ma thirikari nene na cia kaunti, magavana nĩ matarĩirie ũrĩa mangĩenda kĩgĩna kĩa ũiganania kĩramatwo nĩguo gĩtige kuonekana ta kĩgayanagio na kĩmenyano. Mwandĩki wa mohoro gwĩtwo Waweru wa Nyambura nĩ ũratũhingũria mohoro maya na riboti ĩno.
Gatũrũ ka mateta ma kanjũ ya magavana ũramati-inĩ wa motungata ma thirikari cia kaunti gakoretwo karĩ gũcerithĩrio kwa igai rĩao nĩ thirikari nene na mũkimanĩrĩrio wa gũcerithĩrio kwa ihinda iraya kũmbĩte kĩhũba gĩa thirĩ wa thirikari cia kaunti kĩrĩa gĩtĩmĩire harĩ ciringi birioni 51 gũkinyĩria rĩu.
Even as the county governments complain about delayed disbursements, they continue to hold over 30 billion shillings in their accounts. And we have agreed going forward that disbursement will be informed by quick absorption of funds.
Arĩ mũikarĩri gĩtĩ wa kamĩtĩ ya kũiguithania ũtungata wa thirikari nene na cia kaunti, mũnini wa President Rigathĩ Gachagua erĩire magavana atĩ thirikari ĩno nĩ ĩharĩirie kũrũmia mũthingi wa ũtongoria wa kaunti na waragania ũgai-inĩ wa kĩgĩna, na nĩkĩo kamĩtĩ ya mwanya yũmbĩtwo gũthũrima mũgaĩre wa kĩgĩna kĩa ũiganania torĩa magavana makoretwo makĩendekithia.
From the national government, we have communicated to our governors that the Ruto administration is desirous of the best working relationship between the national government and the county government. We have explained to the governors that the new administration does not want any conflict whatsoever with the county governments in the full realization that we are serving the same people.
Rĩu gũtarĩ na ministry ya thirikari cia matũra, magavana marenda kanjũ yao ĩkorwo na ithenya rĩa mwanya harĩ gũtindĩka wendi na matanya ma kaunti, thabarĩ ĩrĩa ĩkwambĩrĩria na gũcicehũrĩra honge iria gatiba yugĩte ciagĩrĩire kũramatwo nĩ magavana ĩndĩ citũire mathagu-inĩ ma thirikari nene.
We have confirmed that intergovernmental relations are anchored in the office of the Deputy President, but we have agreed there will be an addendum to the executive order so that the Council of Governors is properly anchored in law in that particular office.
Na rĩrĩ rũhonge rwa ũrathi wa rĩera rugĩte atĩ kwaya gũkorwo na mbura mũthia-inĩ wa mwaka ũyũ kaunti-inĩ itiganĩte, thirikari yugĩte atĩ mĩhang'o ya ũheani wa bataraitha kũrĩ arĩmi arĩa maramĩbatara ũgũtwarithio na mbere ũnyitanĩri-inĩ na thirikari cia matũũra. Ngĩribotera Inooro TV, njĩtagwo Wawerũ wa Nyambura.
Wega mũno Wawerũ wa Nyambura. President William Ruto augĩte thirikari yake nĩ ĩrĩakaga nyũmba 200,000 cia thogora wa thĩ o mwaka nĩguo kuongerera namba ya Akenya arĩa maregwatĩra ũikaro. President augĩte waki ũyũ nĩ ũkuongerera namba ya mawĩra gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ ũguo kũnyihanyihia namba ya ayuthi arĩa matarĩ na mawĩra. President eranĩire thirikari yake no ĩrĩrutithanagia wĩra na aigithia kĩũmbe nĩguo gũtigĩrĩra atĩ nyũmba ici cia thogora wa thĩ nĩ irakwo kaunti itiganĩte rĩrĩa magavana morĩtio kũheana mĩgũnda kũrĩ thirikari nene nĩguo gũteithĩrĩria mũbango ũyũ ũkinyanĩre. Ũhoro tũraheo nĩ mwandĩki wa mohoro gwĩtwo Mwangi wa Maina.
President William Ruto athiĩte na mbere na gũtĩtĩrithia mũbango wa kũhe Akenya ũikaro rĩna gĩtĩo ũmũthĩ agĩkinya mwena wa Ongata Rongai kaunti-inĩ ya Kajiado kũrĩa ahingũrĩte nyũmba 700 cia thogora wa thĩ iria ciakĩtwo nĩ aigithia kĩũmbe.
Housing inatupatia nafasi ya kila Mkenya kuwa na nyumba mahali pazuri pa kuishi. Jambo la pili, inatupatia nafasi ya ajira.
President eranĩire mũbango wa thirikari wa gwakaga nyũmba 200,000 o mwaka nĩguo kwandandũra mũigana wa Akenya arĩa maregwatĩra mĩciĩ. President oigĩte mũbango ũyũ ũgũkinyanĩria ũnyitanĩri na aigithia kĩũmbe ya kambuni cia waki nĩguo kũhĩka mũbango ũyũ rĩrĩ thirikari ĩrĩ na itanya rĩa gũthondeka watho wa kĩgĩna kĩa waki wa manyũmba.
Kila mwaka tutajenga nyumba 200,000 na kati ya hizo nyumba 200,000 kila mwaka nusu ya hizo nyumba zitakuwa kategori ya affordable housing na social housing.
Gũkĩrĩ ũguo, President arenda magavana kũheana mĩgũnda kũrĩ thirikari nene nĩguo kũgacĩrithia mũbango ũyũ na kũgirĩrĩria Akenya kwendia mĩgũnda yao mĩnoru ya ũrĩmi nĩ ũndũ wa mĩbango ya waki wa manyũmba, ũndũ ũrĩa ũngĩcũngĩrĩria wanangi wa mĩgũnda na unyihu wa irio.
Nataka niwaulize magavana, ndugu yangu Joseph Lengu hapa na wale wengine wote, sisi tuko tayari kushirikiana na nyinyi, mtupatie ardhi ya county, tutawasaidia kuweka infrastructure ya barabara, kuweka stima, kuweka maji, kutengeneza sewage, alafu vile vile tuwatafutie private developers ambazo watajenga na baadaye tutawapangia mortgage.
My government will cooperate where we have open spaces to provide the land. Where we are required to do our bit, we will do our bit, because the task of nation building is not just yours alone, but for all of us.
Oho icera-inĩ rĩake kaunti-inĩ ya Kajiado, President eranĩire iheo mama cia waki wa barabara reri ya gũkinya aikari Nairobi hamwe na ũthondeki wa mĩbaibũ ya gũte maĩ ma gĩko. Mĩbango ĩno ya ũthii wa na mbere ĩrĩgĩrĩirwo kũrugũrio mĩeri-inĩ 3 yũkĩte.
Hizi manyumba zote, Your Excellency, there is no sewerage system. Hiyo ukituwekea na unajua wewe ni mkaaji wa area, tukitana mkutano ya nyumba 10 ujue hata wewe utakuwa area, kwa hivyo ninataka utakuja.
Tuko na shida ya maji, we don't have enough water in Ongata Rongai, in Kiserian and in Ngong, na pili hatuna sewage katika town hizi. Mimi nimewaeleza ya kwamba mnipatie nafasi kidogo in the next mambo ya maji, kuna mahali imekwama kidogo. I'm going to sort it out.
President no eranĩire wĩheani wa thirikari yake gũtigĩrĩra Kenya nĩ maraheo ngombo itararĩhia mbeca nyingĩ cia njoherera. Ngiribotera Inooro TV, rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ Mwangi wa Maina.
Nĩwega mũno Mwangi wa Maina. Aikari itũra rĩa Karũga Gatundu ya Rũgongo kaunti-inĩ ya Kiambu morĩtie atongoria gĩcigo gĩkĩ mamateithie ũrĩa mangĩkinyĩrwo nĩ maĩ matheru kumana na kũhwa kwa njũĩ. Maya magĩthiaga na mbere Senator wa Machakos Agnes Kavindu nĩendekithĩtie kaunti ya Machakos icokio mũtaratara-inĩ wa kũheo irio na maĩ nĩ thirikari nene rungu rwa kaunti ĩrĩa ikoragwo igũmĩirwo nĩ ũmũ. Njenga wa Wambũi-nĩ mwandĩki wa mohoro narĩ na ũhoro ũcio makĩria.
Itũra-inĩ rĩa Karuga mwena wa Gatundu ya Rũgongo, maĩ marĩa aikari mehokaga hau kabere matimonaga na marĩa manĩrĩirie matangi-inĩ mao onamo nĩ mathirĩte. amwe ao maragucagia maĩ kuma njũĩ-inĩ iria irĩ hakuhĩ na mĩberethi ona gũtuĩka rĩu nĩ ciambĩrĩirie kũhũa.
Hũrithĩtie maĩ ma ngũkũ nganoga nginya ndĩranina ngũkũ.
Njũkire kũha maĩ nĩ ũndũ ciana ciakwa nĩ iroka ndikĩona gĩa gũkĩmarugĩra gatheri namo ndingĩkĩhota mũtũhingia atĩ ndĩhio 50 kũgĩra rũĩ ngũruta kũna ndikiumaga mũciĩ.
Aikari itũra rĩrĩ tiga ũrĩmi wa irio no makoretwo mekĩrĩire ũrĩmi wa mahiũ ona gũtuĩka ti mĩciĩ mĩingĩ ĩtigarĩte mahiũ maya kumana na wagi wa maĩ na irio.
Nĩ ũkuona ciugũ ici cigũkũ nĩ kũrarĩ na ngũkũ, ndĩrarĩ na ngũkũ nyingĩ mũno, ndĩrarĩ na ngũkũ 2,000 na rĩu thaa ici nĩ ndĩracininire nĩ ũndũ wa kwaga maĩ.
Tukĩhũgũkĩra kaunti ya Kajiado, arĩithia mahiũ kaunti ĩno maraikara na wagagu kumana na namba nene ya mahiũ marĩa marakuo mũthenya kaunti-inĩ ĩno nĩ wagi wa maĩ na irio. Ndeto ĩrĩa icũngĩrĩirio nĩ ng'aragu na wagi wa mbura.
Mimi nilikuwa na ng'ombe 20 na 10 zimekufa na ile 10 ilibaki ndio hii leo nimeleta soko.
Kũringana na arĩithia ya hakuhĩ gĩcunjĩ kĩa 50 harĩ 100 kĩa mahiũ kaunti-inĩ ĩno nĩ gĩkuĩte nĩ ũndũ wa ng'aragu, ũndũ ũrĩa ũtigĩte aingĩ matarĩ na wĩki tiga kwendia mahiũ marĩa matigarĩte na thogora wa thĩ.
Ng'ombe 2 ndio hii nimeushindwa gusa, hakuna mtu anataka hii, najaribu gusa nashindwa na ingine inakufa kabisa naisha.
Watoto anataka pesa ya shule nikalete ng'ombe 2 na pesa sahi naona hiyo ng'ombe anakuja ni 6,000 tu na watoto anataka zaidi 30,000.
Kaunti-inĩ ya Machakos, seneta wa kaunti ĩno Agnes Kavindu Muthama nĩendekithĩtie kaunti ĩyo ĩcokio mũtaratara-inĩ wa thirikari nene ũrĩa heaga irio na maĩ kaunti iria ikoragwo igũmĩirwo nĩ ũmũ kumana na wagi wa mbura.
Na nataka kusema sababu kubwa ya sisi kuwa na njaa na hatupati chakula ile inastahili kuletwa huku ni kwa sababu former governor Mutua alitutoa kwenye ASO areas na akasema Machakos kuna maji ya kutosha na hatuna shida ya maji, na kwa hivyo huku kwetu hakuna ukame, which I'm really fighting for. I've taken a statement to the Senate and I'm fighting for us to be taken back to the ASO areas.
Kaunti ya Meru, Embu, Nyeri na Tharaka Nithi nĩ imwe cia kaunti cia bũrũri wa Gema iria ikoretwo ikiamũkĩra ũteithio wa irio na maĩ kuma kũrĩ thirikari nĩ ũndũ wa ng'aragu ĩrĩa ĩgũmĩire kaunti itiganĩte bũrũri-inĩ. Ngiribotera Inooro TV njĩtagwo Jenga Wabui.
Nwega mũno Jenga wa Wabui nĩ ũndũ wa riboti ĩyo yaku. Ndĩrenda twambĩtĩkĩre na tũgĩcokeria nĩ gũkũmenyithia ciĩgiĩ ũhoro wa gũthũrima kwa andũ arĩa mendekithĩtio matuĩke maminista arĩa marathũrimagwo mũthenya wa ira. Nĩcio imwe maroragio nĩ ciĩgiĩ ũhoro wa kũrĩa manaruta wĩra, ciĩga cio ũngumania na macira marĩa mamagũmĩire. Nĩcio tũkũmenyithio nĩ Haron, reke twambe tũikĩrie.
Koroni ukurehagirwo gathufu, koroni ukurehagirwo ga salad wanjagiriri na ici ci mwena uyu wanja. Kisa.
Tiomwe kana eri manatukanirwo me kwambĩrĩria kũ mathiĩte mĩkawa-inĩ kana mĩciĩ marabatara kũrĩa na tũhiũ na iciko.
Kayo atiratinia
handũ ha aigĩrĩre mahĩndĩ metha-inĩ aratethi
ũrũme na gĩciko na mwena ũyũ riminoga idũra riminoga.
Arugi na ataramu a mathomo motungata mĩkawa-inĩ marauga kwĩ maũndũ mũndũ angĩka rĩrĩa ararĩa mamũrehere gĩconoko.
Ũgakora oya indo ciothe nginya matunda aigĩrĩra igũrũ wa irio.
Ndathambirio moko ndiahotire kũrĩa gĩciko icio.
Nyitanĩra na niĩ Jenga wa Wabui wa gatano gaka thaa 3 cia hwaĩ-inĩ riboti-inĩ ya mwanya ĩgiĩ mĩtugo metha-inĩ ya irio.
Ukire gabura cie kanyenda bafuye hane mwaga mwe.
Mundu kũra ndatũngaga wa ndũgũ.
Owe koria ndirauga utagũthumbũra nĩkũhikia waceke.
Niĩ ndakurekeire tene mũno.
Na gũtirĩ ũthomaga na rĩo ngĩ.
Ihinda rĩu nĩ ikinyu rĩa gũtinia mũkwa wa ũciari.
Naguo wendo rĩ.
Nĩ ũreciria ũhoro wa kũhika rĩngĩ.
Nĩ ngoro ya mũndũ kĩũmbe.
Anita nĩ ũrĩ wakira ũguo ũgĩciria mwanake no akorwo ikwenda. Mwanake ũcio nĩ ekwendete Anita.
Ũrirũ wa wendo.
Gũtirĩ mũndũ ndĩrenda. Niĩ ndĩ sawa o ũrĩa ndĩ.
O wa gatatũ thaa 2:30 cia hwaĩ-inĩ. bata wa nduthi bũrũri-inĩ ndũrĩ wa bata marĩ handũ hothe na mabataragwo nĩ mũndũ wothe.
Nĩokaga kwĩra atĩrĩrĩ ndĩenda ũnyũmbũkie nduthi ĩrĩ yagĩire mathagurĩ.
Jeci ĩno ĩretanyihĩire milioni 2.5 ithukagĩra ũtonga wa bũrũri na makĩria ma ciringi bilioni 1 o mũthenya.
Ndĩna mbeca irandeithia igathomethia ciana.
Kĩrĩa ndĩrasave kĩnini nĩkĩo kĩrarĩo maita maingĩ.
Aya nĩo maikaragĩra metha ya ng'ano cia nduthi marĩ na ũcamba, makeitũrũra, magecanjamũra.
Nĩndĩrenda tũthiĩ nayo.
Na rĩrĩa marangwo mũkayo wao ũtambaga werũ-inĩ ta mwaki wa gĩthaka. Nyitanagĩra na Julius Kareithi wa Mũnene o mũthenya wa kana mohoro-inĩ ma thaa 3 tabarĩra-inĩ ya mwanya ya ng'ano cia nduthi.
Nĩ wega mũno nĩ ũndũ wa gũthiĩ na mbere gũikarania na ithuĩ ciũria cia ũrĩa Maminista athure manaruta wĩra wabici-inĩ itiganĩte hau kabere, makĩria kĩũria kĩa ungumania, njũragano na macira mangĩ nĩ iramarũmĩrĩire nginyagia magĩthũrimwo nĩ kamĩtĩ ya ũthũrimi ya mbunge. Kithure Kindiki akĩũrio ũrĩa mbeca irekwĩrwo gũkorwo ciarĩ cia ungumania wa NYS ciathire bengi-inĩ ya kambuni yake ya watho. Njũgũna Ndung'u akĩũrio kĩũria kĩa wendia wa mũkawa wa Grand Regency na gatagatĩ ga ciũria ingĩ iria cirerekeirio Aisha Jumwa na Davis Chirchir. Haroni Njoroge wa Maina, mwandĩki wa mohoro, nĩ aratarĩria.
Good afternoon. You may take your seat, the Honorable Aisha.
Muthenya wa kerĩ kĩrũmanĩrĩrio, kamĩtĩ ya mbunge ya gũthũrima andũ arĩa mathukĩirwo wĩra nĩ president ithiĩte na mbere gũthũrima arĩa mamũrĩtwo gũtuĩka a minister. Muthenya wa kerĩ ũrĩ gĩathĩ gĩa Kithure Kindiki ũrĩa wamũrĩtwo gũtuĩka minister wa ũgitĩri, Njũgũna Ndung'u ministry-inĩ ya kĩgĩna, Aisha Jumwa ministry-inĩ ya ũtungata wa mũingĩ, Davis Chirchir ministry-inĩ ya hinya ũrĩa ũhũthĩkaga, na Moses Kuria ministry-inĩ ya wonjoria. Othe aya makĩigĩrĩrwo kabirũ-inĩ ka ũigĩrĩrĩki na mĩtugo kũringana na gĩcunjĩ gĩa 6 gĩa gatiba.
We are seeking facts.
Kindiki akĩũrio atherie kĩũria kĩa ũrĩa mbeca ciĩrĩkanaga ciarĩ cia ungumania rũhonge-inĩ rwa mbeũ njĩthĩ NYS ciatũmirwo bengi-inĩ ya kambuni yake ya watho, kũrĩa augĩte ndarĩ mbeca cia NYS arĩhirwo, ĩndĩ arĩhirwo thirĩ nĩ seneta wa Elgeyo Marakwet Kipchumba Murkomen thirĩ wa 500,000.
From that same company, the initial payment was 500,000 shillings. The second payment was 15 million Kenya shillings. That went through your law firm.
That payment was not made by any company, leave alone a company that supplied NYS. It was made by a friend of mine and a colleague called Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen.
Njũgũna Ndung'u akĩũrio ataririe ũrĩa bengi ya Imperial yagũire arĩ gavana wa bengi nene, akanyitithanio na thũgũrĩ ya mũkawa wa Grand Regency, na ũrĩa anyitanĩire na bengi kũhitha mbeca cia dola nĩguo igĩe goro kũringithanio na ciringi ya Kenya, thitango iria areganĩte nacio.
And especially for me, I've been a victim of abuse of the criminal justice system. For example, the procurement that has been mentioned, the whole idea was to get Njũgũna Ndung'u out of the central bank. How do you do it?
Nake Aisha Jumwa nĩoritio ataririe thitango ya kũhũthĩra ũru ciringi milioni 57 mbeca cia CDF ya Malindi, ataririe cira ũrĩa ũmũgũmĩire wa kũrathana kũraga mũndũ Kilifi na cira wa gwĩtahĩra mũgũnda wene. Jumwa akiuga thitango icio itirĩ na ũma na ciũmbĩtwo mĩthingi-inĩ ya ũteti.
My question is, do you own a gun and have you ever handled one?
I am clear in my mind that I never shot anyone because I don't own a gun. I'm not a gun holder. And I don't know even the names of the guns in this country.
Davis Chirchir, ũrĩa warĩ mũrũgamĩrĩri wa mĩtambo commission-inĩ ya ihinda ya gĩthurano IEC, nake akĩbatara gwĩtetera ungumania-inĩ wa kandarathi ya commission ĩyo wa ciringi milioni 50 nĩguo kũibaibia thogora wa kandarathi ya gũcabithia maratathi na kambuni ya Smith Osman ya bũrũri wa Ngeretha. Chirchir akiuga thitango ĩyo yarĩ ya kũmũthũkĩria rĩtwa. Ũngĩ ũthũrimĩtwo nĩ kamĩtĩ ĩno nĩ Moses Kuria.
Moses Kuria is my friend. We spent 4 to 5 days together in Pangani in the cell.
Gĩtũmi gĩa kũgathĩkwo gwa gĩcunjĩ gĩkĩ gĩa gatandatũ thĩinĩ wa gatiba nĩ gũtigĩrĩra atĩ nĩ kwagĩa na mũtugo o hamwe na ũrũgamĩrĩri mwega wa wobici cia mũingĩ, na rĩu kamĩtĩ ĩno ya wamũrani ya bunge ĩtanyĩtwo kũhũthĩra gĩcunjĩ gĩkĩ gũtuithania nũ ĩgũkindĩra na nũ ĩkũregana na kwamũrwo gwake kũingĩra ndundu-inĩ ya Maminista nĩ President William Ruto. Handũ-inĩ ha Inooro TV kuma gũkũ cikaro-inĩ cia bunge njĩtagwo Harun Njoroge wa Maina.
Nĩwega mũno Harun Njoroge wa Maina nĩ ũndũ wa riboti ĩyo yaku. Riboti yaku nĩyo yatũtirĩra mohoro maitũ na njĩra nguhĩ maithaa rĩrĩ. Ndĩona mathaa matengerete mũno. Mbũgua wa Imara Studio Zara Kiambu geithĩka mũno ũranjĩra ngũgeithĩrie Kamau na nĩ ũkenaga mũno ũkĩrorera Inooro rũcinĩ. Mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Alex Gathi Tanelopo na nĩ ndakuona asante sana nĩ ũndũ wa ndũmĩrĩri yaku njega na ya gũtũmĩrĩria. Mũciri nĩ ũraimire Somalia Gregory Mũciri wa Hadi geithĩka mũno ndakena mũno nĩ gũkuona na wanjĩra wĩ harĩa mĩtambo-inĩ na ngwĩra Mũciri ũngeithagĩria aratakwa ta mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Stefano Mũkurino Ngogoyo na Njoka wa Gĩthũngũri Dairies na ciangĩ othe aratakwa nĩ ingĩ mũno na arĩa othe makĩroragĩra Inooro rũcinĩ. Dr. Paul Kifisho geithĩka mũno ndakuona ũrĩa ũrauga na ũraiga no ũrahoya Ngai mwakũĩ gũthiĩ maũndũ marĩa ũranjĩrĩte ma kĩndũ kĩretwo interviews na tũgakwendera mahinda mega. Wanĩga geithĩka mũno ũranjĩra nĩ waririkana Inooro rĩkĩanjĩrĩria nĩ wokĩte gũkũ mĩaka 6 ũguo kana 7 rorete gũthira na mwari na Mũriũki no ũrikane mwari na Mũriũki wa Mũcoki hĩndĩ ya mohoro ma thaa 7 na ũgĩthomithia andũ ũhoro wa maũndũ megiĩ ũhoro wa twana na ũrĩa twana tũngĩthomithio kũgerera puppets. Haya geithĩka mũno mũndũ ũgĩtwo Wanĩga wa Kĩarie. Charles Mũrĩithi wa Elohim ũratĩra tũthome thaburi 23 nĩ tũkũgunĩka mũno na ciugo icio nĩ ciugo cia hinya. Assalamu alaikum salimia kama udamwira assalamu alaikum nĩ kũmenya ngeithi ciumĩte kũndũ gũgwĩtwo kũrĩa Karĩti Sagana kwa mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Ismail Kamau. Nĩ ũndũ ũrĩa mathaa mathiĩte rĩ ndĩreke tũthiĩ kwĩ mũndũ ũgwĩtwo we Kamau wa Kang'ethe ũhutia andũ arĩcoka tũthiĩ ngathĩti-inĩ erĩ tu rĩu kahinda kau ka erĩ tu ngĩthomete atatũ.
Maina wa Magũrũ arĩ mweki nĩ atũgeithia na ndakĩrĩ na ũru. Harĩ na kĩũria kĩrorio nĩ Mr. Jagon kĩgiĩ andũ aya mareto nominee. Nĩkĩ kĩratũma maheo ngari cia thirikari makuo nĩ ngari cia thirikari na matirĩ mara confirm. Arauga nĩ aronire mũrao wa Aisha Jumwa. Mr. Jagon nĩ kĩũria aroria kĩrĩa nĩ itarĩ na capacity ya kũmũcokeria. Haya mũndũ ũcio ũngĩ watũgeithia rũcinĩ nĩ mũndũ ũgwĩtwo PMK aratwĩrorera arĩ kũrĩa Kĩamba kũrĩa kaunti ya Kiambu. Na nĩngwenda kũheana pole sana kũrĩ shabiki ũmwe witũ Njoroge ũtarĩ waga gũtũtũmĩra message wĩtagwo Steve Kaniaru wa Kariuki kana SK wa Moi Forces Academy kũrĩa Lanet nĩ matigĩtwo nĩ baba wao retired PCA Elder Julius Kariuki wa Gotho kana Kariuki makanika ũrĩa ũkahurũkio mũthenya wa Friday ni mweri 21 kuria Mathira Hiriga Ngorano Center.
Pole sana
kune kũndũ kũmenya nĩ hakuhĩ na kwa deputy president
Hiriga nĩ hakuhĩ na kũu
koguo pole sana family ya mũthuri ũcio elder wa PCA Julius Kariuki Gotho kana Kariuki makanika yatumwo nĩ mũriũ gwĩtwo Steve Kaniaru Kariuki SK wa Moi Forces Academy Lanet.
Pole sana Mr. Kariuki.
Tukinyia hau tũgĩcokereria tũkũmuramura magathĩti angĩkorwo ndũrĩ na ũndũ ũngĩ ũkwenda twĩke.
Nikiangalia kopo langu la saa ni saa 1 bado dakika 25. Thaa imwe tigarĩtie dakika 25.
Schoolflix Data Pass is back. Now you can watch all your favorite films for free with 100 MB of data from Safaricom. To get Schoolflix Data Pass, simply tap Data Pass in the app and select Schoolflix. Schoolflix Data Pass. 100 MB to watch your favorite film on View Sasa.
Go chai gai we to go chai kamoche ndurehemu avocado twathe guku turahanda miti ni mugunda mweru wa top care guku matu kuria wagura mburoti turakuhe miti ngurani ya matunda kundu guku tuguturikiirie mai ma borehole tugekira matangi ma kuigana namo mai tugagutambiria okia kwina electric fence na zitima ni weno naguo thogora ri tutinangitie tugatinagia nginyagia 245,000 only.
Tucerere Roiro Greek Towers kana tuhurire thimu namba 0708 000 999. Top Care ni mucio waku mwehokeku wa uigithia.
Amaretwa makwa njĩtagwo Skora K na nĩ niĩ ngũinĩire rwĩmbo rũrũ rwĩtagwo Kiugo. Ũngĩenda rũtuĩke rũgambi thĩinĩ wa thimũ yaku, oya thimũ yaku ũhihinye *811*343#. Ũririkane Inooro nĩkuo mũciĩ wa aini othe.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah, nashukuru.
Tunashukuru Mungu.
Sasa tuingie kwa magazeti na tuna yale
kigie uthurimi uyu. Maundu yake
ugiuga ati uhoro ucio tari mundu gwitwo Aisha Jumwa uyu waheo wira wa public service na maundu ma gender na ndireroreire akiurio ciuria ni Mishimboko na maretanire dadangu. Kuratuika ati Aisha Jumwa ni ari na cira wa kuraga mundu atari mundu auragire. Aisha Jumwa ari na cira wa ciringi milioni 19 ciorire kuma kigina-ini kia ukuria wa kuria Malindi mubunge. Ni aroririo ciuria ciegemaina na githomo giake tondu kuratuika kigeranio giake gia KCSE ni gia form 4 atiagire grade yegwitwo D- na ni aragiteteire.
Professor anararirie na korona utwarie mahari erire ararie na cigo cingituma nginya mundu othe amuiguire tha
niguo
mathina mari agereire muiretu ni mathina mara mageragirwo ni andu a kawaida nginya kuhikithio kia hinya kwaga mbeca cia gutwara thukuru kwaga no wanyu kwaga ona ngirora na kwarikia form 4 actually rugano ru rwake ri rugano rwa githia
page 4 page 5 tondu ni hodete icio ciekiriirwo makiria
kwaga riri kwaga ngirora nako okay, yuria tiriri. It is unfortunate that life onatarera arabarorio ruhara haratumire andu maigue ma muiguira tha nginya kundu aroneka atarenda kurira ri ni haha ugiuga atia niki mathomo maku akinyire ha ukurite atia utonga waku hana atia ukaigua ndari na kindu nginya angitariria tiga ati mbeca iria rahirwo cia pension ni gukorwo arari mumbunge wa kuria ri ndari kindu angiuga ati mbeca ciake ciumite kundu
mundu cio ngiroririo ciuria uria rahingurire ndereti ya ira ni Professor Kithure Kindiki uria ukuwa wira wa ugitiri wa thiini wa bururi kana maundu ma thiini ma bururi na ni aroririo horo wa riri wati kambuni yake ya wakiri ni agwetanirio na ungumania wa mbeca cia NYS arauga aca ni karoni ndahetwo ni murata wakwa Kipchumba Murkomen
no igogo ne chirchir
acha Kĩndĩkĩ kuratuka hethendi amukirire kambuni yake ya wakili amukirire kuma kuri Singoei and Murkomen Company Advocates na cia kuruhanagio na National Youth Service nulikana kwa youth ni gutuka ni kurire mamilioni ma mbeca weraugire mbeca icio na irore iticia youth ni karoni
Murkomen yamukombagira
akombairwo ni murata wake Murkomen. Professor Ndungu uria wendekithitio korwo ari minister wa kigena araugire wambere utonga wake ni ciringi milioni 950 kanya mugothe na kwangiendia angiona mbeca ici no ni ararituheirwo gutheria ritwa riake iguru rigie ucabithia wa mbeca tenda ya 1.2 billion mbeca citu icabagwo ni kambuni etagwo Deraru
niguo
nä araikarä nä kaå ndå kau gå gä tå ka atä Kenya nä yahå thä rie mbeca nyingä gå kä rä ria yacabithagia aya nä nä mbeca irä hagwo icabwo mũrĩhaga mbeca nĩgetha mũcabirwo mbeca na mbeca citũ cithondekagwo nĩ nderaru katangä gä thondeka nyingä arume ciake ho
aca gå tingäthiä å guo tondå mbeca ici ciathondekwo rä he kä ndå coka igekwo nä cokaga nginya kä ndå tao serialization nä getha cikorwo cigä tä kä rä ka
ndärauga atä rä Njoroge angĩkorwo nderaru tå renda atå thondekere noti mbeca ciringi bilioni 5 tenda rä na aratå rä hia milioni 200 rä ndagä thondeke cie 5.2 atigwo na ici cigå
oh ya tutigire milioni 4 bilioni 4
tutigire kira turenda acabe nyingaingi o icio cigoro eriha nacio
gucia gutithiaga gugu gucio na urihagwo na nginya dola
haya muthuri ugwitwo Professor Ndung'u no araikarirwo ni horo wa riri mukawa uyu twendirie
hindi yo wetagwo Grand Regency wetagwo Laiko
na ni wa mukawa wa thirikari na arauga yari deal ya government to government ni thirikari endagiria thirikari koguo we ari ta agent wa thirikari tondu no nginya
hagi yake ndidinio
hagi yake ngindo thirikari tikiria tikindu ni andu kana tiguo
niguo
thirikari ni andu tikenya muogu atikege ni andu no nginya hagi akorirwo mundu na mbeca icio ni ciarehirwo tuthi na mbere
mundu cio ngiri urari haha ni mundu gwitwo Moses Kiarie Kuria araturite mubunge wa kuria Gatundu South aracoka arakiamurwo atuike kana ni andikithitio atuike minister wa wonjoria
na Moses Kuria ri ni ena mbeca ti mundu muhuthu utonga wake ni ciringi milioni 750 andu aje no igwa mbeca iragwetwo
milioni 100
Njoroge gucokaniriria imwe iyure
mundu ranjirie no nahu andikitwo 482 anda icio 8 na 4
arenda icigire
tu ati icigire tu egukorwo sawa
no na gucokaniriria bio cokaniriria kinya milioni
na menye wa mbere Kamau mundu ndetongagia utongagio ni andu kana maundu mari ureka
na no maguthenie bado
andu andu magiguthenia nake
andu no matume uthine no magutongie na no maguthenie
aga guthina ni kaingi ni contributor ha guthina ni contributor hanene
uikare ukiririkana gaciugo icio ati no utonge ni undu wa andu na no uthina ni undu wa andu ukurigana nawe
wiko tongete na njira ria yagirire ni hinya muno guthina ikoro aikoro tonga waku ni genuine na ukurite ine uthiete ukurite ni gutonga wendaga atia ukona ciringi 5 igatuika 10 igatuika 15 igathi cia batirite uguo
niko gukona faida double
ta uri uragithie ukurite ti muthenya umwe haya okay nitukiuge mena mbeca andu ayothe guti mundu muhutu
mbeca iria iragwetagwo ni arume aya ri ona mundu uria thaa ici ungirwo ati
ni iria cia makire ni cia Mudavadi
ena 4 billion
icio ni cia makire
mbeca icio tingekuona pick up
4 billion
umenye milioni imwe ni kilo imwe
ito cia 4 billion no athine
na ithiraga no
ithire 4 billion
no ithire
no cithirie na generation yengeti yake
ona yake taru ungethia kuhe mwere
citigara ithatu mwere ndui stikarite ati cirinya cigikinya next year igako ciri 5 tono irakura iragiciarana
na ithiraga
nigetha ukona billion ri igugiciarira ngiri magana milioni 100 kana meri
na ithiraga Njoroge we no ithire cienda kurorwo wega na iharurukaga no iharuruka igwe hatire
koratika irari andu ria marorio ciria ira Ndung'u no Professor Ndung'u no rai na mbeca iria nyingi
950 million mundu ria wina bia ni thaa ici na Aisha Jumwa
na rai na milioni 100 Ndung'u arauga atiriri not a single bank collapsed during his tenure as the CBK boss between 2007 and 2015. And the CBK governor kaida ka miaka 8 kuma 2007 ina 2015.
Moses Kuria ni aroririo miario no aragia ri ino akoretwo akiria ri ta mubunge ri ndekuona ta ingithukia urumwe wa Kenya na Kenya ni multi Timothy multi ethnic ni kuga ati Njoroge
ni bururi wa kabira nyingi na ndurire nyingi
tondu ti witu tu
wata kwaria kiugo ndugucungera ngwe ni ndu wa kabira iria ingi
no arie kiugo gikenie agikuyu no kirakarie kabira ri yake tondu Kenya no to wage ko maikaraga kuo
aracokirie
atia kabira nyingi araugire we ni mundu wa thayo ni elite mamukuaga uru
andora athomu na ti athomu pase andora me mwena uri ungi wa mukira wa bara nio monaga emuru
no we ni mundu mwega in fact araugire ugethie Kondele he's the second most popular guy there after Raila Odinga nona aria mati andu Kondele ni mendete kuria no elite aruriro ajaruo nio mona atararia uru no ti mundu muru ni mĩario yake yogoragwo taru kwende okite guko ngemuria kiuria he urigire kia thogirwo kia kirwo ngigitwara gukioneka tari ni arera na ti ni eraga
ya kunjanirio gikunjo nigetha kama wiganire hau nigetha kiendie social media
ona nigetha gikiate tondu ritwa rakwa rite kugwetwo social media ini matie kaga ati matithukumaga mationa kindu no manjikira niguo monaga mbia riu haki uguo but Moses Kuria is a good guy na that you know we trade investment and
industry
ena nyamo ithatu no iguro ria acokirie ciuria wega
ni muge maundu ma ni amoe nona arutete wira na arafu Kuria niwe wanegenaga hindi ya thirikari gwatuka nirahingira andu biacara ciao gukunya makima
riu niwe wi hau atuthororere ni aroririo horo wa counterfeit
araugire acokire tia gya counterfeit
istingetekerio Kenya counterfeit ni megwikira kiria kiagireire tondu
counterfeit ri kama uri umenya gwe counterfeit na gwe fake na counterfeit na ni tofauti ni digire tofauti na ciagirire kuingira bururi-ini tondu Kamauni no ngwire itegũkuhenia mundu ria wendagia duka electronics goko Nairobi kana na gicagi mundu ria wendagia thimu no ria wendagia indo icio ginya charger na kindangimenya kindu counterfeit na kindu gitari counterfeit ndangimenya kindu fake na ngina kindu original
haya ucio ngena ke ororirio ciuria etagwo Davis Kimutai Chirchir athungu mamweta chia no ni Chirchir aracokio kundu ari kwa energy and petroleum ona keno guikarirwo ni to maundu twariri aumire kuo niki arutirwo niki no tweherere macio ni modo nyona tari ma side shows aroririo thitimo gwikatia nayo na ina goro
arauga atia
ni mekurora horo ucio
ni mekurora
thitima ni guka thi haya kwenjera ingi tungigia mwaki nacio
kichuchirira rorio solutions
ihonia ciha ni tuthi page 7
godata bete page 2 kana no
godata turikina vetting
vetting ni rathi na mbere muthe
ni turathi na mbere na muthe ni uhoro munene muthe atumia ni atatu me ukoro mbere ya kamite ira marari umwe leo ni watatu na mundu wa mbere uri okukinya kuria kurio ciuria no ni turitwo no
mundu wa mbere ni Kipchumba Murkomen akoretwe senator wa kuria kudita Elgeyo Marakwet na ni wakiri wega tu na nikana hedi arari senate majority na mbiriithie gukaga citizen auka citizen yagituika panelist auka hakaria na ndionaga andu itu makenda kumira o no anyitai no aya makuretio ni media andu aria maragire thimiro ikudio na makiumira muno guka kwiaria makamenya kaginya magathurwo magatuika guthurwo uyu Murkomen ni imwe uria joy ati aturaga ki Citizen TV
ari analyst
na tunaona hali ari haya ru Murkomen ri ni ekurio uria bururi urokora na mbere uri kana horo wa SGR na horo wa urihi wa thiri uria twina gwa wa SGR tukuri hati umenya ni wemiru urendekiria tuke minister wa ukui etigo
transport
ruha hena gathina hena ciuria kurio muno he will be put to give an elaborate plan on how to deal with those stalled projects ona
kurikio gwa barabara iria ciothe citare ndeku
after President Ruto on Saturday ordered that Kenya Kwanza government will not start new projects until the previous ones are completed.
president ni araugire gutire miradi mieru ekwanjia nginya iria igatagati-ini iria yakwamire yambe irike kiuria kio Murkomen ni akurio kuria bia cikuma cia kurikia barabara iria ikwamite na agitwire nginya horo wa thiri utukoragwo naguo wa SGR mbeca ikuma ko cia kuri handu acio na maundu mangi matiganite ma miako na ukui. Mundu ucio ungikorwo akiurio ciuria na ticuria huthu ni mundu uretwo Zakaria Njeru.
Zakaria Njeru ni gukorwo niwe urendo atuike minister wa migunda nyumba na miako na mibango ya miako.
No horo wa migunda Njoroge ni emotional Kenya
muno
ni emotive niguo kwiragwo
muno
no ndu morangania wa andu aya ri aigio me miaka-ini ya 50 Njeru na miaka 56 meaning ona ithio miaka 10 kana ithio tugakorwo tukivetwo.
Oh yes.
Tondu ri ndona rugo tari wathani wa andu a miaka 50s tari oinge 50s
na ithio fourth floor tukeho
na ithio ru miaka 10 githira na ithio tuingire kiria ri rika
na kataruo keikarire haha
ona miaka 10 na no guthii uguo miaka 10 o andu ru thaici tu andu a 50s aiko na miaka 50s ni nyumu thirikari-ini 60s ni reherire
60s kege by the way
70s ni raregirwo
no
ne okori turaria
na ndira
wathani we moko-ini ma 50s so sawa so after 10 years ni 40s maraingira
yeni
tuko sawa etoiguithania
ati ni tugaikarira hau na ithio tuvetwo gite kiria giikariro ni Soipan Tuyo muthi Soipan Tuyo nake ri ngathiti irandika atiriri it is baptism of fire for Tuyo on climate change. Tuyo ni agututariria na ni jeni yakurio and she's the daughter of former Tanarok South MP Samson Ole Tuya. Ni yakurio horo wa riri ucenjia wa riera uhandi wa miti niyo afforestation gucokia kure kwari miti environmental regeneration efforts gucokia maundu megie horo kana gucokereria mitito itu.
Rosalinda Soipan Tuya will become the first Maasai woman to serve in cabinet. Thini wa bururi wa Kenya kuma ria twagire wiyathi gutiri gwakorwo na mutumia mukabi thini wa ndudia ministers. Soipan Tuya no gutuika mutumia wa mbere kuma guo kabi guikarira giti kia minister eni horo munene ati oyo
wa
ucio ngeretwo Susan Nahumisha Wafula.
Susan Nahumisha Wafula ri endaga gutuika
na ni horo munene
woman rep wa kule Trans Nzoia but the coin flipped and today she'll be vetted in the parliament as the health cabinet secretary nominee.
Riu uyu ri Njoroge ri ahana thamaki mai-ini tondu wira uria arendwo arute ni wira wa gukora ari minister wa gima wa mwiri na aturite kwa uhoro ucio akoretwo ari pharmacist koguo riu ti undu ukiri hari we
maundu ma ndawa ni amoi
neta we ukivetero gite kia editorial director yani arathi kurio ciuria cia maundu
na tiragwo ithio na kirorendo ni nose for news riu nake ni nose for where the medicine will come from.
Yes riu arathi kurio riri
na procurement
kuria atindaga maundu mari oi ucio ngitukuria ciuria umuthi aretwo Malonza tumuhete wira uriku
Penina Malonza turamuhe wira uria aturite na Balala wa ugendi na nitukumurangia ciuria kidogo tondu nitukumuria kuma covid yoka ri yathira ri uracokereria ministry no yogendi kana ruhonge rwo ugendi na njira hana atia na rikana rumie bado ni covid haya na nona kwena mathina maingi. Kenya is the third largest travel and tourism destination in Africa.
Ate bururi witu niguo wa gatatu ukaguo muno ni ageni thini wa Africa aria membere itu ni South Africa na Nigeria. Nikithia kuona Nigeria
didamenya
Nigeria mbere itu naki kana mari coast
ni mari coast Lagos kwa jao nene muno coastline yao nene muno
iria ririko
ni Atlantic kana ni Pacific ndimenya muno cio ni muno riko ni Atlantic gociria
I thought Nigeria gutigia guthikuo no
ona ni gudirariko ni mari nyamo ndidegwa nyamo ciao ndidegwa riri in fact ona kodero Tanzania ri to Tanzania ni toika ni mihara ya nyamo na Namibia ni ndo aginya Kalahari ni Nigeria ndidegwa kana tondu kwa andu aingi
ndarigwo niki githia kuonwo kuo oga
kana ni culture na riri na Nollywood
thenema icio ugathi guciona
maundu mayo niko ndioi.
Anyway, umenye tourism ri tourism ni tuheaga mbeca hari toga witu ri ni 4.4% ya GDP gross domestic product usually is no uririe mundu ta Alex gathi wa Tanarop ni tuheaga 4.4%. No ageni moka guku mare matiga ni maturehagira mbeca mwamona mukamamukira wega matikona uru koguo riu wiro ucio kurutwo ni waziri Penina Malonza ningoda gucokia gwatuya
tucoke ho gicokio ho
Soipani ri ukatha cigana ningoda kuona Soipani tu yari ni egutwira uhoro wa riri uri ekugitira Mau Forest kuria mai maumaga ndikani mumenya mai matonyua maumaga Mau ni gitegero kia mai Mau Forest Mount Kenya mai ma munyuaga twitwega tuhehu
twitetheru
ugitunyua muthenya riri riwa kakakakaka uiguaga muri weka maumaga Mount Kenya Abadeas na umenya na ithuĩ custodian
cia Mount Kenya
Cherangany Hills na Mount Elgon kundu guku ni guthukangagio muno egukugitira atia
na nine siasa uhoro wigie maundu megie uhoro wa riri
andu kuingatwo
ni kuingatwo mitito gatuika ni siasa
page 6 ni gatha riu tume mwana uyu wa
no haima mundu ungi uravetwo muthe kana ureterire kuheo approval Japeth Koome
nikuvetwo kana nikuhitithio.
Kurajika President William Ruto yesterday forwarded the name of Inspector General for vetting by Parliament. Niguo niki maratwira uguo. Tiko hitithio arehitithio. Urehitithio ni DCI. DCI ni arehitithio muthi. Mohamed Ibrahim Amin. Uyu nake Koome ri tathikiriria ino muna hai. Niwe commandant wa kuria kiganjo.
Ari muna na wathigari guku Nairobi.
No redwo oe itikia IG. So the President William Ruto yesterday forwarded the name of Inspector General of Police nominee Japeth Koome for vetting by Parliament. He was nominated by President on September 29th to succeed Mutiambai, who proceeded on leave over health reasons. The nominee, a former Nairobi Ugo Watariria, niwe koragwe commandant kuria. He will now face the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of Senate and Department of Committee on Administration Affairs of the National Assembly for vetting. Ego the committee ne akiria. Isho cia ya Senate na ya bunge.
Maseneta mativetanaga.
Hakiadetwa tiriri. He will now face the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate and the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly for vetting.
Or joint.
Ni joint committee.
Page 6 ire. Ni sawa. Ya ni sawa. Ne meko hitoka.
Tadi page 6.
Korea Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt. Mushamani ule urajira gohoro waguo.
Wetagwo COP. COP ni kugamu kigomano kia urumwe wa mabũrũri kigie uhoro wa ucenjia wa riera.
Na thogutiega.
Nio matuhakiire bũrũri uyu witu giko na undu uria fani Kamau ithuĩ ni tukuaga murigo wa giko kiria marekagiriria kuria ozone layer ni undu wa industrialization ya ori magathukia riera ritu no ithuĩ tu contribute just 2% of air pollution
giko. Na mabũrũri maria matongoretie na giko ni America na Russia na China,
of course,
na India.
Kwaja India ni muno. India kwaja ngithie wone the Ganges. Wetagwo no the Ganges. Na ni rũĩ hole kuringana nao ni rũĩ rwa rũtheru rwao. No ngirora giko kiria iko rũĩ rwa maka.
Riu muthungu arenda gucoka Africa kuhitukira kindu kiretwo neo colonialism. Ni aracoka
ukoroni wa kiriu.
No maundu ma mwena motongo mwena gu African gas. Heindo ngai atuhete. Na guku thiri.
Kwina tonga muingi muno na
muthungu arenda tonga ucio.
Na ikare na ku. Ikare na ku kwao.
Muta akire na technology kumukira.
Nioka ikare haria twire kiria arenda. Riu tita tene yokire na guoko kumwe kwenyita kirikanio na kuria kungi mucinga. Umuthi riu arakora mundu mugi tondu ni tuoire ugi wake.
Mutangi kihota muthungu. Agiuga agira indo ici mwena cia ukioya.
Ndangioya ri.
No we.
Tukomuingata.
Agiuga ni aroya ni akuoya. Ti undu mungihota inyui.
Kama ni supporta muthungu muno. Ma? You have a very soft spot.
Yes.
For the white man.
Ni ona ngiona ni angeikarangire.
Aikarage Kenya yake atia. Ni ikare na ku reke ni the solution ya mathina mara tuko.
Muthungu ni aracoka neo-colonialism. Ni aroka kumwatha ringi. Na aroka kugira utonga wanyu indo ici Ngai amuheire mutoe kucihuthira.
Tuthie page 2 na 3.
Muhe utonga na no thina guku.
Tuthie page 2 na 3.
Muhetwo gas. Mukahe maguta tutiramba uthi hau. Muhetwo indo nyingi muno ni Ngai na no thina Africa. Poverty and corruption. Muthungu ni aracoka Africa, neo-colonialism. Yeah. Mutingi Njoroge Kongo haha. Kongo iru nene rungituhe thitima Africa yothe. Niguo kana tigo? Dhahabu iria ci Kongo. Copper iria i Zambia. Copper.
Nona thitima. Kwa itawa makona copper belt, kwa copper.
Waya ci cia thitima ri cihuthira iyo.
No nginya cikirwo copper, gutire switch ingikirwo itari na copper.
But no tarwa poverty iria i Zambia. South Africa gold. Tarora ukia Kongo guti bururi udura ni ta Kongo gutiri semi arid bururi wothe wi mbura
athungu acio ri ta wiurie kwa jacio kuma Faranja ri nditio magura maguta na gukuguo West Africa maburi ma West Africa no mena thina na ni makuragia na ni me maguta
chocolate
and you see what I'm suspecting. They sponsor chaos in Africa to benefit.
So ni
mathanagia mitwe ni na magaturithania nigetha oke twahura agakuhe mucinga na ni akahe democracy akahe onene we niguo wirebo na ni akahe muci democracy akahe gatiba ahe gatiba ri tukirwa ri auka koya kira twina kio
akakua muthungu ni aroka kindu kiretwo neo-colonialism Ngai amuheire utonga mutoe kuhuthira
na ikare na kuko ni ndinge mwenda gukuna no twihote tuthi page 3
otire mutingihota
no twihote page 3 na tugucoka tuthi page 2
otire niki taruona hatarora uthungu ria wi haha bairwa we nayo muthungu tha ino yaku raguria kuma Switzerland thimo
haya ungirara kwina mundu mwe urutaga wira wa wita aretwo AVC ndakugwetwo ritwa riake page 3
okay
aru urutaga wira wa riri wa wita kumbe munene wake athi yake manungagira kana manyua njohi. The mere fact that an employee smells or has taken alcohol is not ground for dismissal. Oyo ekunungirwo uguo ni munene wake akaiguka ni anyuite ni akurite kidogo na ni wita akimufuta
no ndu woguo tu
nake agithii gotini akaini akurihwo
wita ni akurihwo
yes
no ndu wa wrongful
dismissal.
Democratic,
it would be wrong to punish an employee for violating a policy whose content the employee is not shown as having been aware of. Na igwa ni judge ureto Bernard Manani agacoka akaiga atiriri the judge noted that kirafu kiitwa Munarani
Munaraine
he was unable to provide evidence of the policy or demonstrate that it had been communicated to its employees. Atira andu mweritwo wega no mwagire kwandikirwo nginya marugo maria mundu asainaga atiriri guku ndukana kunde na gicoke kuonania atiriri amenye ka undu ucio ni wagiriria arute wira.
Haya riu thikiririo ria hathire ugitauragira maito riu ucio waceri riu uyo witari wita on December 26th the year 2020 while on duty from 6 a.m. he took a short break around 3 p.m. and went home. He was expected back for his second shift at 6 p.m. The court heard that while at home he drank a traditional alcoholic brew known as mnazi. He reported back at 6 p.m. and set out to serve guests with dinner. Some guests are said to have complained about the food portions offered to them.
One raised concern about Mr. Wash's apparent state of inebriation. Inebriation ni kuoneka ni toratu goka kidogo kana totaraharania.
He was also accused of spilling food. Maya ni anyuta mnazi.
Agweta mnazi.
Ate we are spilling food on one of the guests. Riure niguo manager etirwo. Akiriri. Mundu uyu waku ri. Twamurathi arehe thambu tha ithatũ ararehe mu.
Uyu wa ceri onake ni angemia tondu riri ni ndio ndugacabu andu no ni kuruta wira nginya tha ithatũ. The shift manager reported the incident in the hotel leading to agefutwo wira riu akimathitanga igoti-inĩ rĩa Kaloleni na aratika atiriri ni ahĩtĩirio na rĩu ni egũkĩrĩhwo kana the decision went against the weight of the evidence standard. Hau ĩngĩ nĩ kĩrĩa maabitha DCI arĩa mararĩ gĩkundi rũhonge rwetagwo SSU ni marathuthurio ni aruna ao tondu kuratuika atiriri Kamau andu aya ni kuri andu morite ni undu wao kuri andu makuite ni undu wa moko-ini ma ruhonge ruru riu marathuthurio ni aruna ao na ni haritũ tondu menye bururi wa Kenya na bururi wa India tutiraiguana tutiraraniria nginya tumere kuria a hindi eri mokite guku bururi mathire
niguo haya itocio na tumatheke muno ni tuthi back page turikie back page hana mweri umwe andu maheane mawoni mao makoni githomo gia CBC 1 month aciari arimo athani arutwo atongoria adini na mundu wothe ukona interest gwa githomo ta muthuri gwitwo Gabriel Ithũmbĩ mena mweri umwe maheane mawoni mao makoni githomo gia CBC mawoni mao magucenjia githomo kia university na githomo gia tertiary.
Todashiri makoretwo makinegena. Parents have complained that the amount of homework their children are given under CBC is too much. Ati ashiri ni wira uria marareherwo marute mucii ni muingi muno.
Haya timu yo ratongorio ni Professor Rafael Munavu ni gukorwo ikiurura Kenya ngima ikioyaga mawoni koguo waigua mehanyu ri na nuri interest na maundu ma githomo ri ukoimira uheane mawoni maku nigetha maheane mendekithia mao kuri thirikari uria githomo giguikara.
Akenya ni maigaga matinorio no igua ni mahena ki
ihinda ria mweri umwe. Bici orona hau ri ni ya ciana cia cukuru ngomenya cukuru etagwo DEB Primary School kore Elbagon cio ni ciana citũ Njoroge cia kuria Warubaga me cukuru wa DEB Primary
ni thukuru wikaine
na ni imwe ya cukuru iria hitukagwo muno na cukuru njaga muno gutwara mwana athomere ku cukuru wa DEB yes cukuru etauni cukuru njaga muno eno we Warubaga no na riu ni koina maraina mebrekiruo niguo twekaga ona ithio twe cukuru ona kamona kehana Kenyatha ndakona ndaririkana uria ona ni twakoragwo
na mundu na ndimenya ni kitwaguragwo Kenyatha kinene we fo nigetha gikinya iti gakoru kahana gikire ruwe kinya iti ruwe ga ikunyita kidogo
kana thogithi cia cukuru cikona blue haha iguru
na white
ici twagurirwo ni Njanga wa Karuma ni ndirikanaga kuria Thĩmbĩgua
riu ni taruboro ko hima ko makina haha
Goruta gwareku ndwarire mwarimu angemeria noko nderu no guitĩka
ugigwa kata rũrĩa arenda tene tutikoina rũrũ rwaku kata
inua kata
Jitogo Paul Waiganjo Rubrico Homes nitukinyete Nyandarua County Nyahururu gwa Kong'o kuria turakwenderia plot cia muigana wa 8 aneka na thogora wa 195 na deposit ni 50,000 only balance ukariha na mieri 6 oho no turi na cia 150 na deposit ukaiga 50,000 balance ukariha na mieri 6 kwa uhoro makiria tucerere Jewel Complex kana utuhurire thimo namba 0721077077 Brico Homes Limited, a touch of fulfillment.
Nethaka muno ni njega ndirona ci njega gukira ici ci mwena uyu
Prito tamba weterere niki gia tumomake urarangie na ihenya maundu ni mega
Kaikarania horathimu.
Korwo nĩ ũkũrehagĩrwo gathubu, korwo nĩ ũkũrehagĩrwo gasalad wanjagĩrĩria na ici ci mwena ũyũ wa nja.
Ti ũmwe kana erĩ manatukanĩrwo me kwambĩrĩria kũ mathiĩte mĩkawa-inĩ kana mĩciĩ marabatara kũrĩa na tũhiũ na iciko.
Kahiũ gatiratinia
handũ ha aigĩrĩre mahĩndĩ metha-inĩ aratethi
ũrũme na gĩciko na mwena ũyũ nĩmĩnoga ndũra nĩmĩnoga.
Arugi na ataramu a mathomo motungata mĩkawa-inĩ marauga kwĩ maũndũ mũndũ angĩka rĩrĩa ararĩa mamũrehere gĩconoko.
Ũgakora oya indo ciothe nginya matunda aigĩrĩra igũrũ wa irio.
Nĩndathambirie moko ndiahotire kũrĩa na iciko icio.
Nyitanĩra na niĩ Jenga wa Wambũi wa gatano gaka thaa ithatũ cia hwaĩ-inĩ riboti-inĩ ya mwanya ĩgiĩ mĩtugo metha-inĩ ya irio.
Yes, tuingire gatheti ya The Standard na gatheti ya The Standard turero horo wa cira wa Rigathi wa Gachagua na he undu twamenya tutaroi kuratuika atiriri cira wa Gachagua ri wigie ungumania ri ni ukuringa thi tondu it's the making of a dead case na gitumi ni tondu wa riri mundu uria uratongoragia uthuthuria wa cira uyu the lead investigator araiga ni kwirwo erirwo agithindikiririo na agitindikiririo athondeke cira o uria ari uthondeka bata ni cio thi igoti-ini ona gutari na uthuthuria wa kuigana wa mbere kwari na clear instructions ati there were clear instructions issued to rush the investigations cira ucio tengerio wa mbere tengerio wa keri akiheo ginya time strict and fixed timelines were handed Tau dakiro ni munene wake na to ni kwa DCI ni gukimenya munene no anyareheria wa DCI. Haya, officers were directed to craft recommendation in manner to enable charges. Mushariri uri othe mungi watafata ni honeke ni gutuika cira ndika mauna wiro ni ureciririo ndu na waringi cira cio ndukinya ni threshold no wiro atiriri utigirire caria maundu thina kuria wiyirire thina kuria
kumirira itumi
one nginya utuike cira na due to pressure
yes
in crucial areas nginya mukaruga kuria ringi mungiathire gucaria wira ni kwarugirwo
riu cira uyu kwamba weherio nigetha uthuthuria makirio gi
na ni weherio ru no cira cio ni wamba guthira ni kuona ni hatiari cira in the first place ru ni gucaririria
hau kianda ni mbeca cia rume na no cio tukugweta tone cikiandikitwo haha.
Professor Njogo na Ndung'u ria rendekithio tuike minister wa kigina na utonga wa milioni 950.
Moses Kiarie Kuria uria rendekithio tuike waziri wa wonjoria na iganda ciringi yake yothe yacokaniririo ni ciringi milioni 750 mwiroreri.
Professor Kithure Kindiki uria rendekithio tuike minister wa ugitiri wa thiini niguo interior na mibango ya thirikari arendwo na utonga wa ciringi milioni 544.
Davis Chirichiri niwe urugaga uria tukuriha thitima na baguta tukugura atia tondu araneirwo energy mbeca ciake ciacokaniririo ciothe irokire ciringi milioni 482.
Aisha Juma uria rendekithio tuike minister wa uruti wira wa muingi undu mwe na maundu megi uhoro wa uiganania wa arume na atumia ni uguo gender affirmative action ena utonga wa ciringi milioni 100.
Koro yaku haha ningi akuria no tondu ndiri hori ndigakuria
ni ndikira hitho
ni tuthie page 20
page 2 3 hareke ndento heka ndo ndona tungihutia tondu karahutia bururi how the feel
mashujaa ni rucio
muthenya wa rucio ni thigũkũ ya mashujaa ni mweri 20 wa 10 ndirikana tene betagwo Kenyatta Day na niguo niguo gituika wa mashujaa nigetha andu othe marũĩrĩire wĩyathire makaririkanago na mashujaa bara mange ma bũrũri
yacenjirie na gatiba njerũ
rucio igongona rĩrĩ gekĩrwo kĩharo-inĩ kĩa Uhuru Gardens na rĩrĩa rĩa mbere President Ruto gukorwo president na mundu ratongoria kamĩtĩ ĩno ya meharĩria maya ni uria niwe PS wa maundu ma interior Kibicho na riga rikuratanywo gukorwo andu makiria ma andu 222 na rikana mwaka muthiru mashujaa mekirwo kuria Wang'uru Stadium Kirinyaga
kuria kungi mashujaa manekirwo ni ta kaunti ya Mombasa, Kakamega, Kisii, Meru, Nakuru, Machakos, Nyeri na Narok. Tuthi page 20 turekie nigetha no amenyo muthu kuna maundu maingi tuambe tuone bicha page 12 page 12 tuone bicha hau
Page 12.
Yeah, tuambe tuone mutongoria.
Ni picha tu tunaona.
Inatwario hanini. Yeah, page 12. Omothe ne kurathi na mbere andu guthurimwo. No mwe wale marathurimwo omothe. Ni uri hetwo ira ukorwo ari waziri wa maria maturigiceirie na niwe murona haha bica-ini. Ogwitwo Soipan Tuya. Niwe mutumia wa mbere kuma ruriri ruo kabi. Kwendekithio gukorwo ari thiini wa Ndundu ya Maminista kuma ria twagire na wiyathi. Gutire kwagĩa na mutumia minister kuma guo kabi. Soipan Tuya no gukorwo wa mbere. Na niwe ucio murona hau.
Na niwe urendekithia tuke minister wa environment.
Yes. Haya,
page 14 kuratika deputy president Rigathi Gachagua ni arari samanitie na kanjo ya magavana kĩgomano kĩrĩa gĩtagwo IBEC kũrĩa thukuru-inĩ wa thirikari nĩguo the Kenya School of Government na aramera atiriri mbeca cianyu nĩ mũrĩtũmagĩrwo ihinda rĩrĩa rĩagĩrĩire na inyuĩ mũgacitũmĩra ihinda rĩrĩa rĩagĩrĩire nĩgetha cingĩ igoka tena nĩ gũkoretwo na mathĩna makĩria kuma kũrĩ thirikari cia county cikiuga atĩ mbeca itikinyaga ihinda rĩrĩa rĩagĩrĩire na nĩ iceragithĩrio nginya magakorwo magĩkomba maũndũ mau mothe nĩ megũthira
na marerio bia ciriokaga kuringana uria irahuthika uria murahuthira mukanina ri niguo bia murionaga page 20 tukirikia ni cia urimi wa avocado alarm as avocado farmers fall prey to ruthless criminals in Murang'a mundu othe urahanda mikorofia iroke kaiyo hena ngengi ni marekira riu CCTV excuse me shamba nyingi kuria Murang'a Njoroge agikoni urimaga ikira CCTV itakyo kana mundu kumikira muteini mikorofia-ini tondu aici ni ruthless criminals kuria Murang'a roaming
na turero horo wa Kandara na Gatanga nikuo arimi maiyetwo muno
they are harvesting even immature fruits
maratue nginya ria tari mikuru
rithi riu ri ni mugututhukiria thoko tondu ikorofia rithi rironeka rithiete ni page 20 ikorofia rithi rironeka ruraya ritakinyaniire riu ninge tukwanjia riu ni kimandu
na maroka na mishinga
imagine kai ikorofia riagire thendi atia
ikorofia ina bia
last year Murang'a county iratumirwo 9 billion cia makorofia 9 billion cia makorofia
9 billion
9B
ucoke Murang'a ni gukire bia tondu riri ni gucoka gutumwo kindu another almost the same amount na macani
Murang'a mebeca
kwĩ bia koguo urimi ni tworaga bia nyingi muno Murang'a gukira hakuĩ county ringi ciothe guku bururi
riu arimi avocado marararaja makirangira matunda mao uhoro uyu twahithuririo ni arimi a Murang'a aria maracemanitie kuria Thika Greens Resort led by former Murang'a County Assembly Speaker Honorable Duarte Kariuki
araiga gwaka kũiyetwo mothe araiga gwake received armed gangs roam avocado farms without fear they threaten or even beat security ona wandika washman kana soldier aroka karumio
taruhe muthuri wetwa Michael Kariuki arauga soldier ake marumirio makirumio na akiyo makorofia ma milioni 5
kai
itunda riri na bia
makorofia mena bia
no igo kiyo makorofia ma milioni 5 makorofia mena mbeca wega pio
kama ni tuigirira makorofia
mugunda wia
riu gwa kuhanda ni kuo thina
ya nyonia mugunda ni ngurehe miti ya kuhanda
riu thina ni gwa kuhanda
mugunda onyesha mimi shamba
andu othe ukoro mundu othe kwena na ndiramenya ngocire mundu tukona keto farm hold ni gutwira ka kundu kwina migunda mundu angiona handu athie aigirire ahande ki
mukorofia na muti uyu ri wa uhanda ri tondu ndina tuigana ona handu ri koyaga kuma miaka 3 ri ni kwanjia kuria kindu
kuma miaka 3
ni kwanjia gutu na ri oria riraikara niguo rikaga ati rithia ugitua matunda maingi ta jamba itago kama mutaalamu nende kuonania nake yathomithagio horo uyu wa matunda maya na ni itunda rina mbeca na ungire handa Murang'a ni rakura muno Murang'a Nyeri
Embu
mundu anyanderia ika 10 Embu aya Kisii naguo Naikuru ona kuria gwitagwa Asubukia Bahati
na kuria gwa Kibethu Gunui kana ko tingikora
that is an arid area
wasa ibonikive Ende kama no kife
dio ene no to korona makore rugo kogu na koge koige kora tutana kirweta ugota umahande umuthi umahe miaka 3 uri heaga mai wega we mbeca ini
kone ko da kwina rui ko muda kigura mugunda ngore akwina rui kana handu hena mai kana handu kota kwenja mai
handu hena mai kana otofore uguthirwo na ndofori ni Alex wa water leaders akuguthere ndofori ni uguo no waimira ukoro na mai wega pio na yani kiria ne mbeca uguo yareiro milioni 5 njoro
tarure mukorofia umwe guciara makorofia maigana
ndire sure
we machua
ndire sure no ne kaguthaga tutunda nginya ta
200 coke we ndiere mweke kindu kabao
matunda 200 rimwe ndia ciringi 20 cio ne bia cigana egrinya 200 maita 20
200 maita 20
etigrinya
ngirinya
haya ucio ni muti umwe
ukona miti igana rimwe
ukona miti igana tori horo wa
400 nacio ti mugunda munene tondu ikethiaga kiria 150 miti 150 ko ungiihuria ikemwe ni 600 na ni kugetha maita meri mwaka
ndacaga
ni rimwe na nuthu tondu he ndera mwaka mamita ndera mwaka na riu kimera
ni mbeca njega ndungihuta
600 akiri mbeca nyingi
ndo cigana na mweri to cigana meri 8 kwenta kuga mweri bia cigana kindu 8
yani
ndungihota ndungikara utoro wa ruo
wikona ika 3 we no ona no ikarage hau ugetera tukumura murire ngathiti ugathie golf
wathi golf ya itora
ni kumundu twarikia kumura ngathiti ekuga tanengero indo cia ona iko ngari-ini agathia kahura kidogo
ate ahure you don't do that
the candy
ni kuhurirwo huragirwo
ni candy
ini hatikiri mundu wa wira ucio
ni candy mamwita candy
ini ucio ni wira wa candy ni kuhura na cikire ngari-ini na kendereba gukue wikare backleft
uthie golf hidio mitirio mugunda
ini itunda ririo mugunda na umenye wajia gutua ni gutua miaka maingi
kama reke twiciria ngorimi niguo ngituteithia guku
urimi reke ngura ni mbeca theri Bernard Kariuki Karanja kana Baba Sharon wa kuria kahaba wedani thengi muno ndirakumenyira muthenya wa ira geitheka no tindiega aranjira ngugeithie no urime tondu riri population ya andu no kuongereka irongerereka na kindu kimwe andu matakaga gwika ati ni kuria irio no iririo wira wa irio ri
kuria no turiria
na turiaga kumako ni kurima turimaga
haya no wageithia ni mundu
no na tari no horo wa kegura undu ungi ira turari na kururia ha mweshimiwa githe matira introduce horo wa ciana kuria cukuru na marauga atiriri ona kuria itunda kamariri ya matunda mariku
na itumbe
na itindu iria tukurima avocado eno mioe tinia imwe tuna mwana umwe kau irigo oya ria turemeri
irigo ne gaheo kamwe
ona rio no ritinanwo
toiko ritari inene ria na kuria kaharati
maya mendagio haha maragwa
mana kibao
ekethie mweshimiwa Peter Baetori horo wa utongoria na gũthũrimia ũrathie na mbere
na thitha ndathagire tukorwo na mundu gwitwa Martin ni wa kuria Farmhold Ventures tukorwo no memerekia murihire tukendia ng'ombe
na wona handu ya mugunda ri ni ndi tayari kugura miti mugunda ni waku na ni miti ni yakwa na matunda ni makwa tone ni mwene muti
that's a recipe for chaos.
Okay, basi tugane nuthu
bas
we mugunda kwa we waku na ni ndehe miti
then soka twite Dr. Paul Kifisho korwo ni weriri uri ka mathafu
no
tugocokereria
Doug Ballarns tukureheire Victory Gardens kilomita 2 kuma Kangundo Road. Bei ni 380,000. Makutano bei 295,000. Deposit ya migodi no yeri no 50,000 to
Songe Malindi by plane. 50 by 100, bay 100,000. Deposit 30,000. Electric fence, minor dhitima, Zippo. Title deed ni hapo hapo. Thibone 0740 888 111. Dagmar Learns. We promise we deliver.
Nini gwirite beke maya mothe na
Lia. Nindirakuhurira uri utahenda gikemwe.
Karani guku. Oi Ngai. Niki areka guku.
Ni umenya gucio ni mwari wa maitu tuciaranirwo nake.
Angamenya.
Riu guka guku uri oka kwa muru wa nyina.
Atindage guku.
Guko kwa Alpha Mabati, we customer witu, we wafata muno, na nikio tuguthondekagira mabati makugita nyumba yaku magikiro kia iguru. Endi itu ni mohegereire wira-ini wao na makwendagiria kiria kiagiriire ni undu wa kiria urenda kugita kuringana na mithemba itu ngurani ya mabati iria tukoragwo nayo. Wicagurire kuma mithemba ya marangi matiganite na muigana wa ibati riria urenda niguo honokie mbeca ukigita. Ni tuwi ati mahinda ni mbeca, na nikio tugukinyagiria kiria urenda oro haria uri guothe bururi-ini tegukure na mathaa 72 tukoragwo Ruiru Northern Bypass hakuhi na KU Referral Hospital. Alpha Mabati, the roofing industry, bell ringers.
Mwari wanyu kwari niki atindaga guku.
Ni umenya gucio ni mwari wa maitu tuciaranirwo nake.
Ni tutingikara ni uguo nawe.
Ni ni wa matia.
Ndugacicira mzaide to icio ito
ndene. Ni adia mutwara ni ko best school fees yothe inywe mai.
Ko tangikara ta muiretu. Ikara ta muiretu. Riu hoya ndeto guku. Hoya ndeto guku ukaumirira ku.
In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I say that I could live this life without you.
Make lots of noise, kiss lots of boys, and kiss lots of girls if that's something you're into. And
Kaine. Ucio no uratuma winyite ruthia uko ni ndanoka.
Ni turabatara kumenya no nawe uraingira thiini wa wodi. Ona ndagitari aya na andu a mucii tukwenda kumakurira maitho.
Ici ni raciana roka wira. Ndatinda haha na ndi ndirakuona. Ni hindi woka kati hindi woka.
Nyine ndakinya nduka-ini njohera muno no riri kae wina ku
Prita Oka Mami ndaguthaitha wire muiretu wakwa atige kurumirira Karani.
Muiretu wakwa ndararumirira Karani. Karani niwe wokire nginya uhiki na akimuhikia na muhikirie na thiri.
Kiuria we ndio yoro witu nawe.
Ndugeciria ndio ati ni mwa interfere na ndio ni we na githesa.
Ni rugano rwina thiri hithanie.
Gutire kundu kiuria rathi.
What?
Nina kula kila pahali.
Ukoroko ucio wina ugugwike thina inyewe.
Ndio.
Uma ukaga utheri.
Either ojagure nie kana ratashi. Direta ndo mamenye kwanyu no ojoi.
Wendo ukagagia ngoro.
Diga.
Katumie medawati.
Idagariene. O muthenya wa gatano thaa 2:30 cia hwaini. monaga wathe wakwa
aingĩ maugire nĩ kũrogwo ndogetwo
ndathecagirwo spine ngĩparalyze magũrũ
ndaciarirwo kũgũrũ gwakwa kũmwe kwĩ paralyzed
niĩ nyonaga ũhoti wakwa
ndĩna ciana ithathatũ na ciothe nĩ thomithĩtie gũtirĩ wĩra atarutaga
ha wĩra ndĩ mũthigari ndutaga na anti-stock theft unit
manjĩtaga kĩonje
ndĩ mũndũ wambĩte gũthiĩ operation 30
wonje wakwa nĩ wa guoko na kũgũrũ mũthuri wakwa nĩ magũrũ merĩ
wĩgũte maitho wĩ mũndũ mũgima nĩ wamenyete kuona mũndũ hana atarĩ gũciarwo aciarwo rĩngĩ
ndĩtaga kĩhoti
gũkorwo wĩna wathe ũcio tiguo mwico wa mũtũrĩre
tũtingĩthiĩ kũhoya hoya tondũ hakiri twĩ nacio
rĩu nĩ thia handũ ngeto MS kana Queen
wathe ti kwĩremwo o mũthenya wa kana thaa 4 cia ũtukũ.
Good, thank you. Gĩthiĩ na mbere na kwĩrorera Inoro TV nĩ ithaa rĩa kerĩ rĩa tabarĩra ya Inoro rũcinĩ tũgĩthiĩ na mbere na tabarĩra citũ tũgĩkũrehagĩra maũndũ torĩa marahanĩka thĩinĩ wa bũrũri na no tũratanya atĩ rũcinĩ rũrũ mũnene mwerũ wa thigari cia DCI nĩ gũkorwo akĩhĩtithio igongona rĩu nĩ tũkũrehera ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe. Oho ningĩ no tũrĩthiĩ gĩikaro-inĩ kĩa mbunge kũrĩa mũthĩ arĩ mũthenya wa gatatũ wa gũthũrimwo kwa andũ arĩa mendekithĩtio gũkorwo marĩ mawaziri thirikari-inĩ nene ya President William Ruto. Twarĩrĩrie maũndũ macio, bata wa gũthũrima andũ, ciũria ici marorio, wĩra ũyũ wothe nĩ wake, bata nĩ ũrĩkũ, na nĩgetha tũtaũkwo nĩ ndereti ĩno ndĩna mũheshimiwa Peter Mbae thĩinĩ wa studio arakoretwo arĩ MCA wa itũra rĩtagwo Kabathi rĩrĩ thĩinĩ wa kaunti ya Nakuru na nĩ ũmwe wa andũ arĩa mohĩgĩrĩire maũndũ-inĩ ma ũtongoria, maũndũ-inĩ ma wathani, o ũndũ ũmwe na wĩigi wa thayũ. My brother Dr. Peter Mbae, geithĩka rũcinĩ na karibu sana Inoro TV.
Nĩ wega mũno makĩria nĩ ũndũ wa kũnjĩta rĩngĩ nĩ ũndũ tũhote kũrunga ciĩgiĩ mũtũrĩre witũ gũkũ na mũno maũndũ megiĩ gĩkũũ gitũ andũ mahote gũtaũkwo. Ngeithi nyingĩ mũno kuma Nakuru, ibukia Nakuru yothe na kũrĩa guothe ngereire Kiambu guothe nĩ kũhoreru na twacokera Gaza nĩ ũndũ wa mbura. Ũkona nĩ kurire ta Nakuru kurĩte mũno no mũno nene mũno no hĩndĩ gĩtwĩrĩgĩte ndikane kwanjire kura mwena wa Nyeri na kũrĩa Mũrang'o ũguo ndikane kurĩgĩte kura kwĩna discrepancy na twakĩhoya Ngai Ngai nĩ Ngai wa mbura rĩ athi na mbere na kuria mbura tũmbure kura andũ nĩ marĩma ona mũndũ ena gaburoti gake kaĩke ĩmwe kana nuthu rĩ nĩ kũrĩ matũirio twake hau maũndũ macio nĩguo mahana na nĩ twacokera Ngatho nĩ ũndũ wa bũrũri wa Kenya harĩa tũkinyĩte kamwe nĩ tũkoretwo tũkĩhoya Ngai mũno makĩria na thaa ici kũrĩa kũrathiĩ na mbere thirikari-inĩ rĩ nĩ kwamba mũthingi he kĩndũ gwĩtagwo structures and systems gwĩkĩra mũthingi wa ũthii wa nambere wa mĩaka ĩyo ĩngĩ mũthingi ũkorwo wĩ mwega rĩ hau hangĩ wĩra nĩ ũhũthaga Kamau mũthingi ũkorwo ũtarĩ mwega rĩ ũkwanja gũtuba wathi na mbere na mwaka na nĩkĩo harĩ nĩguo thĩinĩ wa ũtongoria tuga atĩrĩrĩ nĩ harĩ tofauti Kamau wa siasa no ũtongoria na wathani politics, leadership and governance macio nĩ maũndũ matatũ tofauti. Mũndũ no akoe mũtongoria na mwana wa cukuru na atuĩka mũtongoria agatuo prefect nĩguo chairman wa BOM wa Katu Deep ũcio nĩ mũtongoria. Nĩkĩo tuga atĩ ũtongoria rĩ ti wa mũndũ wothe ũtongoria nĩ kĩheo ti mũndũ wothe ũngĩona enda gũthurwo Katu Deep ng'ombe cigwe he ũmwe kũrĩ mathabu macio ma kũgũithia ng'ombe na wĩrwo wĩrĩ we inukai tũnengere ũyũ nĩ ũtongoria nĩ kĩheo nĩwona no rĩrĩ no kwĩ mũtongoria Kamau no ũthiĩ kũramata andũ nĩguo ũmateithie ũmawakilishe nĩkĩo hethiaga ũteti ni we mũtongoria we professional mwega mũno na rĩkĩo yuaga kadibeti karĩ kuo nĩkĩ andũ maraheo ateti nĩ mũtongoria no mwaka angĩathire handũ hana athia hoe kura ĩyo ĩtagwo political process nĩ ũteti no athiĩ no ekĩra bana no andĩka t-shirt ũkiuga thurai rĩu tũthitũkani harĩa tũrĩ thaa ici Kenya rĩ nĩ tũreherire ũteti na andũ arĩa maratharu ũrĩa mareka thaa ici rĩ nĩ wathani governance ĩkĩo andũ metagwo magavana nĩ wathani he difference ya rĩrĩ ya wĩra wa MCA na MP na senator na wa governor na president mako makĩhũndi executive offices yani cia wathani na nĩkĩo wonaga ci secured na tamu igĩrĩ to mũndũ ũcio no athiĩ biũ na nĩkĩo eragwo atĩrĩrĩ we tondũ na wathani rĩ nĩkĩo na nginya maĩkĩrwo degree okay never mind he sheria ĩragĩũkira ũguo ĩyo nĩ tũkũrora wayo nĩkĩo na ikero ciao ciga iguru to nĩ wathani nĩ governance mako makĩhũndĩgĩrwo executive powers mako rĩu koguo tukiuga nĩ atĩrĩrĩ tuge ũhoro wa governance kĩndũ kĩa mbere kama ũngĩenda gũthiĩ kũnene mũno wathani-inĩ take time wĩkĩre mĩtaratara mĩega mĩandandĩku ĩtagwo governance structures system wĩkaga ũguo kama wĩhaha ũguo waiki uguo ni uramenya kuri riumira wekiro uguo no amenya hari riumira haya thino roko twekwa Africa nda twathoma ithomo cia political science ha university of Nairobi twatirithi the biggest problem in Africa ni atongoria aigi matienda gwikira mikakati maundu maria system njega maciria mega tondu marenda mamatukanie momene ona mamatumire githogothanio kiu uguo na mumire ho no the best system na niguo ndirona tha ici gugithi na mbere thini wa thirikari ino ni gwikira mikakati ati leke tuthio kahora ai tuthie tu kendo tumauge tu bu no leke twambe turikie maminista wega mathi wega mathurimo mariki manjie wira PS moke manjie wira hau hangi tumenye thirikari ne yumba niguo hindi ya president na gukaiha kaundu gaka kangi agithi Ethiopia ri na Rwanda na kuonana president ri minister wegie iganda na maundu megie foreign affairs na maundu megie undu uri ungi we ni arathi na mbere na maundu mara mangi mothe arathi na mbere namo koguo uria turenda kuga haha ni athiriri leke tuhe andu time kwasa mikakati ya be eige wega ni witagwo ku establish systems of governance niguo cihote gukorwo cikiruta wira uria kwagiriire kindu kia gibata muno na kia andu magiko makimenya ri atiriri ri andu mauga ihi ni twerirwo tukiro riu by now ona riu twerirwo riu by now uguo twerirwo maguta ni mekugo utuku na mutu ni ugwikati utuku na kigiothe he kindu gitagwo mikakati ibango ni kire ngiuga twaritie ha kama uringi kindu kiria na yengeka ya Kenya thaici
na niguo yetere
andu marikia gucagurwo raia masapoti
acio ma
100% nogo ni kugari tafadhali tu utongoria tikindu kihuthu ti andu othe matuika atongoria aria macagurwo masapoti na nda guthaitha muno hey andu time leke mundu ucio kio nikira na kiori ambe akirutithie wira
ndirari handu ndagitari bae ndiraigwa andu tamarajia gukua ngoro tametereire muno tamanjirie kunoga
na hau ni hotera twiri andu tene kindi mwe utongoria no ona MC ucio heka akihoya kuri heno ria aiciragia nona haya MC ri adipenda na mikakati ya governor niguo thaici ri governor ri ni hindi mara establish cabinet yao niguo ni hindi thaici mathurima haya CEO matiri ginya mo matiri matangatho riu MC ucio ri maundu make mothe ri ni eguthi oe maundu maria mothe raiyerenda itwarire governor niguo koguo ri muhei time niguthaitha muno MB muhei time ne hekaga uguo nikyo igwa hakirwo 100 days 100 days ni kuga hatiri kama thiini wa utongoria thiini wa wathani ni gukorwo we thugunda ni gukorwo wathiuruka maundu maria maria mayuko ni gwikoreke twanjire ha national kwa muhano ni gukorwo weka maundu maria mana ihenya kuga atiriri haha ari ni ndauga inyue judiciary fund ni gwatuikite ni mukuheo bia mutire muheo abai muheo kau ni kaundu administrative executive order nikiona ashigitwa executive order kuga atiriri wathanire wakwa ri iteguthi gwetha sheria bunge ya hazara fund ri he kaundu ingika ona itathiete bunge niguo no thondeke thirikari una no jeheria department ithano inya ire ciri hari kwa githomo ndicikuye cikwo ciri ithatu no ro cio thire macio nimo maundu mana ihenya maria gwikinya for example thiko igana rimwe ri ni uko uga atiriri ni ngorto ndathondeka thirikari ndina cabinet ngima ndina PS othe na ndina sheria 10 iria ndwarite bunge already na ni thondekete kindu gitagwo supplementary budget riu ni uko ukiuga atiriri ni ndeke akamuthingi kega koria ndege ngeja kwambata uguo ni guturenda kuga haha kamau gutire kindu gia bata ta wathani na andu kuheana time na andu matigakue ngoro na gutire kindu gia bata ri ta gwikira muthingi mwega
haya good thank you odumwe na gweterera thank you muno ndagitari Peter Bae no ratariria wega no atiriri bata wa guthurima andu aya niki why
wega kama guthurima ri
vetting is
na tunyitanire niguo muturoreri anyite wega he cabinet secretary shoni minister katiba yugaga ucio ri president nawe arugame auge nie ndina ndoko 22 amatume bunge uria arekire tobe tunyite difference athie bunge ri matithiaga gwikwo tita interview jume kigo kiu guthurimo ni riri kurora wagiriru wa wira ti interview he difference na reke niguo gutunyitane kama we heite ciretirwo principal secretaries icio katiba yugete no muhaka ma private na mathie through ruhonge rutagwo public service commission mekithio meko interview ri marito macio matwariro president acagure andu ake aria gutuma bunge na still mathie bunge mathurimo kurorwo wagiriru riu tunyite difference difference ya cabinet secretary na principal secretary riu uria bunge kurathi na mbere haha ti interview nikio ndu maroria tiriri niki matarori uciuria niki matarori uciuria nditu niki matarori ucio ta mathaa matatu maheane uhoro muingi ucio ti wira wa bunge roraga atiriri waugire ati nwikite kina rehe digiri ciaku koguo ni uthomete kina ta twiri atiriri urona ni atia ungika thiini wa ministry iyo ni wagiriire twakororari suitability ni gwita ona githungu wagiriru wa wira ucio niki undu angi marauga no iyo ti panel ya interview hapana gutiri okay Moses Kuria urona ati niki ungika kieru thiini wa gendi ukakiuga ni auga no nguthi marigiti nguthi kuigua story ni nguthi gwikona free trade ya Africa na andu wagiriru please tunyitanire hau na kenjikire parallel na ihinya tondu twenda twari horo national government tuna thirikari 47 that is the same case thiini wa county governments governor still kaige donire ma advertise mawira ma minister to muhaka katiba county government atiugite governor ne ka nominate andu ake atwarire bunge no ngene maraugire atiriri reke tuone ne igana marenda wira no to muhaka agine maraugire advertise to muhaka no chief officers to muhaka mathie through public service board mathi marehwo matwaro bunge the same story thiini wa committee thiini wa bunge ndale committee ni appointment ikona andu atano tu majority leader minority leader na MC atatu peke yake ikundu kuingi uri ari na ikuru kwa muhano na twari atano na ni kurora wigiririku wa mundu ucio na wira uria hoete na wigiririku wake na thiini wa county government ni department tuliugaga ogo ni minister no akona wigiririku wa wira ucio arahoya miaka 10 wigiririku wa wira ucio no makakona guo riu ithu tukarora atiriri uro arahoya ri ni uraunyita riu ri koguo kira turona githi na mbere kureka mau ni kana mundu ucio ni arahota gukukirwo aya neguo he kiuria speaker Moses Wetangula niwe chairman wa committee no riu twabe twaricia buru tondu county ni nyingi muno he kiuria ataraga kumoria tatwire we utonga waku tatwire we mbeca ciaku na gutire uri urathi the 1 million igana uria wina bia nini hau hoikinyaira arari Aisha Jumwa ucio no ukinye wina million igana uria wina nyingi biu ni Musalia Mudavadi ena 4.4 billion kiuria kiu kina bata uriku turendo tumenye niki tondu ngociria kwina andu maraga toro maigwa ma million maci riu ni andu ni mara over sensationalize na no ri kiuria kiega tondu andu mara focus no ndu umwe kiuria kiu kiambia uria gwikite rino
kinya ngatheti headlines
ne ciothe billionaires hazora billion ni harauka kaundu gatari muno na value ya mukenya nona leki nguru horo wama wajikure we hari ogu muci arenda kuigwa tiriri waziri ucio ri niki egweka kieru gicenji muture wako nona no ri uri ngegutario hathiaga he formu andu maihuragia he formu ihuragio utanathi yoyagwo tene ta wiki ngima ugathi ugeciria kahora ritwa riaku ukandika maundu maingi tari kwihithithio ne tari njira ya guthi batu ni hakuhi tondu maundu maku mothe kana wina mucie umanicie na maundu kuria wanathie iraburio kuria yani clubs iro urutaga wia charity wanaruta andu makonekana ukiri mundu wanaheana kanyamu gaku kundu riu ri hau ni heka undu karatathi keho kamwe gakokoritio what is your net worth ogu tuta among others hecuria ta 50 hau gikaza nyeka utone nejwe form yo no ri uri thina ni riri ni speaker arakingire muno akiuria na kamera rorete what tondu net worth yo ri form ini ni form nene muno ihuragio ina maundu maingiri tore yaku kure umite maundu maingi maku muno maingi meharia ni form ya kumenya yani ni guriri ukiurio hari yari members ni maramenya at least no ginya CV ikatachwa no ri ha kurio muno net worth ri ni roneka ta kuratuika tari undu munene muno gukira uruti wa wira hau he kaundu akenya marona haya ikaitokire what is it for kiu ya ndu maroria tondu ni kaundu aiko kage he form ine is part of the record now kireto maga issue ya yori o mundu wothe wa muruti wa wira thirikari kamau ni ihuragia form etagwo wealth declaration
ya kwanira
mundu wothe wa thirikari state officer kana public officer ni ihuragia form etagwo wealth declaration ya kugatiriri wathukio ugu kama weri mathina maku mothe na mawega maku mothe na indo ciaku ciothe na mathiriri catukanio guthe ciahurithio thiri watigaroki riu ego nigo wealth declaration yugaga so mundu andika indo ciothe nacio na mathiri na maruna mothe namo he mundu aigire etitira muno erwe na mukarauga wa runi roko rwi hau ni ugi haha ri indo ici ciothe na maruni maya mothe winamo riu ri ni teithagia riri kumenya atiriri watonya oga wina milioni 400 ake tugikire tweterere after miaka iri oye mwene kero ihuria ringi rukira wina kio riu ri othio rotiriri after miaka iri indo ici cia gutha maita matano ri ciuma ku nikio he bata wa wealth declaration iyo actually wealth declaration iyo gikire ici mbeca maciragwetirwo ci form-ini iyo no health declaration ingi ihuragio
no ruga yuri atiri ndagitari makiuma ri ni merago riu gitwire tariu aria maracavire president Uhuru Kenyatta ri githo na tutingira kiona magitwo magakiuga atiriri ngeingira ndari wa milioni 500 na riu ndi wa bilioni yona kana ko ni hathara thiete rigi
akoro maundu maingihire muno agitahwo uri hekaga ri kaingi papa cia of the declaration yo kuringana public service commission ri ara tugotukuta na ukaida kanene ri ni riri hangikorwo ni uraikuirwo ukorwo kwina kiundu gia happen gatagati-ini na wanje gwetho utonga waku riu ni mathia makona ihi ni turonire either through we kana mutumia kana mwana kana ki he nyumba ta 10 turakorire ciena ritwa ria mundu kuhanirio nawe ndika ingi matiandika maitwa mao Mombasa mafurati mangi Dubai turafuata turona niwe na ni miaka iri no ukingira ri riu kungikinya handu ati hena uthuthuria nikio hoko he bata mundu kuga kiria we tondu riu ri umenye we kuingira haria you are no longer Kamau we public kiria property more or less tondu we are public servant we mutumishi wa thirikari riu ni hagiumira bata wa uthuthuria gatagati-ini ni macokaga hau
neguo hena udonge na ndikana ciurio ici irorio guku national no ciurio ginya county
very good riu to borwaga county ciborwaga national devolution yokari maundu maingi makombirwo kuma national koguo the same way formula ni ihoragio ukorio ciuria uigiririku ungikate hana no njokere ringi tafadhali appointment committee ya bunge ya national kana county assembly itithia ku interview ucio ni ro either board kana nominating authority ni kurora tu nikiona ciuria ni cia kurora ungikate hana nona urorio ashababu rini atia migingo atia yani generally kana no wagirire uyo ucio koguo ni the same way
tena gutiari maundu maya tene mundu acaguragwo na president
ugatangathwo na radio
ugathi ukehitiria
no ni katiba njeru heka process ka ukeho no kona process ka ure tukiariama heka undu kareka ni karamikishu mundu uyu uri amenya atiriri one ni accountable kwi bunge wa mbere ni accountable kwi raia tondu hindo thire hare waikara mathaa meriri kama unginya mundu biu uwi ni aragia guku njoka igwo we ni aruga maundu ni mahingicanire no that etagwo rire accountability ukaigua tondu reke kwire kama ungia gukinya haria gukinya kutu agekuire na niguo ndera mundu ungi nominate hamwe mundu wa ngai akuiga wega nginya hindi yo wega ina wa afya njega uthie tu ukinya haria mathaa macio meri it will be a big step tondu if you don't waruga hau menye
ndugikarira gitiki mathaa meri
ukona mundu ni mundu we ni agia no akinya hari ukona ne he maundu we marahingica nawe ukona he maundu marahingica ndugatue tondu account ni hari rika ndwetagwo riri kama accountability
no riu haha kwenjera uhoro iginya ringi maundu mundu ekire scout ringi primary secondary ukwanjira ku kwa maundu mauri gurateithia
kamuheka uguo na nikuhene ngarekano yo ni na gariri no kurathi na bethi ku ici maundu ma mothe urona ni twarahi wathi hindi ya mwisho thiku muthenya wa mwisho wa mwathani acoka tondu riu no igwo riu twiragwo riu mundu ni akihurwo mbica erwo mundu mari ekire tene muno no riu mota macio uguo riu ukerwo kure wa Kamau miaka mingi tondu riu haha ri ngugo undu mu in summary Kamau wimenyerere muno uri ureka umuthi tondu iriria ukaumbuka mbere andu aingi na kamera tondu we hindi uri ni kaundu kari honaga githira tene no kona hena andu hari mung'ethaniro marenda tondu turia tururu na no guo tondu marikio me hau anyway nikio me hau na maikarite hamwe hekio ndariganirwo guthana yetheca ndariganirwo ri gutha kina ukora ndiandikirwo ndariganirwo kina me hari gakona keho riu ri ni kucimba ni wekire riu ri ni hari hendaga riri kama ukuru hoete muno rucini na andu othe magakuoera intercessors ta tano uguo niguo koi very calm nigo wacogothwo ri uhorere tondu hana no thio tumuke urakari wone andu ani magucimbiria muno tondu in short thini wa thirikari kaundu gothe wekire na ugihe kaundu wekire gagiguka uru corona document nona oko he judgment yekirwo agi matiwe uria gwathire we niwe uwi no watindikana cira nginya high court appeal corona ka hau niguo ori kuge Mr Chairman ino niyo judgment ire yekirwo kaundu kau ni kahingirwo ukaneana tondu ndukumenya maundu maria andu megucimba wa maku mamarehe hau.
Haya, good. Ndina muthuri wetagwo wa Muthoni ari Kabati kuria Muranga na aratugeithia ndagitari Peter Mbae
niguo muno agitheka
agacoka kaja kama utanjuriria ndagitari Mbae atiriri ni hari undu kungiuka manomini mage kuhitukio ona kana tuli twaigua kundu nomini ari aregwo kana guthiaga na uria governor arenda na uria president arenda
Kenyaji na president.
Yes please.
Wikago uguo power cia kunominate CS for example ni president tukihope president kio wathuro ni mamilioni ma nduri ena wigiririku wake onake wakuoya mundu uria aramenya ito twanjiririe hau
ni mundu ni andu
we mwene tundu numanya no nominating hope ya habere ni ati president ena wigiririku muiganu toguo acagurirwo ri ena wigiriku wake wakwenda kumenya atiri no kuruta wira nake tondu nikio wetagwo personal choice na nikio jugire difference na orito wa president na governor acagurari uyu no wambere koguo tuka trust ati president ena wigiriku wake akienda andu amacaguru ha ni agithi andu ni magithie bunge gugo undu umwe kamau
uga
ugigithie ukorwo hi president ni akwendire muno na ni akuhe wira na ni akuihoka no wathi kure ubacanie hiu ubacanie orio ugacokio orio na guthiri ona ugacokio ri ungi riu hiu ri na riu umenye haria ni maitho ma media ndwihitha ni maitho ma raia na MP yothe na mundu othe tari haria ni arathia akiroraga eture no waingira hau mundu agubara
tani ndamiona na
no muhaka ona gitravo ndako ioni yekigwa ginya utuku kiuria ni giki ndungihitha agikorwo ndukwenda kuonania ati president mwihokora naguo niguo cio ri ukidemonstrate hanini atiriri kweri president akinominate ona ni ri ndetetera na ndahota kwaririria ri in very rare circumstances mundu angiregwo angitwikania fashania we mwene ni aremwo na nikiona mundu mwe athiaga fashania no mutienda gwika president ithoni ri mwakiuga haithuru nona mukaga haithu mundu ucio na mahitia maingi muno ri gabiro ri ni maingi hai no riri reke tu trust uigiriku wa president tunionete ni mwega tukamuheseke the benefit of doubt tikaje muno especially thini wa national government counties ni magwaga
counties ni mukoraga mundu
ni mathia makaringwo thi haraka muno no ruthena ri ni maundu mangi makomagiuka ukona mundu ucio ari aya hatiri uguo nona ukona uyu uri ti mwega
kwe mundu hatiri
no ni ngihoya na hau ni important please ogo ni mundu hihi hena gathina leke akorwo ni undu ni mahena gathi hatiga akorwo ni undu hariri wa barishi kona MCs na governors hiyo urenda kuherithia governor ni twanona maundu macio na ndikio twenda kumariria thaici tafadhali wacagurwo ta MC ruta wira haku na wigiririki nima kejokere ringi no hakoi mundu ukana yiko no uyu uri mundu bi uria ukakwaria hau uri ogo ni gwari aragia ri ni aremwo
haya riu ri
no hoe ongoro niguo ni hakorwo niho no please like to respect decision ya andra maheto igiririku the same case na governors kuringana na ake to trust uria nake agitumite anduri ni andu aratuma andu
kwa thengio ndagitari Peter Mbae tareke ngurie o ndungi tondu we ni uhigireire maundu-ini maya tondu ici ni uria uiguaga andu makiuga akwina andu maroragia atiriri niki gia gituma anominate andu mena macira andu marekwo na bururi uyu wina andu ingi atheru matari na macira tondu tari ungirora ona utuika maugaga na githungu ni mundu na innocent until
proven guilty
no ni ukora kwa igwo cio na cira wa kuraga ucio na cira wa kuia ucio na cira wa rape ucio na cira wa ucio ngene uri mahaki
na horo wa CDF
no ni kuri na andu angi atheru pio Kenya matari kuruhanio na iondo cia muthemba why ungiuga ate
kamu ni gutariria na njugi undu undu uyu wa utongoria na wathanire ti undu muhuthu na one anduma methaga thirikari niguo mafomu thirikari andu mathia murengo fulani makauga ni twenda kuhoya kura niguo mona mahoya kura matonya gitiri mafomu thirikari koguo najiririe hau na nikio njoke na ndacoka ngicoka thu na thu hanini nikio na ngweteri niki kiratumire mekira andu aingi tondu andu acio aingi marauga marekerirwo ri amuzukuri ari na mutuari nio marahoyaga ku kura riu ri nikio makioya kura ri maifo muthirikari riu tundangiwa atiriri riu ni hakinya handu riu turenda andu angi aria ni aya marafomire thirikari tu nio mariki katakatini kau hau ni ha mbere na please andu matigacambia ona siasa ni mwana wanyu ni brother yaku ni andu anyu gutiri mwana siasa wacurie mwana siasa mundu ni mutongoria no siasa ri ni ga process kau mone athia akauga atiriri ni ndatugatira andu kuigana ndenda gucoka maundu-ini mangi kegwe example na muzikuri ari munene wa fegi nyingi muno Middle East andu matiwi muzikuri ugu ndui riu nake muzikuri yakona akira kingi na ira ni akiugire riu maundu make ni meguka wega akoretwo banker one of the leading Middle East maceria macio mothe my interest ni mundu very sharp no ri andu makona mwana siasa njoke kiuri yaku Kamau ni no ngikorwo na andu atuma nao acio ni otwetha kura no na njoke na ndari kiyo giki in a very measured way kaingi wa macira maingi mekiragirwo andu niguo mathue wona mundu ihenya-ini okoya thimbo kau na kuguru niguo athue ari mu ni gutenyera macira maingi na nikio he kaundu karoririo ni chairman wa LSK aroririe atiriri DPP tatwire wega uke open ugitwire atiriri ni kwari na kiundu ya gwika atiriri ya guthi kuoya andu mugatwara igoti-ini hatari na wira tondu menya hatari na wira hatari na wira niguo riri ukiugia atiriri nikio ndirakiruta ukirugamio na ukiugia atiriri ni mai kwa ina thina ni nderirwo atiriri mundu ng'ania ri nitumutwara igoti ndu wa macira tondu riri one hatari no na cira wa kuigana wira wa kuigana Kamau ndungi sustain cira na ni ukona thina tondu mundu nega guciu ndu wa damages so uria tugania atiriri DPP ri ena right aikoro macira hatiriri aikoro hatina wira ri nikio ra withirungi macira macio mothe na andu magathi na mbere in short aikoro macira mari politically instigate Kamau ri hefa tori kuherithia mwana ni undu wa cira atekite undu no ekerirwo cira niguo athue na hakinya handu uguthi na mbere tugia atiriri sheria ri reke yuke tondu nitoyo atiriri mundu uituri ni kuigira igerio maundu mamwe secondary mundu angithie gukorwo mwae na thina na mundu athie ugeni withdraw ni mwarekanira nja wa igotiri ni njitikirie Kamau ni undu ko wimwitikirie hatiri mundu rafoso ugikiwa heka undu wekire tondu Kamau mune athia akona mathina na guku mbere aika kaundu ni hetikiritio tutikwa guthi na mbere na muturire ni undu hiu akaundu mundu wekire na ndienda kuga undu umwe kira twenda kuhandirira umuthi Kamau ni tuko twe very careful DPP igworio ri tau uri heciro ungi tuona nginya umuthi kana ira akero ihi lakini na kali request we mwene tumire sheria haha DPP agithia request aida kurora fairo yaku Kamau ri hena ururiko we mwene ni DPP wauga tumenye gutire cira ungithitangu tika DPP no istanga macira special ma criminal no thitanga we mwene agiwenda ku review ri hatie na thina na we mwene ri nowe uyi niki yatumite macira macio moke no akire mukuwa ukiuga ni akiritwo athitange macira hatie na wira hihi ni ukiuga onake wira gite yake ndakirutire wira wegai no akire mukuwa uguo no agioka ugia atiriri hihi ni ura kuhana ri macira maya mothe ri ndina wira wa kuigana macira mothe ne kuga mekugwo koguo ndike tuhi andu chance tondu acio nio aria meho na president yagiwenda kurutaira na isha juu mwana uri ungiri tumuhe chance arute wira kira turenda ni kimwe kama witu please ege tureka tutika lose focus niki turenda Kenya ne njururi Kenya njururi niki turenda thini wa maundu macio mothe ma o mundu kiria gwika niki tukifocus na deliverables na haria mwisho uri tuguteithika tondu thaici no tuge maundu macio mothe na nginya mwena uri ungi na andu aingi muno mena macira
haya thengio ndeciria twambe tuikirie nigetha wona twacokereria tuthi na mbere na ndereti ino na ningwenda twire atiriri wona twacokereria ndagitari Peter Mbae ciuria iria muragia riu account ri no ta ici a bururi marorio andu aria mendekithio kuria makaunti-ini ni governor makorwo mari mawaziri makina na kina thini wa account na account nyonaga itikiragia andu aigana ni 10
kamiti-ini ni atano
ndauga riri mawaziri ma account
ni 10 o kundu guothe
ni 10 matigikira 10 reke twambe tuikirie ni turacokereria studio twina Dr. Peter Mbae arari MC kuria Kabathi na ni mundu uhigireire maundu-ini maya ma wathani.
collect fare kwa boda au matatu ukitumia ViewPay cashless na uqualify for bima ya 100,000 shillings pamoja na medical cover ya 20k na permanent disability cover ya 100k kwa 5 bob pekee. Dial *236# today to start using ViewPay cashless.
Murimi Oregerila IPM makureheire Mazao Flourish ni fatalaitha ya maithondeketwo na indo cia kimerera na yongagirira nutrients cia bata tĩri-inĩ. Hũthĩra Mazao Flourish ta Bioprimer kana Drench gĩtina-inĩ kĩa mũmera tondũ nĩ ũguni mũnene harĩ mĩri. Mazao Flourish nĩ yongagirira magetha maku na gĩcunjĩ kĩa 25 na nĩ hũthĩkaga harĩ mĩmera yothe. Gũra Mazao Flourish fertilizer agrovet-inĩ ĩrĩa hakuhĩ nawe na thogora mũbacĩrĩre. Hũra thimũ 0725806086. Ndũmĩrĩri ĩno warerwo nĩ kambuni ya Real IPM ũnyitanĩri na European Union, Slovakia, Agrifi Kenya na Self Help Africa.
Korwo nĩ ũkũrehagĩrwo gathubu, korwo nĩ ũkũrehagĩrwo ga salad, wanjagĩrĩria na ici ci mwena ũyũ wanja. Kesa.
Ti ũmwe kana erĩ manatukanĩrwo me kwambĩrĩria kũ mathiĩte mĩkawa-inĩ kana mĩciĩ marabatara kũrĩa na tũhiũ na iciko.
Kahiũ gatiratinia.
Handũ ha aigĩrĩre mahĩndĩ metha-inĩ aratethi.
Ũrũme na gĩciko na mwena ũyũ. Nĩmĩnoga ndũra nĩmĩnoga.
Arugi na ataaramu a mathomo motungata mĩkawa-inĩ marauga kwĩ maũndũ mũndũ angĩka rĩrĩa ararĩa mamũrehere gĩconoko.
Ũgakora oya indo ciothe nginya matunda aigĩrĩra igũrũ wa irio. Nĩndathambirio moko ndiahotire kũrĩa na iciko icio.
Nyitanĩra na niĩ Jenga wa Wambui wa gatano gaka thaa 3 cia hwaĩ-inĩ riboti-inĩ ya mwanya ĩgiĩ mĩtugo metha-inĩ ya irio.
Case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I say that I could live this life without you.
Make lots of noise, kiss lots of boys, and kiss lots of girls if that's something you're into. And
muno gĩthi na mbere na kwĩrorera Inoro TV twitha-inĩ rĩa muthia rĩa tabarĩra ĩno ya Inoro rucinĩ. Ndagĩtarĩ Peter Baya nĩwe twĩna thĩinĩ wa studio. Ndagĩka cigana ũna twarie ũcokie ciũria ciĩroreri nĩgetha Njoroge wa Gĩthĩnji aingĩre ũmemerekia mũrĩhĩre kũrĩa county mũmoragia ciũria ta irĩkũ.
Nĩ wega tũranjugire kamĩtĩ gũkũ of course bunge nĩ nene na ena MP aingĩ kũrĩa appointment committee kwa kĩndũ andũ 5 na minister all the account ni 10. Chief officer ni mongagĩrĩka tondũ rĩmwe nĩ ũkona hena ũmwe na chief officer teri department imwe. Ciũria ciũragio rĩ kwa mũhano no nominatĩtwo bara nĩ ũria tiriri kũringana na ũrĩa ũrona rĩ bara iria ciothe ward ici ciothe rĩ nĩ njĩra ĩrĩkũ njega ya na ihenya ingihota kurutithio wira bara ciothe cia thini iri cia kumiria irio ri cikorwo he maundu meri mundu muno okeuga atiri ndia tugure machini nyingi muno cikore guko mundu ukona machini cirathiuruka ukeuga atiri ni tukuhaya machini icio tukombore tuoka twakomborithia ukeuga ni nguhe kandarathi nguhe contractor riu ri kuringana experience yaku ni ukuria mundu atiri policy ya governor nake arauga atia ciratwarana atia niki cost effective cost niki yakuga atia nake gikuire utanathi haria no maka ukorwo uthomete maundu megie thirikari ya county megie maundu ma national maundu sheria ta 5 county government act nyamu cia city nyamu ciothe cia PFM act noko ina ugi wa kumenya kuna angi mathia nginya matio ward ni cigana county ward matio ni cigana he handu arutirwo ugo handu hau ndamenya ward ndamenya no munene ku ndamenya munini no na structure cia wathani koguo he fatad mako akona umenyo na muno wira ucio waku tondu county government act ni very clear guko ti very strict guko no korwo wina uthomire maundu ma guko no korwo mwena ungi uigiririku ukoneka kana ni uramenya uria wira ucio kuruteka ni very important na joke njuge still governor still mathikiria MC some of them wana marriage issue ri ni maramya ni giatoma marriage koguo ciuria no imwe kuga atiriri uigiririku kiu nikio kira nyuma na mundu ucio ri ni muigiriku ena umenyo uguo arauga ri knowledge yake ri experience yake ri no uguo arauga giti giki yothe ri nekuhota hau ni hondu ri wa bata muno kana ekuhota no maundu magi specific maingiri mundu amenyagira wira
no oria aciuria ri ni mwirore ndona ha akiuria aya maroria ciuria ni ya ndenda kuthondeka hihi ngeciriria uria kwendaga kuuria aya o maroria ciuria ri ni mohigireire undu ni uria marareria ciuria
riu ri kamu ni akoto na kiuria kiumuno ikoria tiriri na reke njugio tondu andu aya ti interviews ri nyambe njikire difference nene muno haha remember public service commission kwa muhano ni mari expert a interview no tondu wira twa interview ri tunu wakorora wigiririki ri
ndurafatara
no makoro matari na specifically uge tosho wa interviewee wa PSC wa public service commission nyambe njugio uguo tondu ni uhigiriri kwa muhano mundu kana fairu ciake ciothe na maundu make mothe one undu wa mbere uroragwo reke ngwere maundu maria ki kana document icio urarehire ri icio urarehire cia photocopy ri ukiapply ri kana original cia kuwa kirehe kana cio secondary kana ndwe na dual citizenship no maundu maria magirie ni watho haya ukarorwo kana hihi ugikaraga Somali kana kuru kungi wa Kenya mauta macio no ukorwo hindu wa guku ukarorwo kana he maundu ugikigia mbeca utuku ici cia magendo maundu macio mothe ni mundu aroragwo wigiririku no riu ni ngucoka njuge abunge aya me hau guteithia assembly tondu andu matigithia haria for example national assembly ngima me hau guka kurora ati mundu ucio ithu turamurorarurire turamuithikiririe na nikio iko open especially ama minister minister CS niguo ndothe ona ori uria marorio uri ona andu acio monekana uguo marorio niguo kwagirire kidu nikio kindu gia bata muno gu trust president ati kiriu nikio iko 80% ati president we mweneri ni ararorete mundu uyu atwira atiriri ona nyumo rei muone kana ugo ndiramuonire rikane hau no horori tutirenda gu cause unnecessary confusion ya kwajia kuga ni twarega andu amwe president andu ani akuye tuwe president hi ithu tugwika atiriri tukuhitukiria andu arogire ndukutera nao ithu tweterere turathi kuigana rimwe turathi ku mwaka umwe tuone deliverables ugo niguo ngwici ati Gideon yo the best haya
urona mundu ingira kamba aketio maratathi
niguo
macukuru kibande
icio
KRA
na original icio no muhaka niguo urorwo kana in short maundu maria minimum njoke hau maundu maria minimum okay we na certificate of good conduct KRA yaku ni urihite magoti nona maundu maria riu maria tutangiheta tutingieherera macio ni muno ki negathiuruka igakirorwo ukaigwa mundu akuria kaundu wacukiirwo gathiri atia uguo undu ungi riu weri urona atia maundu ukoneka no anyita maundu ma free trade na ndu tundu turia turahusicana na nikio he bata mundu ta gucia wiki ta igiri uguo andu cio matikomete ni utukuga kuchwo maundu mothe ma thino megie line yaku tundu ramenya andu aria uria meguthi morie ciuria kimwe kihure flat no menya haria kamugungite na mathani ugutho ciuria igiri tu uria muno wathira igiri tu cifuatanite tuwe no mundu aje guthigina tondu no ici gicio ndongihota riu nikio hendaga muno ukuru ukirora kiuria wagitaima gikiuma haria wakinyitira iguru haraka ugeciria ono kundu ramenya kabo huri githuweri na guku ukiaria maundu nginya ndora mone atiri mundu jaka kaundu komenyaga ithu ni tutaramenya uti ndungikira kana ona totoi no makawicirie muno wako wi mbere kiuria gio ko nuramenya uria marenda riu rita andu professor athire riu ni professor no andu ingi ndamaigwa etu ngi matire mapia before MPs no miru MPs na ori ni menda ku intimidate andu ekonia riu ni woka riu abotie kurira kuhire wi haha ukuri ciure ta ithatu riu no amenya ngondu menyerete riu nuona mundu ni professor umite cukuru university uguo riu wa mutwara ihenya kahora no ni mundu menyerete gwiciria kana nikio ni mundu musikwe ndangihotwo ni andu tacio tumathuire nao ekote kumathigithania kuguo ona no he mundu riu ukona riu guo rekota gutindika kahora
haha turonire Aisha Jumu akirira ri no ukone kwirerithia gwetha kuiguirwo tha
heka gugu kenjuge nie ri ndera kukwaria tondu wega akwari kana uria ngai athithije kama uri nie thomeire horo wa political science horo wa utongoria na ngeka practice both national na county kogu ni je maundu maingi maiganona he mundu wanjirire hindi imwe bahe ugikenda pio guthii uhe ukura handu wari kwari na atumia pio warikia umikishwo no ari akandu ya utuborire niguo ndu cio mokoiguire ni ndaria riu experience ya tete riu ri Aisha Jumu ari ni agirete maisha maritu tutikiwa ati arikire ati no ni emotions no kuria umite no still ri ndu riu undu ucio no ri aroririo ri na riu ni akimenya uri aracukirwo ri ndui akaigwa andu aya mangimenya korwo ni mamenye yes maraja ndekire no mangimenya guria Ngai andutite in fact akaigwa ro ucio no amuritohera no riu ri kandu maragiwa atiriri ati utika emotional thini wa panel ri iyo ni sign of weakness no it's a sign of strength ndu wa kurikana guria Ngai akurutite na haria Ngai akuigite ati ngia no nominatirwo no still ri na mundu wothe wina background ya siasa mumuhagire to guti undu atangika
he kiuria kiroka handa gitari mbae ati aingi ao ni political rejects ni andu mararegirwo kwao ni andu mararugamite mararegwo ni muingi wakwa maronerwo kanya gutuika maministers
leke njuge ati kamuna na kiria godeire kama hindi yothe una show ciaku ciothe leke andu makoragia kuria kiuria ni wega igacokio ndenda kugatire nie na ndi hani undu ta mundu uria na bata muno no tongoria mwega njuge ati kama ni uru muno kubradi mundu ne koko ndaugo guya mundu ucio dauma rera-ini niko to ndauga atiriri tia kubradi mundu muteti surely tia kubradi mundu muteti gurie amwe Kamau ni professionals mabire gutiga wira professionals wira serious makigo mena mwito wa guthii muci kwao kurugama niguo mateithia andu na kurugama Kamau no makutike muteti koguo ri tia kubradi mundu ucio ati mundu ucio ri ni political reject secondary Kamau surely andu marugama atano ri no makothe macaguru riu ri uyu ungi awa gucagurwo ri na mu Kenya ri ena matathi makeri ndangitungatira undu ungi andu makona na problem we Kamau andu othe medikitie niguo thi wega muturire wa riwa ni ucaguru wa gucaguru no wakua riu ugu ni wega kuri Kamau ati ni ucaguru wa gucaguru no wathira utongori ni maita meri Kamau elective and appointive niguo gucaguru kana uheo wira ungi wa point thirikari-ini no ko thirikari-ini maundu meri no ko thirikari-ini ucaguritwo ta senator MCA governor na ko thirikari-ini wina uthiete kuruta wira koguo ni tutie gwita andu political reject tondu wariri uri ureta reject umuthi rucio no watuika rucio ni agathurwo na rucio na tongorie koguo reke tuhe andu acio chance please
haya thengio ni kiuna ndaigua ta wacokia wega na kiragwe thubukia ni arakugeithia na kuga we mundu very straight forward by the way ngurora ngathiti umuthi ya Daily Nation ndagitari Peter Bada kora kwina article yaku kuo ngathiti ni ya Daily Nation ya umuthi hali ya page 15 ona ungihugura uguo ni ukuona screen-ini yakwa heno uhoro wandikite let working party route for 100% transition to college Daktari Peter Mbaye niwe ucio nikio wandikite hau na githungu
ndie ni gikamugete njuka guku ri ukona story ciako
ndio waku magatheti
watuika kama uri thaici ure tureka ri ni undu witagwo training and leadership capacity building na konihoro utongoria muno county-ini national government kogu ngondu mani mothe twairia guku tukaria kuta kuria tukaheana maoni Kamau president ni augire uhoro wa CBC na githomo giki yothe ni guruta ki ni gu form panel na irathira launch ni deputy president ni ndeuga atiriri Kamau ni kurikana na wega utuka consistent ndakirio ha hindi ingi gutiri kindu gikindura mundu mothe committee no ireka ndamira atiriri tondu irakianjia na primary secondary tertiary nginya university ndeuga atiriri in a nutshell undu uria munene muno ingenda committee yo irore ni ciana ici nyingi muno Kamau tondu 100% transition kuma primary ithiaga wega muno niguo ni athire wega nginya secondary ciana cio nginya macibu magakiuga nginya kanitha-ini guothe ati ndanyita mwana ngutwara borithi magathie no gutiri 100% transition kuma secondary guthie college kana university ciana citu ciuragira hau kenguhe mathabu ciana iria cirathire cirekire KCSE mwaka uyu ni kindu 600 ma kindu ciana iria ciroirwo tuguthi makollege na university ni kindu 140 ciana 500 me kindu ituike ni kuria ciri ciegicagi mucithaici ni kindu gatiriri ni hakona mubango mwana wothe warikia form 4 na nikio tukiruta wira ntwaruta wira muno kaido no kuririkana na ruhonge rwetagwo CUPS Kenya Universities and Colleges Placement uria ruigirikirio ati mwana wothe warikia ri ni aikio college uria waraga guthii university ri C+ ri ni athie college cia thirikari ongorwo ena C athie gike diploma kana C- ongorwo ena D+ eke certificate ongorwo ena E na D- eke kothi cia moko na arihirwo ni thirikari imagine no ri uri mwana mucie Angi matiwe nginya ni kuri mubango tocio mari hagiro ni thirikari hatari na mari matiwe megicagini uguo gakiuga ni hakona mubango mwana ucio akirikia form 4 uguo akoyo agatwara college cia thirikari na akarihiro marihiro ngiri 40 na makaheo roni rwa help no ndingi matiwe gakiuga atiriri ni hakona mubango na committee ino propose we president hakona mubango ati ciana citu twaciteka mau nikio igwa andu ngi manywa bangi manywa thigara mwana kio wa mutindika arikia form 4 anyita D auga ni agwire egicagi mukamugurira nduthi jeru ginya dramu twara driving license maguthanagire kuuguo makuage ciana tuthikage ogo ni iretu magegenda cia tene tondu ciana citu ni turaruci nyinge muno cikorira ni undu tutina mubango wa kumikiciwa mwana wothe warikia form 4 agirirwo guthi mwana wa form 4 ni mwana munini muno kamau uti undu we muturire-ini ni atindiko na tuthikari ni rari hari hindi ya president uria wiho ari minister wa higher education ni wajire mubango ucio mubango wa kuga ati mwana wothe ni athie herobu akaheo ngiri 30 o mwaka na nimaongerire gwiciru ni kindu ngiri 40 na nginya pocket money mwana akagea gakiugia atiri kamau aiko thirikari na ruta mbeca mwana waku athi cukuru ri we niki kingi wagire gukorwo niki kiragiria mwana ucio utwaro aja ni imwe ignorance kwa kumenya guti mundu uramenya so that is one thing I'm telling them na hinde makage na kanya ta expert mwana ucio tondu ni undu gwetwo ngika muno kaida kanene thufukia twana kona haha thufukia miaka 3 ria mithiru twaire ciana 500 thaici maroire ciana ngiri 1 kuma subukia eika guthii college cia thirikari ni undu wa guthima cukuru na arimu na kii yothe makanitha twari uhoro ucio othe magathi college undu ucio ngiko Kenya ngima ri twanyihia namba ya andu aria magikona thina
ona gunaga timu yo ne ukorwo githii bururi wothe ikioyaga maoni ma andu iratongorio ni Professor Munuve magikona hinda ria mweri umwe na gwakinya ni kuheana mawoni andu moimire maheane mawoni tutinda tukiuga uguo kama andu maragia CBC ni turarutithio wira nginya thinya cio tuku no erwo atiriri giki uguo uka ugo uri urenda kuga no kwari na gikuyu kana githweri kana gikarijini uthi tu uge uri urenda kuga hau andu ngi makorira bakia cio anene ri mathi marute na nikio ni augia atiriri undu wa mbere ri kuheana maoni makwa ri kota kwandika hati kweria mathome maone maoni na hakinya andu hangi uguo ri ni tukumatware nginya memorandum rite niguo mahote kuona tondu ndimahete nginya thiga ciothe cia Kenya tondu ndina cio handu ciothe asante he jamba
no agitho ni mundu ciwitagwo cia bonga no akuria witagwo shania kuria thubugia ndagweithia mundu ahurite thimu nyingi wa ndamura ni kukugeithia
asante ndagitheka na ndagiko yothe ndagitari Peter Baya twaya guthie kuria riri kuria kurehitithio kurehitithio munene mweru wa borithi ya DCI ni hindi mehariria macio marathi na mbere koguo hindo riothe no tukorwo tugithi igongona-ini riu ria kuhitithio kwa DCI mweru no ni ndona jamba igwitwo Karisho arari MC kuri arari Kiambu ni arakugeithia na ni urashira wega arauga murari nake thini wa county assemblies na wira murarutire mwega wa nginya oversight reke tuigu hanini nike kirathi na mbere
by me pursuant to the National Police Service Act. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Amin, you may have your seat, and I wish to congratulate you on taking your oath of office. That brings us to the end of the oathing ceremony. At this juncture, I would like to request Mr. Amin Mohammed to make a few remarks. Most welcome.
The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Justice Martha Koome, the Registrar of the Supreme Court, Honorable Anna Madi, the Chairman, National Police Service Commission, Mr. Eliud Kinuthia, the National Police Service Commissioners present, the Acting IG, Mr. Nur Gabo, the DIG KPS, Mr. Edward Mpugwa, members of the Fourth Estate, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to foremost thank the Almighty God for this very, very special day and giving me the opportunity to be appointed as the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. You may wish to note, ladies and gentlemen, that until my last appointment as the Directorate of Internal Affairs Unit of the National Police Service, I have spent most of the years in the Directorate, that is the DCI, and I'm glad to say that I'm now back home. Similarly, I want to thank His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for this appointment and the trust he has bestowed upon me to lead the Directorate. This is a new chapter for the DCI, and I want to promise the President and the people of Kenya that we shall not let you down. I want to thank you, Honorable Chief Justice, for presiding over this important ceremony, which now allows me to assume my office and work for our people and our country. I'm ready for the task and ready to lead the DCI to deal with the challenges of our time. My gratitude also goes to the National Police Service Commission, led by the chairman, for the open and transparent manner in which our interviews were conducted for the position of the DCI. Indeed, it was competitive, and I would like to congratulate my worthy colleagues who also attended the interview, and together I want to extend and embrace so that we work together jointly as one unit. On the same note, I would like to thank my family, friends, and colleagues of goodwill who stood by me, encouraged me during the selection process. Indeed, their prayers have been answered, and I really appreciate their moral support. Honorable Chief Justice and fellow Kenyans, I want to state from the outset that I will endeavor to lead the DCI in the most professional manner and adhere to the supreme law of the land, the Constitution of Kenya. We shall also endeavor to respect human rights while being firm and fair as we stick to the mandate given to the Directorate. I want to urge all Kenyans and foreigners living within our borders to obey the Kenyan laws, and we shall not have any reason whatsoever to come for you. We shall try as much as possible to work together in harmony, in the spirit of collaboration with other security agencies, such as the EAC, KPS, APS, the NIS, and other actors of the criminal justice system, including the ODPP, the judiciary, and the correctional services, amongst others, for purposes of serving the people of Kenya expeditiously and without any prejudice. We shall tackle the contemporary challenges that we face as a country that include terrorism, narcotics, human trafficking, cybercrime, corruption, and money laundering to the extent that our mandate allows. Honorable Chief Justice, I look forward for more interaction as we serve the people of this great Republic of Kenya. That is my short speech, and the silent point is I promise the Kenyan people that as the DCI, I'm going to discharge my duties and responsibilities professionally, with utmost integrity, and with utmost respect. As a service, we shall make sure that we adhere to our constitutional standards and fundamental freedoms. We shall ensure and endeavor to make sure that Kenya will be a safe and secure country for all the people that live therein. we shall conduct.
Thegio muno iyo nĩ mĩario ya Amin Muhammad Ibrahim munene mweru wa borithi a DCI thutha wa kũhĩtithio. Na studio twina ndagĩtarĩ Peter Bae o tũgĩthiĩ na mbere na gũthũrima maũndũ maya marathiĩ na mbere makĩyumĩragia ma ũtongoria na wathani. Mũndũ ahĩtaga nĩkĩ by the way?
Mũndũ ahĩtaga tondũ nĩ gĩkatiba.
Nĩ katiba.
No mũhaka woe mwĩhĩtwa nĩguo ũingĩre wĩra. Actually ũngĩaga kuoya mwĩhĩtwa ndũrĩ wĩra. No mũhaka woe mwĩhĩtwa. He mũndũ mwathurirwo kũndũ arĩ MCA kũndũ kana councillor no ndathire ndehĩtithirie akĩruzi gĩtĩ. Gũcagũrwo nĩ ũndũ ũmwe. Ũngĩaga kwĩhĩtithio ndũngĩingĩra mbunge. Koguo the same case haha no mũhaka ehĩtithio kuga ĩtagwo oath of office. No warekia hapo ya kuga ati nĩ ũgwĩka ũguo. Hau nĩho rĩu mũndũ aje. Koguo rĩu nĩ hĩndĩ tũngiuga congratulations twĩna rĩu a new director wa DCI. Thaa ici nĩ hĩndĩ gwatuĩka wĩra. Ĩyo ĩrarĩ process.
Nĩ wĩra mũnene ũcio.
Ũcio nĩ wĩra mũnene. Wĩra ũcio nĩ na ofisi yarĩ ho mbere na rekĩrio ofisi very high profile. Kũndũ guothe rĩu tũkĩone bati ũrĩa tũrauga kama witũ. Gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩamata kĩhoto. Wega wa kĩhoto nĩ kĩhoto. Hatarĩ ũndũ ũngĩ na thutha. Kĩhoto ũgo hena ũndũ ũrekwo nĩ wĩkwo wega. Kenyans maenda kuona results.
Kĩhoto mwanya
na fitina mwanya. Ũtongoria ndwendaga ũguo. Gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩũru tokwa na ũigĩrĩrĩku wa ũtongoria na wathani na mahinya. Ũcoke wingĩrie indo ingĩ fitina tondũ nĩ wanina andũ.
Ndĩrauragia rĩmwe haha tũgĩthoma magathĩti na Njoroge wa Gĩthĩnjĩ tũgakora makiuga atĩ macira political instigated na kĩĩ gĩothe. Na kaingĩ thigari ici nĩcio igĩthuthuragia. Gũthiaga atĩ kana gũkinyaga ũkaigua atĩ wabici teno ya mũndũ ta ũyũ nĩ kũhũthĩka kĩũteti.
Ũrĩa gwĩkaga rĩ.
Ona tuka thirikari njerũ ĩraugire ndĩkũmahũthĩra.
Nĩguo ĩraugire. Ũrĩa gwĩka ũguo. Gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩruta ta power. Power nĩ kĩndũ kĩũru mũno. Tondũ nĩ ũkuga atĩrĩrĩ mũndũ ngai nĩ atũgia. Mwethere ibairũ. Kama ũngĩenja gwetherwo kũndũ tũbrot wanagũra shuari mone thia akora he handũ mwahingĩcania na mũndũ. Tũu twethagwo. Twana 18 mĩaka 10 tũkerwo ũgathiĩ ũkorwo tũgwagũrwo cinĩ. He bairũ anga wekira anga mũkitanĩra mũndũ. Na ingĩ ona hatirĩ nĩ kĩndũ gĩthire gĩa koroganio. Rĩu nĩguo hathiaga. We president kana we in power. We very most likely gũtũmĩra power gũthũria andũ. Tondũ ũcio nĩ magwĩtigĩra. At the end of the day he gĩtĩo. Tau he gĩtĩo we president yauga. Gũtirĩ ũndũ ũngĩ tũngĩka ta gwĩka. Reke ndũndũ ta rĩu rĩ nĩ wanyita mũndũ. No he mũnyitĩre Kamau. Ona ko nĩ mũndũ wanyita rĩ assuming nĩ ndĩkĩna mahĩtia rĩ. Nĩ ũgũka biũ ngore gwakwa na wĩke maũndũ mangĩ atongoria angĩ maugire mekirwo kweri. Ĩcuarĩ. Ona ko nĩ ũkĩnyita mũndũ rĩ assuming ndeka mahĩtia. Githĩ ti ũkĩnjoe kana ũhe summon. Onje rũciũ rĩ.
Ona kũnyitwo nĩ kũrĩ gĩtĩo.
Nĩguo ndakiuga. No ũkona atĩ ũto mũnyitĩre. Haha rĩ ha nĩ andũ atũme na makerwo atĩrĩ ongerera icumbĩ. Ĩkaika ũndũ kangĩ. Ĩguo nĩguo tũrauga. Nĩguo twenda twavoid hau na tũthira mbere njĩra njega.
Haya thengi rĩu kwenda uge ũhoro tondũ ĩga rĩthiĩte mũno na nĩ tũrĩ no memerekia mũrĩ.
Nĩ wega mũno makĩria.
Nĩ wega nĩ gũka na kũrĩ ũciũria no guo waria.
Nĩguo no mũhaka nĩguo rĩrĩ tũthina mbere na kwĩhe andũ ũhoro na kũmenyera gwathi na mbere. Hĩndĩ wa gwĩta Karisho tukona gĩkundi kĩho kĩa andũ Mount Kenya region ndakũgweteire ũndũ ũcio. Tukoretwo mũndũ mũmwe tukona at least from every county cita 10 cia Mount Kenya region tukoretwo tukĩarĩrĩria nĩ twathiĩte kuona deputy president akĩrĩ na msiba o gwake ihiriga tukĩmũkora tukĩmũhe pole yani tukũria atongoria itu na tũmanyitire na njĩra nene mũno na mata itu na akũheithia Dr. Kivisho njĩra arorete interview ya CBS nĩ twakĩmwishi the best na andũ angĩ othe rĩu Givio no aikara ofici-inĩ yake atĩ no tũteithio no meithio no mũgatwĩka na nja tũkĩaria rĩu twakĩmawishi the best ũrĩa megũthiĩ na mbere na Ben Ndonga akorwo na ikuru na acio ngithe makũgeithia mũno na makũra na makena gũkorwo haha nĩ tũĩ na mbere na gũtungatĩra bũrũri tuone ũrĩa Kenya gũikara Kenya nĩyo itu na tutirĩ nenge. Thank you so much no ndawĩrora ũthĩra mbere.
Thank you mũno na ithuĩ tũcokerie ngatho nĩ gwĩtĩkĩra gũka na twagwĩta rĩ Ngai atũhe ihinda rĩ ũgetĩkĩra gũka ũguo na kũrĩa na kuoko watikorero gatiga gũciandĩkaga thiĩ na mbere na gũciandĩka
nĩ tũkũheana ũhoro ĩyo nĩ oraini itu.
Thank you mũno ndagĩtarĩ Peter Mbae. Njoroge wa Gĩthĩnjĩ nĩ aroka na ũmemerekia mũrĩhĩre megũkorwo na Martin Waitito wa Farmhold Ventures Limited. Niye njĩtagwo Kamau wa Kang'ethe na tita gũkũ kũmagwo.
nyina wa mundu no omenyaga bata wa mutugo mwega ta ngagũro njega ina murio o muthenya na Blue Band iyũrĩtio omega 3 na 6 na hinya ũrĩa arabatara. Ngagũro na Blue Band kũria ũhotani wao muthenya o muthenya. Breakfast with Blue Band. Grow their success day by day.
Niki ureka haha? Haiya, kariki andu a family yanyu matari marakoma. Tamba unjire. Niki gitumite uikare haha? Na niki ureciria?
Riciro cio ningoka wabici-ini yanyu kuona pull up.
Kariki ndiroria niki? Rĩu we nĩ ũrakĩra mĩhaka. Ona nĩ ndaigua ndarakara. Ndikwenda kũmenya. No we igire. Na gĩthĩkia kwĩra ndirenda kũmenya.
Haya gĩthikĩrĩrie.
Nĩ ũguo nĩ ndona ũrageria kũnanga. Ũreciria ndiũĩ nĩ niĩ ũratema.
Niĩ nĩ ndakinya nduka-inĩ. Njohera mũno. No rĩrĩ. Kaĩ wĩna kũ?
Prita. Oka.
Mami. Ndagũthaitha wĩre mũirĩtu wakwa atige kũrũmĩrĩra Karani.
Mũirĩtu wakwa ndararũmĩrĩra Karani. Karani nĩwe wokire nginya ũhiki na akĩmũhikia na amũhikirie na thiri.
Nega mũno nĩ ũndũ wa gũthiĩ na mbere gũikarania na ithuĩ thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ĩno ya Inoro rũcinĩ mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ. Ũmũthĩ nĩ mweri 19. Mweri 19 mweri wa 10 kuga mũthenya wa rũcinĩ thigũkũ ya Mashujaa. Na nĩ mwarĩkia kwarĩria maũndũ megiĩ ũhoro wa maũndũ megiĩ ũteti na ũtongoria mwĩna mũndũ gwĩtwo Dr. Peter Mbae na Kamau wa Kang'ethe. Ndĩra tũingĩre mĩgũnda-inĩ tũmenye kũrĩa mũgũnda ũrĩ mwega na tũratwarwo nĩ kambuni ya Farmhold Ventures. Twina CEO kana MD wao ũgwĩtwo Martin nĩ twina kwa thĩinĩ wa studio nĩkorwo agĩtwĩra ũhoro wa mĩgũnda gĩkorwo na kĩũria kana woni namba itũ ya SMS nĩ 22888 na gũtuĩka nĩ ũkũhe namba yao ya thimũ nĩgetha ũikare ũkĩaranagĩria nao nĩgetha mũkĩaranĩrie na ũkĩmenye ũrĩa ũngĩkĩona indo ciaku na nginya gũthiĩ gũgĩciona nĩ atĩa kohana atĩa Martin
ti ũru bana Njoroge
ndakena nĩ gũkuona finally
ona niĩ ndakena nĩ gũkuona
karibu sana gũkũ nĩ rĩa kuria mbere gũka gũkũ kwa Inoro
gũkũ kwa Inoro TV nĩ rĩa mbere
no gĩtangatho gĩaku no ndĩgĩkĩonaga
no gĩtangatho gĩakwa nĩkĩo kĩambĩte kũndongoria
ĩni karibu sana tuhe marĩtwa maku mothe nĩgetha rĩrĩ nĩ ngũĩ Martin wa Farmhold
yes nĩ wega mũno mbona Njoroge ona nĩ gũkĩhe kanya gaka ngorwo Inoro
ona Citizen no njũkagĩra na hau ona Citizen
yes na nĩ tũkenaga nĩ wĩra mwega mũrutaga rũcinĩ amarĩtwa makwa njĩtagwo Martin Kamau director ũmwe wa director Farmhold Ventures Limited na tũkoragwo handũ hetagwo Ruiru Doctors Plaza na harĩa Thika nyũmba ĩtagwo Maisha Heights ũgĩũka harĩa third floor tũikaine kũu guothe
koguo wĩna wabici igĩrĩ
ndĩna wabici igĩrĩ
Ruiru Doctor Plaza
Ruiru Doctors Plaza na namba ya Ruiru Doctor Plaza ĩkoragwo 0707 666 555 na twĩna wabici ĩngĩ harĩa Thika nyũmba ĩtagwo Maisha Heights tũng'ethanĩire na Thika Bazaar na namba yaku ĩkoragwo 0704 000 333 no nĩ ngũthiĩ ngĩmataragĩria makĩria
tata becokere no ya haha ya Doctors Plaza niki mũrutha yako namba njega ũguo ati
0707 666 555
666
0707
ĩyo gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩga ndaramenyita
nĩguo
rĩu kũhana atĩa
rĩu gũtirĩ na ũru
Farmhold mwambĩrĩirie rĩ by the way
Farmhold twambĩrĩirie mwaka wa 2019 na watha cia Ngai nĩ tũkoretwo ho twambĩrĩirie tũikaranga hanini covid ĩgĩũka na Ngai agĩkorwo mwĩhokeku
nĩguo
tondũ twoimĩrire tũrĩ na ũhotani mũnene koguo ndĩatũninire no nĩ tũĩ kwĩ andũ aingĩ mũno eheririe biacara-inĩ na ithuĩ tũkoretwo ho rĩu ĩno nĩ mĩaka 3 nĩ ndĩrakwĩraga nĩ tũgũkorwo tũgĩ celebrate mĩaka itũ 3 na ũhoro ũcio nĩ tũgũkorwo tũkĩrehe nginya gĩtangatho-inĩ na nĩ tũkenete nĩ ũrĩa tũkoretwo tũgĩtwarana na aigithia aitũ a Farmhold Ventures Limited na koguo nĩ mĩaka 3 tũkoretwo ho
yes karibu sana rĩu nĩ ngwenda ũkĩrĩa kuria ukiri na kana kuria wina uhoro munene na ririkana ngera kwaranĩria namba itu SMS goko studio ni 2288 na ririkana thini wa studio twina andu megwitwo Farmhold Ventures twina MD wao ugwitwo kana mundu wao gwitwo Martin Waitito no twina kaithini wa studio muthenya wa umuthi tukirora maundu megie uhoro wa wigithia na wonjoria wa ng'ondu rurenda mundu gwitwo Martin atwirire kuria indo ciiko
niguo indo ciiko bona njoroge na njire andu ni tukoo turi ingi na indo no nyingi na riu twita Farmhold Ventures Limited ni tukorwo na indo nyingi na indo njega na nikio njukire rucini rwa umuthi nigetha ngirire andu aya indo citu kuria ikoragwo
riu wina ku
riu ndina kundu gwitagwo Ngurubani kana Embu kuu nikuo twina mugunda uria mwega muno turenda gukaruguria muthenya wa Juma
Saturday no hena rucio kana gata
ungi hena rweru rwa thimba na ni mita kindu 700 mita 700 na ni mai maingi biu to ni rakiona ni twiriga mutongoria wa bururi ni erega kuruguria damu ino tureta Thiba Dam na irutite mai kuma heru rwiru riko koguo ni rwiru nene muno yes
na mugunda wigana atia
mugunda ni munene turengarengete buroti nyingi cia 50 by 100 ni mugunda wa eka 7 na tugacoka tugakorwo na eka ingi kando igiri ni turamenya kwina mundu wina kioneki ringi no ende go settle immediately na kore handu hena nyumba na mugunda angirima na mugunda angiga ng'ombe koguo twina mugunda hau separate kando wa eka igiri wina nyumba na wina marigo na wina makorofea maria tureta mahash koguo ni mundu angiuka one na mundu decide ni kuingira muthenya uyu ungi
mugunda ucio ni wina ni ikaragwo nyumba ni ikaragwo ni nyumba ihana atia
ni nyumba njake tondu tukigurite mugunda ucio kuma kwi mundu na riu no amenya mundu anyita kanyamu gake
niguo
na riu na nikio twita Farmhold Ventures Limited tukoragwo tukira andu wina kamugunda gaku unginyitwo ni bata muhiu no ugatengerere kindu kia mbere uria twendekareja mundu ni kuga no woe title deed yaku tondu uria tumenyekanite naguo muno ni uhoro igi title deed no tware bengi na nigetha heo karuni kana mugunda ucio no wanirire na mugunda ungikorwo wi mwega ona nduraragia ndagika
ta njira atiriri uyu wa ikaigire ona tugucoka tukahe broti uyu wa ikaigire ati wina nyumba wina marigo wina makorofea ma twitaga mahashi na mugunda ucio ni murime nduri wira ungi uroka kurutirwo uko kwanjiriria
guikara
thitima
mai ciekuo bara ni njega mugunda witu hari uri actually wauma kiharo giki twiriga guthie gwika Mashujaa Day kia Wanguru itagwo Wanguru International Stadium ucoke uhetuke Wanguru Airstrip urathie kilomita 5 kuma hau gakinya mugunda naguo mugunda witu hari uri rami ikinyite kilomita 1.3 kilomita kuma haria rami ugakinya mugunda witu
ona tabe broti redia broti seimatia
broti cio turaciendia na thogora mubashirire muno wa 480
50 by
100 na ni nginya title deed
haya ni tobe tigana hari ha broti ni hari tondu na kamwe kunjuragia tukimuramura njira atiriri thiku ici wona mugunda wirigeirie ta eke mugo kana eka igire handu ngiota kuri mari na handu ngiota kuigirira urimire ni onawe ni arenda ona ndahota gwiciria hata kunduga mbere uyu wa eka igire urendio atia ni mudicidete
mugunda wa eka igire turenda turengete iyo wina nyumba eka imwe na eka eno ingi kando na ni introductory price ya ucio wina nyumba ayarum tugitua kumeta tugua ni 2 bedroom ngima njake wega ya kiriu turawendaniria hamwe na mugunda milioni 7 no ri mundu angiukone ni tugigia na kwaranĩria ni introductory yes
ni gwaka ciugo cia ng'ombe
kwina ciugo cia ng'ombe kwina thito ya kuria uriga mahuti ma twitaga silage na kwina mai niguo ndakwira na kwina thito ya kuiga mahuti koguo gutiri undu uroka kuongerera
ni handiko ndatutangathe tondu
gutangatha tuma gutangathe haha oite
hau ni ndamenya toni ikango bid
niguo
tondu ni ngukiriha kidogo no
koguo
ni wirigeirie
ni muirige ithu mugunda witu uria twamba gwika wa mbere ni kuirigira mugunda witu ownership ya mugunda ni njuga ni undu wa ciuria iria ciukaga thutha wa mbere kindu kiria tuga mundu eke agura mugunda iriga wega undu ucio ungi wa keri twara andu muthenya barigici gutari na mairia na muikare kuu thiini ndukamatware umatengerie umarukaruke
madirikania ngari ya junior
matikarukarukwo mahorere kuu na nigetha mamenye kuria turamarehe ri ni kundu tuunite ti kundu turegerereria na riu ria Farmhood Ventures twikaga ithuĩ mugunda twaugura twambaga gwika maundu maria mothe meragwo metagwo value addition ati plot iyo muthenya wa umuthi twakwenderia na bei iria turakwenderia no umiendie na mbeca ciguru tondu uria kuhana kuu thiini tondu tugwikirira rugiri rwa thitima ri tucoke tugwikirire gate njega ri art of the gate njega state of the art riu ungicoka uge tutigikite value addition atia tugacoka gugakorwo tuka make sure thitima iko thiini na mai mekuo riu ithuĩ tugikwenderia twendagia value twendagia product
kegutini hanini mugunda ukawi town
mugunda uyu ri kuma haha twitaga tureta grufani ri ugucoka hituke toiga airstrip coke hituke njera hau mugunda uyu wi town biu tondu ramio no igua ni gukinyete hau no ni gucoka extend ikinya mugunda-ini witu koguo ingi thirikari ino ingirurumuria bara iyo ri ithie nginya haria agirirwo gukinya ri uguo ni kuga mugunda ucio thutha wa mieri ona ti miaka ri uko appreciate muno
haya ni freehold ka ni leasehold
ucio mugunda ni freehold riu ni kuga mugunda ucio ndugabatara renew ownership twakunengereria ita rimwe uhoro ucio ni kuga mugunda ucio ni wako
ingenda kuriha kidogo wajira ni 480 haria hangi haria urenda ki haria wajira ni mugwanja no ni tukwaria haria harendwo ki na harendwo ki
haria ri haha for ite ri turera mundu oke na kuma 1,100 ria kubook tucoke tumuhe mieri 5 arihe balance no ni twiraga mundu atiriri oke uria ahana no akorwo na 400 no atwire igana riri atigara ri ndirenda kuririha na mieri 6 no twarie koguo ni twiraga mundu warehe ici ri reke twariririe ici ingi uria ukuri
oke haria office akore manager
oke haria office iria ngugite ya Ruiru kana ya Thika na niyo namba ino nguheanite ya 0707 666 555 kana wege ya 0704 000 333 angihura tha icio namba icio ne njui ni irahurwo ri ni gukorwo akiaraniria na manager
koguo no ahure 0707 666 555 na iyo ngene 07
04 000 333
000 333
yes
haya tareke hari ngi ha mugunda wa grufa ni mwea kundu guku riera ria kuriko rihana atia
kundu guku reke ngwire riera ria kuo ni riega biu ria kurima indo tutikio ithuothe mucere wothe umaga mwea
niguo
andu moe mwea na mucere na haria turorete nikio njirire mwiroreri witu ithuĩ twita Farmhood Ventures Limited tukwendagiria value tondu ona ukigura mugunda no wamenya kiria giuka meciria-ini mugunda ucio kundeithia nake
correct
to gwetereria ukendia thutha which is speculation ni kwendagiria handu ati okorwo ni taku tureta mwea ati no wingire muthenya wa rucio wanjiririe to ni ugukora kuu guothe kuhanditwo nyanya kwina andu mararima muguka meko maiyurite kuu kwi marigo makorofea mau ma hash koguo ni kuga immediately no wanjie kugia na return on investment tondu biashara yothe no nginya ukienda kumenya niki ndirona na nikio ndaga twi Farmhood Ventures Limited tukwendagiria value riu ungiingira kuria mwena wa mwea ucio mugunda ndukire na mai ma kurima mucere no wina mai ma kurima okorwo ni ukuiga ng'ombe ri ndukithondeka mbembe iria tugaga ni cia silage ndugukirima indo icio the irimagwo kuu tondu kuu ni kundu kwa agriculture okorwo ni kindu gigwitwo irio kuu tutikuhuta na turorete handu twita bururi kindu kiria gigukorwo gituthinia muno ni uhoro wigie irio na ungiciria migunda mingi ni turagiaka no andu ni mekwaga handu ha kurima riu koguo ungihota mwena ucio wa mwea uke na tuthie na mweri 22 gicigo kiu gia 50 by no andu ni mairega 50 by 100 no gikuhe mbeca nyingi muno tondu okorwo turigwo ni uhoro wa hashi no hande itina makiria 500 na ni turona kahinda gathiaga mbeca irio ngiruta handu hariku ungikorwo ni indo ta ici tugaga ati nyanya na ki ndurabatara ati kangima nigetha urute nyanya pick up imwe
niguo
urabatara gicehemu kiu kigana uguo na riu koguo kiria turamenderia kuria mwea ni value Yes.
Farmhood Ventures niki kimũkũrithanagia na andũ arĩa angĩ niki kia nyũngiuga atiriri ithuĩ twĩkaga ũũ na nikio andũ matũiyũkĩtie gũkĩra arĩa angĩ.
Ithuĩ ũndũ wa mbere he kĩndũ twĩtaga we honor our words. Ciugo iria tũheaga customer citũ rĩ ũguo nĩguo twĩkaga. Na njĩraga staff kana andũ twĩtaga team ithuĩ tũtiendagia mĩnyonyo. Twakwĩra tũrenda kũheana taito mweri 22 tondũ tarĩ tũkaheana taito makĩria 400 mũthenya wa Juma na andũ nĩ magoka matuĩke aira. Twauga nĩ taito tũrathiĩ kũheana tũtiheanaga igĩrĩ tũheanaga mburoko iria ciothe twendetie. Kĩrĩa gĩtũ separate kana kĩrĩa gĩtweheranagia na andũ arĩa angĩ nĩ atĩ tũtikwĩraga weterere andũ mambe marĩhe broti nĩgetha tũkũrutĩre taito. Ithuĩ tũrutaga taito deeds igaikaraga ofici cieterere ene. Nĩ tondũ aya marĩkia kũrĩha rĩ matigacerithĩrio nĩ arĩa matararĩha. Koguo nĩkĩo twamba mũgũnda ũndũ wa mbere tũka-own nĩgetha tũhote kũrutĩra andũ title deeds. Ũndũ ũcio ũngĩ twĩta Farmhood Ventures Limited mĩaka ĩyo tũkoretwo ho tugaga nĩ kũramata na njĩraga timu ĩno itũ ya Farmhood Ventures Limited ũrĩa twĩkaga nĩ ũtungata harĩ andũ a Ngai. Koguo ithuĩ tũkamenya atĩrĩrĩ service iria tũheaga andũ rĩ ucio nĩguo wĩra ũrĩa Ngai atũhete. Na hĩndĩ ĩrĩa yothe ũngĩtungatĩra mũndũ ũmũhingĩrie desire ya kũũni mũgũnda na ũmũhe title deed yake nĩ mũndũ ũcio nĩ athiĩte akahoya. Rĩu hĩndĩ ĩrĩa wahingia ihoya rĩake rĩ ti wĩra wa Ngai waruta. Rĩu ũndũ ũrĩa tũkoragwo twĩkĩrĩire mũno nĩ kũmenya atĩrĩrĩ ithuĩ we are stewards tũramataga indo cia customers na tondũ mwĩtĩkia rĩ ũngĩcoka maandĩko-inĩ he handũ gĩtonga kĩmwe gĩathire no gĩgĩtiga kĩaheana indo twetaga taranda na akĩhe mũndũ ũmwe 5 akĩhe ũngĩ 3 ũngĩ 2 na ũngĩ 1 na nĩ honanagio thutha wa kahinda kanene tondũ augaga ũhoro wa property nĩ ũhoro wa indo na nĩkĩo ũhoro wa indo wambirie tene ti hĩndĩ wambia nĩ hĩndĩ ũramenyeka gũkũ gwitũ mũno na nĩkĩo ũronekaga wĩ mũingĩ mũno no nĩ tondũ ndwambĩrĩirie tene kũmenyeka. Rĩu amatigĩra properties tondũ nĩguo acoka thutha wa kahinda kanene tondũ ũngĩkenda kĩndũ gĩgwĩtwo tĩri gĩgũteithie andũ nĩ wonaga mũndũ agũra ũmũthĩ no rũciũ nĩ arenda gũkũria ũmũthĩ gakinyĩtie kĩ kwonjorithia na no wega thutha wa kahinda kanene acoka nĩ endire kũmenya nĩ atĩa mwĩkĩte na noguo tĩri wĩkaga na kĩ wa invest naguo after a long time nĩ ũcokaga kuona investment ĩrĩa waigĩrĩire handũ haha. Acoka nĩguo akorire wa 5 nĩ onjorithĩtie agakinya 10 wa 3 taguo we mweri amwĩrire ni ndathire ngĩthika na ngĩmwĩra ndamenyire yo getha kũrĩa ũtahandĩte na nĩ tuona nĩ atunyirwo na agĩthinĩkanio no ũyũ ũngĩ nĩ embraceirwo na nĩ endaga gũtũbundithia ũhoro wa kũramata kĩrĩa ũnengereirio. Rĩu nĩ tũmenyaga ithuĩ kĩrĩa tũnetwo nĩ customers nĩ indo ciao tũramate na koguo that sets us apart na andũ arĩa angĩ atĩ twambaga gwĩkĩra customer aitũ mbere na mabataro mao ithuĩ tũgoka thutha.
No ndĩrenda tuikare muoya group no mbia tũtware gũkũ kũngĩ mwĩna mũgũnda wa kamera cokete group nĩgetha no twambe tũrikanie namba ya mũndũ ũcio ũrenda tondũ ndona we wa ĩkemwe nĩ ũrorio mũno. Ũyũ ũngĩ ũtarĩ na nyũmba ũrawendia atĩa? Ũyũ ũngĩ ũtarĩ na nyũmba ĩno ĩkemwe aca ũcio tũtirawendia goro mũno tũraũneana tu na $4,000,000 ũyũ ũtarĩ na nyũmba ĩka ngima naguo ũyũ wĩna nyũmba $7,000,000. Asante. Handĩ kũngĩ mwĩna mũgũnda
twĩna mũgũnda kũndũ kũngĩ gwĩtagwo Matu na kuo kũu kũndũ gwĩtwo Matu andũ nĩ mathiĩte na njĩra nene na nĩ ũririkana nĩ ngwĩrire Farmhood Ventures Limited ithuĩ tũkwendagĩria value. Mũgũnda ũcio tũrawĩta Sifa Garden Phase 3 naguo ũhutĩtie rami wĩ bara ĩno ya gũthiĩ Embu ya kuma Kanyonyo ũthiĩ Embu ũhutĩtie rami naguo tũrawĩta Sifa Garden Phase 3 na tũraũheana na $300,000 peke yake ũhutĩtie rami na ngĩuga ũhutĩtie rami nĩ kuga mũndũ ũrenda kũiga betũrũ mũndũ ũrenda kũiga gabiacara gaburoti no athiĩ immediately na nĩkĩo ngwĩrire twendagia value. Koguo nĩ kuga atĩrĩrĩ haha Matu rĩ tondũ ndigũkwĩra ũthiĩ ũkarĩme hau rĩ no ũthiĩ ũkanjĩrĩrie biacara immediately tondũ waigua twĩ rami-inĩ koguo no wĩke maũndũ maingĩ na mĩgũnda itũ Matu na kuo nĩ wonete ũrĩa gũkoretwo gũgĩthiĩ na njĩra nene nĩ wonete andũ othe marauga Matu no ũndũ ũrĩa mwega na matu no igwa ni affordability tondu no igwa turaigwa wirami no turendia ngiri magana maigana matatu na wirami no ni kundu kona kuo ukurite na njira nene na yo ni size ya 50 by 100 na guo ti mugunda munene ni mugunda wa eka 4 no riu ngugiciria kuringana na uria andu mekubukwo na muthenya ucio wa juma ni tugakorwo tukiuheana koguo andu othe no ndimorio nao aria marenda gukoka mwena wa Thika mathii na mbere na kuhura namba ya 0704 000 na aria marenda guka mwena wa Ruiru mahure 0707 666 ucio no wa matu
koguo atire tugithie kuria Saturday mature kuria ngurubani ri kwa mwe makoyo Thika na kwa mwe makoyo Ruiru koguo Aruiru mahure na beriko Aruiru ri ndauga mahure na beno ya 0707 666 555 haya Athika na mahure 0704 000 333 igikorwo ndi handu ta Kabiti ndi handu ta Makutano ndenda guthie kana ndi kundu ta Nyeri tugucemania ku andu tacio amwe turamera aria marauma na ku mbere ya wa Mwea tukacema tukamoera hau Mwea makutano ma Mwea haria hetagwo ngurubani tauni iyo ya ngurubani nigetha tukingire hau mugunda na no ka distance kanini actually amwe no make drive tukorane mugunda tondu mugunda witu nduri na iriga urarumirirwo bara iyo ya rami na haria rami ithirire ugathi 1.5 kilometers ugakinya mugunda ukarugama thank you muno thini wa studio tuna mundu gwetwo Martin White toka na Martin Kamau ni wa Farmhold Ventures ni MD na turora maundu megi horo wa wonjoria na wigithia wa ngundu heka undu matuharire kitombe tuigue kiria matuharireirie ni tugucokereria ugikorwo na kiurika na woni namba SMS uri ngiguririkanie ni 2288 no umaririe wega ugikorwo na kiuria kiao no igwa ni 0707666555 yori na bogi aria nao na ni megukoro magiguteithia nigetha kimenye ni atia gikorwo na gathina we nao kana kaundu ngenda guthererwo makiria katombe tuikirie hanini tombe tuigure maragwe cokererie na kile gatari kuraya
karibu wakideo huku umenileta unataka kuniua huku alafu unizike huku mwili yangu isiwahi kupatikana si ulisema unataka tu ndege wewe umeona ndege wapi ulisema unataka mahali kuna uwanja wa ndege nataka mahali nitapaka ndege yangu leo dakika ngapi kuna airstrip hapa karibu Mwea ala tuko Mwea sasa ungesema hii ni Zuri Gardens Mwea nakwambia kana kutoa ushamba lakini wewe usikii basi si ufungue Martin! Martin! Hebu nikuulize. Hii hapa, hii kona hii. Sasa mpaka hapa hii. Hii iko na mtu inataka hii.
Shamba yote hatujapeana. Tunaipeana day 22. Saturday yenye inakuja year of this month.
Tariki 22?
Yes.
Mwezi huu. Very good. Nifike saa ngapi?
Wenye tunatoka side za Nairobi tupatane pale Ruiru. Ndani Doctors Plaza hapo ndio tunapatana. Saa 2:30 saa 3. Date 22.
Karibu Mwea.
Karibu Zuri Gardens Mwea.
Tariki 22.
Mwezi huu tutakuwa na open day ambapo tutakuwa tunajinakulia maploti hapa.
Umesema kwa bei nafuu? Kwa bei nafuu. Mchele tu, si mchele tu ati mchele ni mchele. Mchele ukiwa kwa shamba unaitwa wali.
Si wali. Ukiwa kwa shamba unaitwa
mpunga. Alafu ikifika hapa inaitwa mpunga.
Ikifika hapa inaitwa mchele.
Nimesema mchele yao, nimesema mpunga. Mchele ukishampika mpaka umemwandaa sasa umemweka kwa sahani uko karibu kumkula unaitwa wali.
Onanda ke ni kaundu kau ndo na will brother hau na mwakideu atiriri mundu gwitwo uria wajira kuria kare ka haria matuge barabara-ini
kare ka matuge barabara-ini
matatu
yes
guri hati aingikorwo ringi nyuma na mbeca kidogo
kare ona ko tumera moke marute deposit tu ya 100
okay
balance ino moke twariririe nigetha tumenye uria megukorwo makiriha yes
no ni mundu ni kuringana na uria mundu ari
na ithuĩ tutiteaga mundu ni he karugano heana kana ni njui he customer witu ranjirite no gacokera ndagika nini tu ni ngigeria ikuimenya ndaneneha tondo na gwitu kamugunda uria kaigana ri ndeuririe riu mari guku nakuo tukaimirira nako ngijoin kindu gietagwo chama na no guo no nyumiririe mundu hau ungikorwo ni uraigua tubeca twaku ti tuiganu nyitanai andu arata no riu ni arata yakwa ri tweranire turutage 5,000 tukiruta 5,000 maita matatu nie tondu ndari na kamucara ka 15,000 ri rita ria kana ngiremererwo ndaremererwo no amenya ndandikirwo ka email ngirwo ndiracokia kiama na thutha na kuringana na constitution njagirirwo gucokerio mbia ciakwa riu nie ndacokerio ngiri ciakwa 15 na kiama giki githii na mbere njamba icio gitigwo ire 6 na uhoro ucio no wanjikirire kieha tondu ni ndehiraga kau no kanya karia ndinako ndione ritwa riakwa ri title deed-ini by the way no mwandikwo muri andu 5 nginya 5 title deed-ini na wonage ritwa riaku hau riu ni ndona uhoro ucio ri ni ndakirire mwathani ngwirire ndimwitikia ngira mwathani andu aya tondu manjika uguo ukareka makigura kiea magigakinyia cia kugura kiea ona ni mwathani ukahe kiea na reke ngwire bwana Njoroge nie magithie gukinyia ngiriria makinyirie 400 magurire kea kao ka mbere na ni ndahotire kugura kea gako ka 350 that is back in 2015 kiambiriria gia 2015 niguo ndahotire kwigurira gaburoti ka mbere na no wakiona Ngai ti ta mundu niguo njamba iria ciacokire igithie guo gitigana na riu tha ici ni mokaga ngamenderia yes
no makuenaga na makaririkana tondu Ngai ari ogiteini
to Ngai ari ogiteini
tucoke haria ngurufani turia hena broti cia 50 by 100 tucoka turia hena eke emwe itari na kindu hena eke emwe jake ati mundu ino no ona ndurabatara guthi gwakwa na uti kindu urabatara ugukuo tuire to kuthi wanjie guikara na wanjie guthukuma urio ino ya guthukuma urio wanjira ni milioni 7 no tukiaririria ngikona kidogo no gwagwe kidogo haino ngi wanjira ni milioni 4 eke no itari njike undu haya ici ngi wacoka wanjira ni 480 no wanjira ingikoro na igana rimwe no njuke
unjitikirie na igana rimwe 200 kana ciothe no gwitikirie uke na wambiririe gwika undu na mugunda waku yes
riu turathie kuria thaa cigana kana tugathie atia
turenda gugacemania haria Ruiru Doctors Plaza tucemanie thaa 2 tondu turenda gukauma hau wega thaa 3 haria aria magakorwo magioka mwena wa Ruiru tugacemania hau Ruiru thaa 2 aria magakorwo magioka mwena wa Thika tugacemania hau Thika o thaa 2 nigetha igikinya thaa 3 tume andu mathie mugunda makinye mugunda nigetha by thaa 8 uhoro ucio tukorwo tuheanite title deed tukaigua kiugo tukarugama bikoni-ini tukahe andu title deed ciao turie tondu twina kanyamu tuhaririirie andu kanini nigetha tucoke tuingire ngari tucoke turikitie kugura mugunda wothe
na twakirikanire ati mundu nethia akeyuriria mugunda kidogo wandikitwo title
yandikitwo Farmhold Ventures Limited yes
neo ni riu ni kuga ati mugunda ucio ni wanyu
ni kuga mugunda ucio ni witu actually twikirite gate na tugekira ruthingo na ruthingo ruothe tukarwandika Farmhold Ventures Limited na mugunda ucio turawita Zuri Gardens
ni heka ndo ndacokire kumenya ungera kumenya mugunda kana wa mundu ri thiogeri gwa kakoro kana thiogeri kwa gatatagitinge gya
one kana riu ugerie gwika uguo twikite wirige na nginya ngiti-ini wandike no wanyu niguo ngimenya ni kwene
haya kindu kiria mukoretwo mukigerera mathina maria mukoretwo kiona hiringi mara customers maroka na mathina mariko na murama solve atia
ni kurari na mathina maingi reke njuge tutana kinya nginya hindi ya githurano ni kurari basically biashara ni tairari thi muno na riu ni uronaga andu maroka gukwira riu itha nyongerera kahinda na ithuĩ nĩ tũthikagĩrĩria customers aitũ rĩu ũngĩkorwo nĩ ũremereirwo nĩ kũrĩkĩrĩria na ũkoretwo ũkĩrĩha wega nĩ tũgũthikagĩrĩria tũgakuongerera kahinda tũtegũtinda tũgĩkuongerera interest rĩu mathĩna ta mau nĩ mararĩ kuo mũno andũ gũtema wĩra no rĩu kuma gĩthurano gĩekwo na gĩathira rĩu wa mbere gũtirĩ na maũndũ maingĩ andũ atĩ mareterera atĩ angareke tuone ũrĩa gũgũikara ũrĩa twetagĩrĩra gũikare nĩ gũikarĩte na rĩu maũndũ ũrĩa kũringana na ũrĩa mahanĩte maũndũ nĩ mega na ũrĩa ingĩũmĩrĩrio na mũigithia ũrĩa ũratwĩrorera Farmhold Ventures Limited nĩ atĩ mũndũ wothe nginya wona mena makari mĩgũnda mĩnene kwĩ hĩndĩ arĩ na guoya akeyũria ingĩ invest na gaburoti gaka rĩ kũngĩthiĩ atĩa kwĩ andũ magĩire guoya bypass ĩrĩa ya Kamakis na marĩ na mbeca no makĩreka guoya ũgĩe nĩ taguo ũratongoria na akĩaga kũgũra what is happening today kĩndũ ũrĩa ingĩkwĩra ũtiganu wa mũndũ ũcio no ũcio ũngĩ nĩ atĩ aya ũrona mena maũndũ manene nĩ maregire guoya ũmatongorie magĩtĩkĩra gũtake charge na magĩka atĩa makĩoya ikinya na makĩgũra koguo nawe ndũgaikare oro hau ugage na nderoreire show ĩyo ya Njoroge mena Martin na magĩtwĩrĩra ũhoro wa Zuri Gardens na mũgũnda ũcio ũgĩtũhetũka na twarĩ na ũhoti wa gwĩka ũguo.
Kaingĩ tondũ tukĩanjĩrĩria mwaka ũkoraga mũndũ wothe ararĩ na matanya kwĩ mũndũ ũraigua ni mwaka ndiko ndothire itekĩte kaũndũ ngwĩciria ĩno nĩ idea njega
nĩguo
matu kana haha
matu kana Mwea kana Malindi kũrĩ ũrĩa wĩna kĩndũ kĩnini tondũ tuga taranda mũndũ waheanire taranda rĩ arorire mũndũ capacity yake na ithuothe ũndũ ũrĩa ingĩenda twĩtĩkanĩrie nĩ atĩ tũtiganainie capacity. Koguo hena andũ mekũhota mũgũnda ũcio wa 480 na hena mũndũ ũkũhota mũgũnda wa milioni 7 na hena ũngĩ ũkwenda harĩa matu ha 300 na hena ũngĩ ũkũnjĩra kĩndengerie harĩa Malindi harĩa hetagwo Marereni ũkĩnengere broti ĩno ĩ bara na 150 tondũ Malindi nakuo twĩna project ĩhutĩtie Ramu Malindi highway na handũ hetagwo Kibaoni hau nĩ ũtanakinya Marereni ĩyo tũmanengeraga 50 by 100 na 150 na mũthenya wa Juma tũgakorwo tũkĩhe nginya andũ acio Malindi title deed.
Koguo namba ingĩenda kwaranĩria na inyuĩ tondũ tarĩu kwĩ mũndũ rakira nĩ no nginya ikero kĩmũrikanagia namba na ndũkamige na haraka umige kahora ingĩenda gũthiĩ harĩa Ruiru Doctors Plaza rĩ ũhũrĩra ũthimũ na ngwa ĩkuoyo no kwanja
ũngĩhũra harĩa Ruiru Doctors Plaza nĩ call center ĩna andũ metereire kuoya ũngĩhũra 0707 666 555 nĩ kũingĩra rĩu na nĩ kuoyo nĩ irĩtu me hau na anake me hau kana ũrĩa ũrenda kũhũra mwena wa Thika ahũre 0704 000 333 ina anake na irĩtu metereire hau Ngai nĩ atũteithĩtie tũga create mawĩra kũrĩ andũ acio na nĩkĩo ndoka kũndũ ta gũkũ ndũkũtinda ũkĩhana namba yaku rĩu gũkũheana nĩgetha nao makorwo mena wĩra wa kũruta.
Sokere hale ha nyumba ĩrĩa yakire nyumba ĩrĩa ya Wanjira ina nyumba nĩ ya bedroom igĩrĩ ina kũndũ gwakĩtwo ciugũ cia ng'ombe kwĩna marigũ mahande kwĩna silage na kwĩna maĩ nyumba ĩyo rĩ tondũ ndĩraigua nĩ ũramĩenda mũno rĩ tũgakinya tene ngoka kũmĩona ĩyo nĩ ĩratũma nyende gũka kũmĩona na no nyende kũmĩona ona ũtarĩ kuo no wega nĩ Saturday nĩgetha ngĩone harĩa ĩrĩ nĩgetha one harĩa ĩrĩ na ithuothe tũkorwo kũndũ kũu nĩ nyũmba njega na nĩ kũndũ kwega rĩera rĩa kũu ndakwĩra nĩ rĩega na ũndũ ũrĩa njũĩ andũ nĩ mathiaga site visit makeuria katwarehwo ku kiu kiugo gũtirĩ mũndũ ũkauga tondũ niĩ ndĩramerera ndĩ haha tondũ kũrĩa tũramatwara ngwĩciria nĩ kũrĩa kwĩranagĩrwo rĩu kũu nĩ kwega maũndũ maya mothe ũroraga atĩ thitima maĩ thukuru hena thukuru 3 irũmanĩrĩire difference ya mita 500 na kwĩna
andũ aingĩ koguo ona mũndũ wenda gũthamia ciari yake nĩ kwagĩire mathĩna maingĩ ma mĩrĩ arthritis rĩu mũndũ no arute mũciari wake na gũkũ rũgongo na mu settle kũu immediately tondu kwina andu magikarania nao na neighborhood yaku nĩ njega
Thank you ndakena nĩ ndwa gwĩtĩkĩra gũka na ona kuonjorithia na ithuĩ tondu nake njorithia na ithuĩ no tukĩona mũcara na makĩrĩa na mũgacoka mũgasolve thĩna ũcio wa mũgũnda tondu inyuĩ mũkũhota kuona harĩa mũgũnda ũrĩ rĩu ndoka handingĩta gũcaria mũgũnda wende ũgacaria nĩgetha na niĩ ngĩthũkũma na gũkũ nayo gakorwo nĩ mũgũnda ũracaria thengi mũno na ũngethirie timu yaku yothe ya Farmhold Ventures kũrĩa Ruiru na Thika namba ya thimũ ya mũico nĩgetha tũrĩkĩrĩrie
namba itũ ya thimũ tũrauga ya Ruiru nĩ 0707 666 555 ndĩmiuge na Gĩkũyũ 0 Kifogo mũgwanja ithathatũ ithano kana ya mwena wa Thika 0704 000 333 na nĩ njũĩ hena andũ aingĩ mekugĩte ndĩmageithie na no nĩ muone kũmageithia othe no ngeithie my wife nĩ njũĩ me harĩa mũciĩ magĩtwĩrorera na twana twitũ etagwo Annette wa Irimũ ndamageithia mũno hena my partner harĩa Ruiru nĩ njũĩ cikũma njĩroreire mũno othe mageithĩke Akimu heshimiwa nĩ kũnjĩrĩte ngũgeithie Gacihi ndagĩtarĩ Kahonge othe reke mageithĩke ndingĩhota kũmũgweta inyuothe.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana.
Tuma thĩinĩ wa studio na mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Martin Kamau wa Farmhold Ventures Limited tukuroraga uhoro wa migunda na ni wakiwa kuria kire na migunda kuria Ngurubani na mena muthenya wa guthi kuona mugunda ucio open day Saturday no ku Ngurubani Mwea na ekuonia njira ĩrĩa ũngĩmakinyira nao riu ndirenda gutware nginya kuria bunge-inĩ ya bururi tondu muthenya wa gatatu wa guthurima aria mendekithĩtio gutuĩka maministers uria rambirira no rio kinyite thaa ici kuringana na TV-inĩ yaku ni Kipchumba Murkomen uria rendekithio tuĩke minister wa ukuini transport ketugwira kurathi na mbere nginya muthenya wa rucio tidia wega.
This committee, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And you are welcome to the committee. I'll invite the members to introduce themselves for purposes of record and Hansard. With the Deputy Speaker.
Good morning. I'm Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
And my teacher.
And your teacher.
Majority.
Kamana Ishongwa, MP Kikuyu.
Opio and I, MP Ugunja.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County of the Republic of Kenya.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka Nithi County.
Good morning, Senate. Mheshimiwa Kosing, Pokot South, your neighbor, West Pokot County.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP North Imenti, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni, also a member of this committee.
Nelson Koech, MP Belgood.
Morning, I'm Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have our secretariat headed by the clerk of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kioko, the acting clerk of the National Assembly. I have with me the director in charge of the Directorate of Appropriation, Audit and other select committees, and also the Deputy Director, Legal Services, plus quite a number of other members of staff who are assisting this committee. Thank you, Speaker.
We also have many fellow Kenyans from the media fraternity, whom you can see all over. Honorable Murkomen, we will engage you in 90 minutes. And in the 90 minutes, we will go through some preliminaries. After the preliminaries, I'll give you 10 minutes or less, the lesser the better for the committee, to tell us the story of your life up to where you are sitting. Secondly, this is not an adversarial process. It's an engagement between you, the nominee, and a bipartisan committee of parliament that will engage to find out your suitability to occupy the office to which the president has nominated you as cabinet secretary. In the engagement, avoid the temptation to raise your voice or lose your fuse. Address every question through the chair, and members are similarly advised to address every question to you through the chair, and your answers the same way. Equally important, we want members, and they have been doing very well, to ask precise and concise questions that must elicit precise and concise answers to make things better. We always say, if you can't make your point in a minute, you are unlikely to make it in 30 minutes. We also want to ensure that time is properly kept, and members will engage you robustly on your past, on your present, your future, or what you want to do for this country. Now, before we get there, and before I give you the 10 minutes, there are a few things that we require from you. Your KRA compliance certificate, you have it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Where you have forwarded to us, and you have the original copies. The Secretariat will look at the originals, compare with what you sent, and they will release the originals back to you later.
Thank you.
The Higher Education Loans Board clearance, you have that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have the clearance from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The certificate of good conduct from the DCI?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Your national identity card, original?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
No, not at all.
You are not. Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
Not at all. Not even arrested, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, can you tell this committee your financial net worth and a segregation of what it is that...
Mr. Speaker, I am worth an estimated figure of 550 million Kenya shillings.
Made up of?
Made up of majorly, Mr. Speaker, properties in my house in Nairobi, another one in Eldoret, and land in Trans Nzoia, 3 parcels of land in Trans Nzoia, a parcel of land in Narok, and a parcel of land in Kajiado, and another parcel in Nairobi, apart from where I live. Cumulatively, I estimate, of course, with a bit of, Mr. Speaker, some machinery, vehicles, and also I own a wheelbarrow, Mr. Speaker.
And a motorbike.
Unfortunately, I don't own a motorbike. Maybe because of the sector now, I should own one. Yes. But cumulatively, that comes to about 550 million shillings.
What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Basically, I practice law under the firm of SMS Advocates LLP. That is one of the main sources of income. Of course, I've been earning salary from my job as assignment as a senator for Elgeyo Marakwet County. And I also have a bit of earning from farming. I do a bit of farming, Mr. Speaker, which actually, by virtue of that type of farming, increase the value of the land to what I gave you as cumulatively 550 million. So those are some of the source of income.
Excellent. Now I'll give you the 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it's a great privilege and honor to have the opportunity to appear before this very august committee of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I will, interchange the same. In any case, you are still the Speaker. Mr. Chair, my name is Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, born on 12 March 1979 on the eastern sides of slopes of Cherangani Hills in a place famously known as Embobut. Actually born in Embobut Forest as a son of a squatter. Mr. Speaker, I am the son of Reverend Joanna and Mama Margaret. I am married. I have with one wife and 4 children. And Mr. Speaker, I went for my primary education, I went to Chawis Primary School, which is in Embobut. Like many of us here and others in the country, I went to school at a time in my area where I had to trek for at least 5 kilometers a day going and coming, so about 10 kilometers to access education. I also went later to Kapsiglai Primary School at the border of Elgeyo Marakwet and Trans Nzoia, whereafter I was admitted to the St. Joseph's High School, Kitale. Mr. Speaker, my dream then was to join St. Patrick's. That is the school I knew. And so when I tried to transfer to St. Patrick's High School, the school that time said I will have an opportunity in my second year, my Form 2. So I moved from St. Joseph's High School, Kitale, to St. Patrick's High School for my Form 2 to Form 4. It is at St. Patrick's High School that my leadership skills were honed. Mr. Speaker, St. Patrick's High School was among the few schools in the country then that allowed students to elect their leaders. And Mr. Speaker, the students of the school then entrusted me with one of the most sensitive dockets in the school to be in charge of the dining hall. Mr. Speaker, then at a very early age, I learned how to distribute resources and how to protect the weaker students, Mr. Speaker, knowing very well, the sometimes bullying would ensue, where you have a Form 1 fighting for his chance to get a better ratio of the food. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps that skill and knowledge that I learned at that very early in life will become instrumental in the job that I have been nominated to do, because it's about distribution of resources and equity. Mr. Speaker, after St. Patrick's High School, I was admitted to study law at the University of Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, again at the University of Nairobi, I had the opportunity to be in various positions of leadership. One of which, Mr. Speaker, was to be the chair of the Kenya Law Student Society. Perhaps I'm told I'm the first person to be a chair of Kenya Law Student Society in my second year. And Mr. Speaker, from there, I also had an opportunity to be the chair of the Fellowship of Christian Unions National Student Executive Committee, which brought together all the members of the Fellowship of Christian Unions in the entire country, over 23 institutions at that point in time. Mr. Speaker, I had other responsibilities, including being an editor of the University of Nairobi Law Journal. And Mr. Speaker, if there is a moment in my life that I learned a lot about leadership and was properly trained about leadership, because people ask me, where did you come from? Why did you end up being a senator? It's because at that early age, from the time that I joined the University of Nairobi, I think I had exposure of many opportunities of training of leadership. So I went to the East Africa Uongozi Institute for training in leadership. Mr. Speaker, I also, together with other colleagues, Mr. Speaker, including Honorable Alice Waume, Honorable Patrick Marero, Rachel Shebesh, we were in a founding class of leaders who were trained. I was still in the university, but I was in that class, trained to be future leaders, and I'm glad that dream became fulfilled in the fullness of time. So if you find me spend more time speak about my adventure at the University of Nairobi, it's because I value it. It was very important in my formative years, including, Mr. Speaker, I was in the leadership of the SONU when SONU was disbanded, and I was the chair of KLSS that established a new constitution for the University of Nairobi students of SONU, and we put together the SONU. We restored SONU Parliament that used to exist in the yesteryears. Mr. Speaker, after University of Nairobi, and when I was still at the University of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to work with the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, then headed by Professor Yash Palgai as a program assistant, and I traveled many parts of this country to collect views. We were collecting and collating views for purpose of writing our constitution. Again, a very, very great opportunity. And I always thank Justice Pauline Nyamweya for giving a number of us who were students at that point in time an opportunity to serve in the constitution-making process. Mr. Speaker, after my tenure, time at the University of Nairobi, I got an opportunity to do my pupillage with the firm of Muthoga Gaturu Advocates, and thereafter I got a scholarship, a World Bank scholarship, to train young African students, or young Africans actually, because focus was for Africans, on trade and investment negotiation. And therefore I was sent to University of Pretoria, where I graduated, Mr. Speaker, with magna cum laude. And Mr. Speaker, I graduated from there. I went again for an exchange program at the American University Washington College of Law, where I did another postgraduate degree on international legal studies. My time in Washington, Mr. Speaker, was very interesting. I had exposure of working with big think tanks at that point in time. Woodrow Wilson, Mr. Speaker, among others in D.C. I also had an opportunity to work as a lobbyist. Lobbying in U.S. is a formal trade where lobby firms are allowed to go to Parliament and represent their clients in legal positions on different issues. And so I had a chance to appear before Ways and Means Committee of Congress at a young age with that kind of exposure that I got. Mr. Speaker, when I left the U.S., interestingly, if you see my certificate for my second master's degree, although I left the university in 2007, I graduated in 2017. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, I was a hustler. So when I went there, I had to pay my school fees, and I was unable to raise $10,000 to pay school fees then, which then later I procrastinated until I paid and went back to complete and graduate when I was a senator here in 2017. Mr. Speaker, when I left the American University to come back to my country, there were so many people who were enticing me with opportunities out of the country. But I knew my place and my dream was to participate in the task of nation building. And when I came here, I was employed at the Catholic University of East Africa as an assistant lecturer, Mr. Speaker, where I taught, among others, air and space law, which is again relevant to the, Mr. Speaker, the docket that I'm being nominated for. Thereafter, Mr. Speaker, I moved from Catholic University to Moy University, where again I taught various courses, Mr. Speaker. I am lucky to have taught a number of students, some of whom are in the National Assembly now, and some are my colleagues in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, that was a great opportunity for me because apart from just teaching, I enjoyed the time I spent mentoring other students, both in matters leadership, but also in their career progression. Mr. Speaker, another very milestone, a very notable milestone in my life for me is that as we pursued to pass the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I had a chance to participate in many initiatives that led to civic education. I was a firm supporter of the new Constitution. After the 2010 Constitution was passed, the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, nominated me to sit in the Task Force on Devolved Government. I served in that task force under, again, a very distinguished citizen of this country, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. And that, Mr. Speaker, must have been my most notable contribution on matters devolution because we came up with 6 laws on matters devolved governance. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, based on the experiences I had, okay, Mr. Speaker, maybe I just conclude. I just wind up by saying from 2013, I was elected to be a senator by the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County. And in the Senate, I served in various capacities as a chair of Devolution Committee, represented Kenya in Pan-African Parliament, Deputy Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, in the second term, until I was unceremoniously bundled out of my position on 12th May 2020. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Speaker, the Almighty God, for the journey that I've traveled in public service. I want to thank my family, my wife, my children, for giving me the support that I need to do this, and the extended family, including my parents. And I want to thank the President for finding it fit, Mr. Speaker, to nominate me to this position of a Cabinet Secretary. I am forever grateful, and I hope this committee will approve my nomination so that I can enthusiastically, Mr. Speaker, serve the people of Kenya.
Thank you. At the end of the proceedings, I'll give you 3 minutes to say your last issues. I'll now invite members to field questions or make comments. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Good morning, Council, Kipchumba Murkomen. And before I even start, I would like to under Standing Order number 90, to declare what they call declaration of interest, except that he will have to fight for himself. I have no bias towards him. I would like, Honorable Speaker, to let this meeting know that Kipchumba Murkomen is known to me. He was my student at the University of Nairobi. He was actually my top student at the University of Nairobi and represented Kenya in the international moot court competition in Washington, D.C., and came out as the top 100 lawyers in Kenya. And but even that said and done, I will not be biased. Honorable Chairman, if you allow me, and I will be completely without bias. And can I ask him some questions based on that? Thank you. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, as you know, Kenyans have very high standards for this new government. I would like to ask you what Kenyans have asked me to ask you. They're not my questions. If they were my questions, I would have asked you legal questions as your teacher. But I'm going to ask you ordinary questions. Kenyans are saying that the highway from Malaba to Mombasa, which is the most important channel for transporting cargo from Mombasa to Uganda, has very serious challenges. And if you want to improve it, how are you going to do it? The second one they're asking is the long queues sometimes extend up to 60 kilometers. The other thing Kenyans are asking is, yes, you built a beautiful expressway, but it's beyond the reach of ordinary Kenyans. If you have to do a one-way road trip, it's 600 shillings, which many Kenyans cannot afford. And lastly, the LAPSET project. They want to know, if we do confirm you as the minister or cabinet secretary for this position, what are you going to do for these things? Kenyans are concerned about that. Thank you.
You will record those questions. We'll be doing them in batches of 4-4. Kimani Ichung'wah, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Murkomen, you've indicated that you work for SMS advocates. That's Sigai Murkomen and someone advocates. Sing'oei Murkomen and Sigai advocates. And I'm certain, Senator, you were watching yesterday's deliberations before this committee. And at one instance, when the Honorable Senator Kithure Kindiki was here, a question was put to him by the leader of minority on a payment that came from a company that was called Out of the Box, that was said to be proceeds of the NYS scandal, I think sometime back in 2015 or 2016. And Professor Kindiki contended that that payment was actually not to his law firm, but to your law firm. And you thereafter owed him some 500,000 shillings that you paid him by check. And he indeed indicated that it was not his business to know where the money came from. Now that you're here, Senator Murkomen, get out of the box and tell us whether that money were proceeds of crime, whether that money came from NYS, and what you are being paid for. Two, Senator Murkomen, you've been nominated into a very important docket. And I'm certain you must have done some homework now, or rather you live in this country. And maybe, Honorable Speaker, I should also have declared some interest, because Senator Murkomen is also my personal friend, and we have worked together for the last 10 years and done many things out of the box, but not the company. So, Senator Murkomen, you have been around this country, and you know there are very many stalled road projects. We have seen in the last 3-4 years very many new road projects being commissioned, some that are not even in the budget, and that has occasioned a crisis within the road sector, roads construction sector, with very many contractors holding huge pending bills, and all their projects, I think almost 70 to 80% of the road projects in this country have stalled. including very critical highways like the ABC to Rironi Highway. I don't know, now that you've been nominated into this position, where you've applied your mind to what innovative ways you would have to employ as soon as you take office, if you are approved, to, one, sort out the issue of pending bills because it is negatively affecting the performance of the economy in terms of money circulating in the economy, and two, to ensure that all those stalled road projects are completed in a timely manner, and good roads are done for the people of Kenya to be able to derive value from the money that has already been invested in those roads. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
One day. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. Senator Murkomen, as an officer of the court, and a distinguished one for that matter, your trust and faith in the justice system is very important. You will recall, in the wake of the controversy around Aror and Kimwarer dams, you were quoted just before the DPP undertook some prosecutions. You were quoted as having described the whole issue as a charade. Okay? I just want to find out from you if you still hold the same view, in view of the fact that, thereafter a task force was formed to undertake some inquiry into this matter, a task force headed by PS Professor Maringa. And if at all you came to, if at all you read the report of that task force, because personally I tried looking for it, I couldn't lay my hands on it here as chair of PAC. Yeah, that is one. Two is on the LAPSET issue. The LAPSET Corridor Development Authority was supposed to serve as a special purpose vehicle for the implementation of the LAPSET Corridor project. So how will you ensure that LAPSET Development Authority gets all the necessary powers and capacity to accomplish the assignment as per the law establishing it? That is very important. And secondly, why can there be a specific budget channeled directly to, domiciled at LAPSET Authority for implementing these program components? Thank you.
Thank you. Owen.
Thank you, Chair and Speaker. Senator Murkomen, I have nothing actually to declare interest on. I want you to address yourself to the question of open sky policy, and looking at Mombasa, which is actually an international airport by its name, but in operations it has become more of a domestic airport. We used to have 67 charter flights that promoted tourism in the area, but now we only have 2 remaining. We also used to have Qatar Airways fly to Mombasa, Ethiopian Airways, and many other international flights would land in Mombasa, and it promoted the tourism in that area. But there has been a deliberate policy called the protectionist policy on Kenya Airways, protecting Kenya Airways, and therefore it has shut off all these other airlines, and it has closed the airspace only for Kenya Airways, turning Mombasa into more of a domestic airport, same as Malindi. This has hurt tourism, and those people that come from the tourism areas, especially at the coast, are suffering, not because of the Minister of Tourism, but because of the Minister of Transport, because they have done an injustice in terms of the airspace. What will be your policy towards opening up the airspace to ensure that we have direct flights from London, from Frankfurt, from Milan, so that we can promote tourism? Because your ministry, the ministry you've been nominated to, cuts across other ministries as a supporter, as it supports in terms of infrastructure. That is one. Mr. Speaker, the people of Malindi have also asked me to ask this question. The airport in Malindi has always been said to be expanded, and actually Kenya Airports Authority is said to have taken over land from people and have promised to pay. Those people are living in squalor. They're living as very poor people because their land has been taken. They are not allowed to do any development on the land, and yet Kenya Airports Authority has not paid them up to this point. And it has taken many, many years. While the airport is lagging behind because nothing is happening and it is killing tourism, the people are living in poverty because they have not been paid their money. What would you do when you are approved as minister in that area? I thank you.
You deal with those four?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me first deal with the question of Senator Kimani Ichung'wah so that I come back to my teacher because...
I've never been a senator.
No, sorry. Honorable Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. There was a senator called Kimani Wamatangi. So that creates that confusion. Mr. Speaker, let me first deal with the question of the out-of-the-box, Mr. Speaker, and the question of mentioning of SMS advocates. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that sometime in 2016, the Committee on Public Accounts Committee investigating the NYS saga came to the conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, a client known as Out of the Box Company Limited was paid by, was part of the companies that were suspected to have participated in the NYS scandal. Although, Mr. Speaker, the evidence that was before the committee indicated that that company was contracted by the planning ministry and not the NYS. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, the SMS advocates that were the lawyers for the Out of the Box handled a transaction that Out of the Box Limited purchased a property via SMS advocates. Mr. Speaker, the committee received a representation from both parties. And although, Mr. Speaker, as you know, you are a lawyer of a senior lawyer, actually, you and your deputy, Mr. Speaker, very senior, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of high repute. When we receive resources from clients to purchase a property, there is no legal requirement to go and ask them, how did you earn them? Some get them by, Mr. Speaker, collecting, Mr. Speaker, offering in charge. Others by selling whatever they sell, Mr. Speaker. Others by employment they have. But once money comes from the account to the law firm's responsibility is just to ensure that you use them prudently to carry out the transaction that the client requested. The law firm did so. And despite that representation, the committee went ahead and made adverse recommendations against the SMS advocates. Aggrieved, the law firm went to court, Mr. Speaker, in 2017. And Mr. Speaker, on April 20, 3rd April 2020, the court ordered as follows, Mr. Speaker, that an order of certiorari is issued to bring into this court and quash recommendations 12 and 13, which were adverse on the SMS advocates, of the report of Public Accounts Committee inquiring into the happening of NYS, violate petitioners' rights guaranteed by the Article 47 of the Constitution of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, as a senior lawyer, you know, once the court has quashed those proceedings, they are as though they never happened. And so, Mr. Speaker, to me, that's no longer an issue. That matter has been rested by the decision of the court. And anyone reading parliamentary report, a particular recommendation of the committee, paragraph 12 and 13, should now be aware that that has been quashed by the court. And that now leaves me, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the policy issues. Mr. Speaker, I want to collapse some of the questions that have been asked sector-wise. My teacher has asked, Honorable Sholei, Deputy Speaker, has asked a very important question about congestion of the Northern Corridor Road. And Mr. Speaker, particularly at the Malaba border where we have a problem of congestion insofar as clearance is concerned. The problem in Malaba border is twofold, Mr. Speaker. One is the technology used by KRA to be able to clear truckers. Sometimes they have been facing challenges, and as a result of that technology being used, Mr. Speaker, sometimes even the challenge is about internet availability. And Mr. Speaker, we will work with the relevant Ministry of Finance and the Kenya Revenue Authority to ensure that they are able to put in place modern technology that can expedite the process of clearing of goods. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the problem also there is about infrastructure. The Kenya National Highway Authority has put in place technology that weighs goods as they move from Mombasa to Malaba. But, Mr. Speaker, at the border itself, the process is still not updated. It's not using the current technology. We have agreed also, Mr. Speaker, if I am approved, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that Kenya National Highway deploys latest technology to make sure that the weighing of goods at the border is expedited. The other issue is because of the parking. The parking area along that border is, Mr. Speaker, congested. We are inviting the county government of Busia to, Mr. Speaker, invest in providing, or through PPP or direct even as a county, to raise revenue for the county. Just the way Nairobi County has parking for vehicles, they can create a good parking for the lorries so that it can raise more revenue for the county and supplement
Yes, Ferdinand, what's the problem?
There's no problem, Mr. Speaker, but I just wonder this technology that the nominee is talking about. I want to know because that area is really congested. What do you mean by technology? Which technology are this?
Mr. Speaker, the clearance of goods is based on internet system, okay, where you have to have proper functioning internet for you to be able to use the machines that KRA is using. The report I have from my inquiry is that has been sometimes the cause of delay, either the failure of the system itself they're using or the absence of proper and strong network that can facilitate the KRA itself to do the clearance a bit more faster. So we're saying this will be a collaborative effort, Mr. Speaker, on our part. Of course, this is not also something to be done by the government of Kenya alone. We have a responsibility to deal with the one-stop border principle. If you see, that problem used to be Namanga, but those of you who have gone to Arusha of late, you know that because of the infrastructure development along Namanga by both the government of Kenya and the government of Tanzania, it has facilitated quick and fast movement of goods, because our responsibility as an institution of transport is trade facilitation, and we must be able to provide structures that will make sure that we facilitate trade a bit faster. Mr. Speaker, I tie that issue then to the other question of there is a congestion between Mombasa, if you are trucking, if you are carrying goods via truck to Malaba. What are we going to do? Mr. Speaker, there have been efforts and conversations. Members of this Augusta House are aware in the National Assembly and also the Senate of the conversation around dualling, Mr. Speaker, of the road from Mombasa to Malaba. And considering the current stage and situation of our finances, Mr. Speaker, this can never be achieved by investing our taxes on the road. Mr. Speaker, we don't even have enough money to be able to do proper dualling of the road from Mombasa to Malaba. However, innovatively, working with with Parliament, and the relevant committee of Parliament and Parliament as a whole, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that we strengthen the framework of public-private partnership so that we can entice, Mr. Speaker, the private sector to invest on the road. All over the world, if you've gone to many of the countries in the world where they have better infrastructure, they have been able to harness resources from their local investors to invest in the road and then put in place a tolling policy. I know, Honorable Sholay asked the question of expressway, and I want to use that as an example. By the way, Mr. Speaker, it is my strong belief, and having consulted widely, that tolling is not an extra charge. It's a saving. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the expressway alone, you will find that, Mr. Speaker, it takes a shorter time for you to move for 27 kilometers from one end to the other, meaning, therefore, that you've saved time. Time that sometimes would be 3 hours. So if you are earning money, for example, us who are here, maybe $1 million a month, and you subdivide it to the time that you, to the hour, every hour, you will realize that the cost of staying at Mombasa Road for 3 hours will come to a certain figure. And that is a saving in the first place when it's reduced to about 20 minutes. But, Mr. Speaker, also, most importantly, you save on fuel. Mr. Speaker, you save a lot on fuel. Now, this should be our policy. And I think this is the proposal I'm going to make if I am approved by this House. We should be able to take our roads, and let me speak now to all of them so that no one will need to answer the other places. We should be able to identify our high-density roads and then put in place a tolling policy with a fee that is charged that is commensurate, Mr. Speaker, to the saving that the motorist will get. Now, if you say the road from Mombasa to Nairobi to Malaba, I propose that we dual the road, we attract investors, and of first priority should be local investors. Local investors means our pension fund, our banks, Mr. Speaker, and our, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans who want to invest of whatever nature, including it to reach a stage where perhaps the Kenya National Highway is listed in the stock exchange so that every Kenyan has a share of that investment that has been put on the road. If that is done, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to save time, we will be able to do better roads. Let me give you the last example. If today you are going to Rongai in the outskirts of Nairobi, at the peak hour, at about 4 p.m., it will take you about 3 hours to go to Rongai. By the time you are reaching Kiseria, it's 3.5 hours. By the time, Mr. Speaker, you reach there and you are a parent, CBC is waiting for you, Mr. Speaker. You have had road rage on the way, quarreling with people, matatus are jumping on pavements. You've lost 3 hours. You've lost, Mr. Speaker, fuel that perhaps if quantified will be about 500 shillings, let's say the least. We are telling you, calculate the time that we are saving for you, calculate the resources that you are going to spend on fuel, let us dual the road, let's toll it. Instead of paying 500, which you are wasting on the fuel, we will save for you, you pay about 200 shillings. Then the other is a saving. So the message I should go to Kenyans is that tolling, dualing and tolling roads is not an extra charge. It's a saving. For as long as, for every road that is tolled, the person in charge of the road must guarantee that the movement of persons shall be within a given period of time. So that then if the road becomes busy like Thika Road, you can either expand or put in place traffic management that will ensure that people move faster. I'm a bit more passionate on this, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, maybe I took a longer time. Mr. Speaker, the question of also tolling roads, let me just speak to it, is that people are using good roads. Okay, those of us who are in Nairobi here are using Southern Bypass, Eastern Bypass, Northern Bypass, Expressway, and all these other places. Mr. Speaker, the person in Lokichar or somebody in Hola, Mr. Speaker, most of them have not even seen good roads. Some saw the roads just the other day, and they're all highways. What will tolling do? If we raise enough revenue to maintain this infrastructure, the big infrastructures that we are going to develop, we can then save the other money from road maintenance levy and other sources of revenue to go and construct roads in other parts of the country. My take, Mr. Speaker, if I'm approved by this House, my focus is to ensure that there is equity in distribution of roads in the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, as I grew up as a young man, I used to go 100 kilometers to find a tarmac from Embobu to Iten. And Mr. Speaker, for those who lived around Iten, they know there is a place in Iten called Mwishowalami. It is my responsibility to ensure that we eliminate Mwishowalamis across the country so that Kenyans progressively know that roads that are connecting county to county will be tarmacked. Roads will be also distributed equitably to areas. No child at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, should travel to another constituency to see a tarmac road. And progressively, we should move to a situation where we'll say no child should move from a particular ward to go to another county. That is the principle of equity in that regard. Mr. Speaker, on the LAPSET, on the expressway last, just imagine this, Mr. Speaker, and I want to convince this committee, and hopefully I will convince Parliament later if I'm approved. Expressway has been built with, say, the initial price was 60 billion, inflation or whatever, it's 70, 80 billion. Kenyans should know that that expressway was not built using public money, it was private money. The only thing is that the concession is 30 years, okay, it's given to 30 years. I'm told today, the investor is, the cars that are passing through the expressway now are 45,000. Meaning that in 3 months they have reached 45,000. If it moves to 200,000 a day, that investor will get 7 billion a year. If it gets 7 billion a year, it will mean that it will recoup investment within 10 to 12 years. Meaning in another 18 years, it will be making 7, maybe the shilling will have improved or down or whatever, it will get about 10 billion every year. To a private investor who has the latitude to take the money out of the country. My, Mr. Speaker, position is that the ministry should focus on getting local investors. If that was a local investor, if it was a bank in the country, if it was a SACCO, Mr. Speaker, if it was a pension fund, they would know that in 10 years, this benefit will recoup to the pension fund and benefit the country. So I want us to see positively the private investment on our roads as one way also of creating employment and growing wealth.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done.
Chair, not to interrupt the senator, and I see his passion in the tolling of roads. But Speaker, maybe you could also clarify as he answers my earlier question on the pending bills and everything else I asked. Are you also aware that those roads, as much as they are tolled, they are also public assets because they are built on public land?
Correct.
And I see you are more encouraging more of investment to benefit the investors who would be investing on those roads. But what of the ordinary Kenyan taxpayer? Because, for instance, let me use the expressway. If they collect so much money within a shorter period, we should be looking at concessions that are less years.
Correct.
And also the cost of building those toll roads, as you say, is also a matter. Is it a matter that is of concern to you as the incoming minister, or are we going to see an escalation of costs for tolled roads? Because if they were cheaper, then the concessions would be lower, and these assets will revert back to the public within a shorter period to benefit the people of Kenya, not just investors. I don't know whether the Chinese investors or the Chinese in quotes are more worthy of those investments than the Kenyan people.
I totally agree with the Honorable Kimani Chungwa, Mr. Speaker. The negotiation of the expressway, there were flaws. Some of the flaws were basically, okay, the Kenyan government decided that they are not going to take the risk just in case the investor is not going to meet his investment targets. But a proper calculation would have shown that in the fullness of time, that risk will not be there. And that's why I'm saying we must change from the model of the expressway, because the expressway now, investor took his risk, but investor is taking a greater benefit in the long run. Number two is a public asset. We gave them the land that they are using to construct the road. That's not just enough. That also the other road, which is another problem we'll come to deal later with, is, Mr. Speaker, the road below has been destroyed and has been left, Mr. Speaker, in a more dilapidated stage. Again, there was a fund that was supposed to be given by the government of Kenya to ensure that the roads are restored, because the utility, the people who are in charge of the utilities, the water, the internet and so forth, Mr. Speaker, in the process of relocating those utilities, it messed up the road. I really fear that if it rains soon, we'll have a serious problem of flooding in Imara Daima and those areas, and corrective measures are being worked out by Kenya National Highway Authority to deal with that issue. Roads. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the roads, because we have committed that money to other sectors, Mr. Speaker, or we maybe we chewed more than we could, Mr. Speaker, or maybe we chewed more than we could, we bit more than we could chew, Mr. Speaker. And so the problem here is that we are proposing, and the government of Kenya is proposing in its manifesto, that, Mr. Speaker, we will do securitization, but more importantly, and I think quickly, Mr. Speaker, we will use the road maintenance levy to, Mr. Speaker, guarantee a one-off, Mr. Speaker, a bond, infrastructure bond, that should be raised, pay off all the pending bills, and make sure that in line with the plans we give the people of Kenya, we make sure that we complete the roads so that we achieve the equity we are talking about. We also want to safeguard, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament passed in the last, towards the end of Parliament, they passed a law to take more of the road maintenance levy to development. I think those are things we will sit down to review, because we must also, as we construct the roads, we must maintain. And let me use that opportunity, Honorable Kimani, to answer also the question of annuity. The annuity program, Mr. Speaker, was very unfortunate. The most unfortunate program that we ever implemented. The road from Ngong to Kiserian to Isinya, Kajiado there, Mr. Speaker, is 91 kilometers. Through annuity program, we are paying 28 billion, Mr. Speaker, to construct 91 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this is ridiculous, because that road constructed conventionally, even with 80 million a kilometer, we would have used only 7 to 8 billion. It costs 500,000 shillings to maintain a road every year per kilometer. If you calculate for entire period of the 8 years that the annuity program will be managed, that road would only have cost, Mr. Speaker, 300 million to maintain. Now we've locked 28 billion every year on one road. We are paying 2.4 million to manage an annuity program. Mr. Speaker, I will scrap that program. If I am approved by this House, I will immediately scrap that program and have a conversation with the other two roads, Mr. Speaker, the one from Loitoktok and the other one in Modakashi, Mr. Speaker, moved to conventional way of constructing. It's even better to borrow than to engage resources in this annuity program. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the last thing I was asked, I can see my time is far much spent, is that the issue of Aurora and Kimwarer, a very good question from my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I still believe that Aurora and Kimwarer was charges and stopping of the projects was politically motivated. And when we called the Speaker, P.S. Maringa to the committee of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you were there at that time, but he was fumbling and eventually whispered to me and said, you know, I was told. So, Mr. Speaker, the era of I was told should come to an end. And the era of stopping projects because you don't like the person who lives in that area or comes from that county. I, Mr. Speaker, will promise this committee that if I am elected, if I am approved by this committee to become the CS Roads, Transport and Public Works, I can assure you I will work for Kenyans to receive infrastructure in every part of the country, and no part of this nation will be denied infrastructure because, Mr. Speaker, of political choices that people make. And I can assure you, Honorable Opio Ondai, if there is any problem in your constituency, make sure we plan, it becomes the first place we will visit to ensure that every part of Kenya ensures it gets its part of the. The last thing is open skies. Honorable Owen, let me use this to answer the whole thing about KA, Mr. Speaker, just briefly, is to say that KA has a responsibility to manage all airports. The Minister of Transport has a policy position on negotiating bilateral air agreements. You know that when we go to another country, Turkey, for example, and negotiate agreements, you know that the principle of reciprocity is extremely important. Because if you are giving a chance to an airline of another country to land in your country, they must also give you equivalent or equal rights for you to land in their country. So that is an area that we need to appreciate first. But second, and most important, we should move to answer, why are we in this situation? Why is Kenya Airways finding itself in the situation that it is? It's because of mismanagement of the past, the Project Mawingu for this parliament is aware because we probed that issue, Senate and National Assembly. We know what happened in Kenya Airways. There are processes underway, and the president is already seized of that issue, as far as I'm aware, to make sure that we talk about restructuring Kenya Airways in whatever ways to ensure that it's profitable. For example, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Airways is the leading cargo airline. Nairobi is the leading cargo destination in the region. Yet Kenya Airways are only 10% of the share. We should be able to separate Kenya Airways transport in terms of carrying passengers and separate the cargo one, because that one looks like it will be more profitable, and then it should be able to take up most of this market share of transport in the area. I will also promise you, Honorable Owen, that we will go together and look at the issues in Malindi. Let me tell you this. As a firm believer of devolution, Mr. Chair, I will not work from Nairobi. I will once in a month or more so often, Mr. Speaker, decide that the ministry today is working from Garissa. We sit there, we sort all the problems, the leaders of that area that relate to my ministry. The next week I can go and work from Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. It's Kenya. There are agencies there that are for my ministry. I work from there. I sort out all the issues, whether it's Kisumu Airport, whether it is the Homa Bay, Kendu Bay, the Kisumu Port, or I'm going to roads issues in all those parts of the region. Or I go to Mombasa and work from the port to see what's happening at the port, the roads, and all that. I will make sure, Honorable Owen, that we go and sit down in your county and sort out the issues that you have raised.
Thank you. Can we take another batch of
point of information, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me. I would like the nominee to commit.
I will not allow you. Let's give other members an opportunity. Mishi Daud Posing Murugara.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, on a request, since some of those infrastructure are interrelated, I can take more than 4 questions if it helps to save time.
We'll take then the front row, 6. Mishi Daud Posing Murugara Ferdinand Mukami. 1 question each. Honorable Mishi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, to the nominee, and please I request that I ask 2 questions because his docket has a lot to do with Mombasa County, correct, where I come from. My first question, there are some allegations that the former regime, where the deputy president was the leader of Kenya Kwanza, secretary signed a deal under the guise of economic cooperation with the United Arab Emirates, which will see privately owned Dubai Port World, PZD, take over the operations of Mombasa, Lamu and Kisumu ports. Can you shed light on this? Because the people of Mombasa depend on the port. You can imagine 27% of the economy of Mombasa and coast at large depend on logistics, transport and warehousing. And that is why when the operations were transferred to Naivasha, it was chaotic, it was a crisis, people lost jobs, people died, their livelihood, and so many things. I know now there is a directive that it has returned the operations to Mombasa County. But my question would be, is privatization only option to ensure efficiency and increase in revenue? Or there are other means which maybe you are going to employ to ensure that there is efficiency and not through privatization? The other issue, Kenyans have fear that the SGR project, where Kenya took a financing loan through the Exim Bank, that the government is having some challenges to repay that loan. And then the Chinese are going to take over the SGR services and also KPA, because KPA acted as a collateral security in terms of financing the loan. So can you shed light on this? Because what we are seeing, maybe it is a crisis in terms of the KPA and also the SGR services. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Speaker. Mheshimiwa Murkomen, congratulations first. What I want to ask you, have talked about the pending bills and all that, and you are aware that most of the road contractors started projects many years back and they have never finished. It's been like in Meru County has taken 6 years and they've never finished. And it's replicated all over the country. And you've talked about there are a lot of payments to be done. So in your opinion, how do you intend to pay them? Because in the last Parliament, I was in the committee by my chair here, Posing, of Transport, where we were talking about floating an infrastructure bond so that we could clear off the debts and do new roads. But from what the President talked about a month back, President Ruto, that no new projects will be done until the old ones are finished. So are we looking now at just finishing the other roads and new roads not being done, or under your watch, are you going to get new roads done together with finishing and paying the old roads? Kenya Airways has a problem as well, you know that. When I was in the Finance Committee, they had borrowed a lot of money and banks took equity in Kenya Airways. Are we going to be subsidizing Kenya Airways forever, or what plans do you have for Kenya Airways? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And you will allow me 1 minute because
one question.
You'll allow me, Chair, because
just one question.
I was a chair in this.
The more you alternate, the more you lose time. Just ask the question.
Yes, but I'm asking your indulgence, Chair. So, Chair, I want to ask the nominee, who is my neighbor, and taking
good neighbor,
very, very good neighbor. And I think you are very good neighbor. And I'm sure, no cattle rustling, but I'm sure the people of Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot are really watching this Honorable Murkomen, and I want to tell them, the Marakwet and Pokot, we will work with Honorable Murkomen 100%. Let them understand that. Politics imeisha. Now, Chair, Honorable Murkomen, the ministry you are going in, the biggest problem is resources. They have the best expertise. The only problem will be resources. You've mentioned about that, and we expect as Parliament that will come with the ingenious ways. And nobody should tell you that they are floating infrastructure bond. That thing is not that thing will not help roads, Honorable Murkomen. So nobody should lie to you. You should find your own ways to make it a roads bond, the way it was proposed by Parliament. 2, expressway. There was an omission, Honorable Chair, through you to the nominee. If you look at landing, and many Kenyans have been asking me as the chair, if you come from airport, Honorable Chair, and you come to Parliament, you land at Capital Center. It doesn't help. It doesn't become an expressway. Because you land at Capital Center, you have used 1 hour from Kisumu to the airport. And then you land at the Capital Center, you spend 2 hours to be in Parliament. It doesn't help. We had proposed as committee that landing should be found at least within the El Selassie Road. Second, Chair, if you come from Westlands and you're coming to Parliament, you land at, no, not Musiam. There's not Bunyala, you land at Bunyala. So it doesn't serve. It doesn't serve as Honorable Chair. So I'm giving that as a caution to the new. It doesn't help us. The expressway is then a bypass.
Rather landing at Bunyala. I thought it's Museum Hill and then Capital
There
Center.
is no landing at Museum Hill when you're coming from Westlands.
Yes.
There's no landing, Honorable Chair.
So it's Capital.
Yeah. When you come from Westlands, I was a chair and I'm still chair of that transport until somebody else takes over. When you come from Westlands, Your Excellency Speaker, when you're coming to Parliament, you land at Bunyala Road. There's no landing at even University or Museum Hill. There's landing in Museum Hill if you're coming from this side of town, Jomo Kenyatta Airport.
You are right.
You land there. So, Honorable, this is a very important proposal that we are giving to the new minister, if it's approved by the House, so that they can be able to look at that. And we proposed that if you come from Westlands, you land at Nyayo House. At least you can be able to get into town. And if you are going to Westlands again, you also take off from the same roundabout. If you want to go to Westlands now, you have to go to Bunyala Road. Then you go to Westlands. It doesn't work and it doesn't help. That is number 2. 3, Chair. The issue of Kenya Airways is not been sorted out. It's not out of the wood yet. This Parliament, Honorable Chair, proposed and approved that Kenya Airways should be nationalized. We should make it our own. so that we can do the things we do. That thing went to the executive and it stayed there. Now, if approved, Honorable Murkomen, you'll be able to look at that. Every county, the Honorable Chair, was proposed that it must have a serviceable airstrip so that we open our country. What is the take of the minister as he takes over if approved by Parliament? And finally, I agree.
Those are 4 questions.
Finally.
Be fair to others, Pasin.
Finally, Chair, the annuity. It was approved by Parliament, Chair, through the chairmanship of Honorable Ichung'wa. I presented when he was budget chairman. We proposed and he approved that thing should be scrapped. It is the most expensive project in this country. 240 million per kilometer? It cannot work, Honorable Chair. And I thank the minister for saying that. 240 million.
Be more obedient, Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you,
You've
Chairman.
asked 4 questions. He will answer them.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. He's still grappling. Thank you, Chair. I think much of what he was asking has been noted, and possibly we'll get the answers. Thank you very much. Nominee, as we vet you, the rural population is actually watching you. Because we may be saying grandiose things about our urban centers at the expense of people who live in the rural areas. Most of these places do not have any roads whatsoever. They have what we would call cattle trucks. And they have to live with that in spite of the fact that the economy continues to improve and they are getting motor vehicles to use. When it comes to bridges, you'll find that along the mighty Tana River, for example, between Embu and Garissa, there are only 3 bridges, while it's expansive of hundreds of kilometers. There isn't any bridge that would straight away connect Tharaka Nithi and Kitui, because what exists possibly is between Embu and Kitui. As you take up this mighty docket, you will have 3 agencies under you: the Kera, the Kura, and the Kenya. The one that relates to rural constituencies is the Kera, and is the most underfunded. Do you have any policy, or do you propose any policy to ensure that Kera is equally well funded so that we can see an improvement in the provision of roads in the rural constituencies? Number 2, do you propose to work with, say, the Kenya Army? Because they got great engineers who can assist you in building roads and bridges, which is, some of them are quite economy friendly, because they have this technology of doing bridges that are good for rural constituencies. And the rest of the roads are under the counties. In your own policies, do you propose to keep an eye on the counties, because they allocated money to do rural roads, only for that money to be misappropriated, misspent, and we have no roads but have cattle trucks to think of?
Thank you, Murugara. Ferdinand, one question.
Mr. Chairman, I have a proposal. Mr. Chairman, I have a proposal.
Go ahead.
Most of these questions are almost the same. Let's do this. Let everyone ask, and then Murkomen, the nominee, can just answer them at once.
No. Let's finish the first batch.
May I also declare that the candidate before us is also my neighbor, and so there is no bias in what I'm going to ask. First of all, I want to, from your explanation, I see you are very passionate, and I'm very encouraged. The way you have taken up this job, if you are going to pass, and I hope, depending on how you present yourself, will do what you can do. My question is, most of these roads are actually built, and the biggest problem, Mheshimiwa, is that the start maintaining this, to maintain these roads, it takes time. There's what we call way bridges on the roads, and all I see around as you go around, you find actually is manned by the policemen who actually look for pipes, other than getting the right weights on the roads And the roads are actually in a very bad positions, particularly ones that have been built recently. In my place, they are already destroyed, hardly more than 2 years, because the way bridges, as I see them, actually just people taking money. So what are you going to do about this to be able to see good roads are maintained over time?
Thank you. Mukami?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, our nominee, Murkomen. I have one question. I've received a text from one of the Kenyans out there who is watching you, and he's saying that they were trained in the Kenya railway sector. There were 500 of them, and they were being charged 100,000 each, and the drivers were paying 200,000. Now he wants to know how you are going to help them, because they are still struggling. The other thing I just wanted to tell you about Mau Mau Road. Between Nyeri and Nyandarua, that road has stalled. So we need to know what you're going to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer those 6. Then Koech, I'll come to you.
I will try my best, Mr. Speaker, to quickly shorten the answer.
Yes.
Let me start with the port of Mombasa, and I think that's an important question in terms of the port. The port at the moment faces, first of all, our port is doing well, because now the port is handling 1.4 million TEUs, a great improvement, and is one of the most well-doing ports in the region. But we are facing competition. The port of Djibouti is now handling 800,000 TEUs. If you come to the port of Dar es Salaam, it is working on the expansion of its own port and will be our major competitor soon. So the thing we must do is, one, recently they meddled on the management of the port and created 14 deputies to the MD in a process that was not procedural. As soon as I am approved, I will make sure that the board of directors, working together with the management and Public Service Commission, will relook at that structure to become, a structure that is functioning and can be able to give us results. Number 2 is that the spirit of fear, of threatening public officers and telling them to do this and you must be aligned to so and so, will come to an end. I'll make sure that everybody can function to their potential and ensure that they are able to contribute to development of the port. The privatization of many parts of the port, which happened, I'm surprised, Honorable Mishi, you have an issue with it, because a lot of it happened a lot in the last 4 years. And Dubai Wall issue, MSC issue, certain local private investors that have taken over already developed berths by the people of Kenya and almost even paying nothing, including the ICDCs that were given to private investors after the Kenyan government spent about 5 billion. When I get to office, hopefully with your approval, I will make sure that if you used to hear what Kimani Ichung'wah used to call state capture, that is actually what state capture means. It is the use of state power to benefit a few individuals. I'll make sure that I dismantle those agents of state capture and return resources back to the people of Kenya so that the people of Kenya can benefit. On the question of the return of operations to the port, it is important to note that the declaration made by the president was on freedom of choice, freedom of commerce. You choose whether you want to go by road or you go by rail, and you don't force any of the customers to use rail or road. But it doesn't mean that the ICD in Naivasha has been closed. No. The Port of Mombasa, the Kenya Ports Authority is working on a mechanism of attracting the investors, particularly the government of Uganda and South Sudan, so that they can use the port in Naivasha. We also encourage the county government of Nakuru to work with us, if I am approved, to ensure that the investments in that place are improved. The other issue I want to add on the issue of the port is that is the SGR issue, the transport system. We know that the goods are cheaper if they are transported by rail, but they become expensive when they reach the end of the rail to the last mile. The Kenya Ports Authority is working with Kenya Railways to ensure that they can assure customer that when your goods are loaded to the railway, they go straight to the last mile. Now, that is where there is a complement between the truckers and the Kenya Railway, because Kenya Railway is willing to engage truckers at the end of their transport system to give them a particular fee, to transport the goods to their last mile, whether it is Thika, Meru, and other parts of the country. The reason why people prefer the truck is because it's flexible. If it comes from Mombasa, it can go straight to the destination. And those are the issues that we must ensure that there is competition. On the SGR, let me start by saying this. In my preparation to come to this committee, I spoke to everybody whom I thought was a person of influence. And none of them would tell me they have ever seen the SGR agreement. None. And I don't want to drop names, but none would say they have seen the SGR. Now, this agreement has become opaque. It's akin to the other agreement we have had in the political circles, where party leaders are told, you just signed the dotted line, don't worry about the contents up here. That is why, Honorable Mishi, you are speculating that maybe the port has been used as a guarantee. Maybe it has not been used as a guarantee. So my first responsibility when I get to office is to find where the agreement is and give it to the people of Kenya through Parliament. Why are we hiding? If the port has been used as a guarantee, we live knowing that as we manage the port and manage the SGR, we know what is our exposure. If the port is exposed, we know it's exposed. You know, everything starts by knowing the truth. And then, the repayment of the SGR now, at least up to now, we are up to date. The problem, Mr. Chair, with the SGR is that we took a loan of 20 years on an infrastructure of 100 years. It becomes impossible to be able to pay that loan by revenue that comes from the railways. And even in 50 years, it will never break even if you load the loans to the railway. So there was a strategic decision that was made at that time that we invest in the infrastructure, and government of Kenya pays back within 15 to 20 years. Now we are choked with the loans because we are paying 80 million per year to the lenders for the SGR. One thing that I want to say here, and I want to repeat so that there is no confusion in the market or among our lenders. We are willing to continue paying the amount that was set. We have maintained in the escrow account 25 billion that was required. But, Mr. Speaker, we should be willing, led by the President, to renegotiate the loan period. If we manage to move the loan period even to 50 years, because it's a 100 years investment, we are not going to do another SGR for 100 years. If we can manage to renegotiate to 50 years, Mr. Speaker, then it will ease the burden that Kenyans, the payments that we make every year, and we can divest that money to other parts of the economy. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood, straight to the point. Some of the reasons why the contractors are slow is because they have not been paid. Some of the other reasons is because they are shoddy connected cowboy contractors. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, there will be no connection with the minister with contractors. The connection of the minister is with the people of Kenya and Parliament and the appointing authority. And we'll make sure that if you are a shoddy and cowboy contractor getting money and reaping where you do not sow, we will delist you. We will put that list online. We'll make it accessible to all contractors to ensure that you don't get any work in the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, every substandard road that has been approved by the resident engineer, that resident engineer will take personal responsibility apart from the company itself. Are we not constructing new roads? No, that's not what I mean. Because if we are going to say we will not construct new roads, what will you do to constituencies like Northor, Mr. Speaker, or Kadangachini in Tharaka Nithi, or in Mandera, Mr. Speaker, most of the parts? Even Meru, Mr. Speaker, most parts of Meru, or the road between Nyeri and Nyandarua, passing through the forest there, or all those, Mr. Speaker, or Mount Elgon, yes, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, Caleb Amisi's constituency, that is Honorable Caleb Amisi's constituency, Saboti. You know, many people think because Saboti is around Kitale town, if you go inside it, you will find that it's one of the muddiest constituency, Mr. Speaker. So we will have to sit down, sort the immediate problem, that we have. And I agree with Honorable Kosing that it should be roads bond. Solve the problem. If we can float 300 billion, we use the 150 billion to solve the problem. And the one above it, Mr. Speaker, we can now use it to construct the roads across this country. Mr. Speaker, on the landing of the expressway, it is true the committee dealt with this issue. I have also spoken to Kenya, and there are conversations to provide landing at GPO, so that people can land at GPO. The challenge, of course, is that it might touch at Uhuru Park a little bit. And that's where the problem is, Mr. Speaker. So we need to explore engineering designs that will be able to protect the park and at the same time give us a landing. Otherwise, the expressway will become also, will not become that useful as it ought to be. Mr. Speaker, KQ nationalization, I think we should think about it more longer. So far, the debt that we have given to KQ, part of it has moved our equity as a country to 49%. Intentionally, we didn't want to cross 50% because we didn't want it to be a public company. We still want it to be run as a private company. I think what we need to do with the KQ is to ensure that perhaps create subsidiaries. Maybe a budget airline, like the one we already have, Jumbo Jet, to continue doing what it needs to do. A cargo airlines be separated, Mr. Speaker. And maybe a charter airlines that can be able to fly to bring tourists from Europe, like my colleague addressed Honorable Owen here. And finally, we might need Kenya Airways to also, and I've had conversation on this, to have other businesses on the side where they provide other services, drone services, the Speaker's surveying services, and other services that other private companies are giving as one way of raising their revenue and bridging their gap, the loans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, airstrips, I promise, there are only 13 airstrips, fairly functioning airstrips in the country. Mr. Speaker, I promise that as if I am approved, the ministry, as a ministry that deals with policy and construction of airstrips, that Mr. Speaker will put in place a policy to progressively construct an airstrip in every county, Mr. Speaker, so that every county can have an airstrip for emergency services, for transport, Mr. Speaker, and for security issues, Mr. Speaker, if you talk about especially marginalized areas. Honorable Murugara, you are right. We will work together with these agencies to ensure that we provide better infrastructure. I'm more interested in what we are going to do to make Nidi Bridge different, even if it means we dual a small distance of that area, because Nidi Bridge, for as long as I have lived, has killed as many people. It's a killer, actually, and we must be able to do something to make sure that we solve that issue. Kera funding, we need to ring-fence the funding for Kera, Mr. Speaker, so that that's why we are a bit apprehensive when you take the road maintenance levy fund to development, Mr. Speaker, because we want to ensure that Kera has enough funding to go machinani. Mr. Speaker, but members here will tell me, because we all live in this country, the problem, part of the problem is Kera, but part of the problem is also ourselves. We must provide proper oversight of the roads constructed under Kera, especially our road committees. Mr. Speaker, it is true, without any fear of contradiction, that especially in marginalized areas in this county, only roads are constructed in paper. People are issued with tenders, Mr. Speaker. They go and sit in air-conditioned hotels. They fill the papers. And because the place is a security area, it's a serious security area, no auditor is allowed to access. Intentionally, Mr. Speaker. In fact, people have vigilantes in those areas to ensure that no auditor can go and determine whether there is a road or not. So year after year, we are putting money to roads. And I'm telling honorable members, we must not benefit from the suffering of our people. What I am going to do is to ensure that no part of this country I will not visit. And you saw Honorable Kindiki speak yesterday seriously about security issues. We will work together with the Minister of Interior to ensure that some of the roads where they give us problem, we declare them as security roads and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, we provide enough security to ensure these people get roads. We will not allow fictitious award of tenders and fictitious payments. There is enough for all of us, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you can make a little money here and there by constructing the road. But to say you are not constructing the road, you are making the money, that is really deplorable. And I will work hard to ensure that we provide oversight. On the relationship between Kera...
Deplorable, it's illegal.
It's illegal, of course. It's illegal, Mr. Speaker. But I was looking for a more serious... a more gross terminology.
Immoral too.
Immoral too, yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I know you are away with words. And, Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we provide oversight. On the relationship between county roads and Kera roads, we will put in place a more coordinating mechanism. I think signage plays a role. If a road has been done by Kera, let them put a sign there that is Kera, so that then the counties do not come and superimpose some few mara here and there, and then they take away the money. That is the other problem, duplication. We will eliminate duplication, Mr. Speaker. And we want to ensure that the counties are doing roads, and where those roads can be classified as Kera, we can take over to assist the counties where they are unable to do it. On the issue of... since the ministry is in charge of classification and policy, we'll make sure that the policy framework is put in place. Honorable Anyonya, I have nothing to add. Kenya has deployed technology which automatically picks your weight, the weight of your goods, and the bill is just sent to you. That is progressively, that's where we are going to go. But insofar as maintenance is concerned, I have answered that question. We will maintain the money so that we ensure that they are used. I didn't get properly, Rehab, the question, Honorable Rehab Mukami, on the trained personnel. You don't need to repeat it. The point is this. Since those are specific issues that are touching on specific trained personnel who perhaps have been ignored or not given opportunity to serve, despite the training, they spend a lot of money. That's how I understood. I will take over that matter with you personally once approved. Lapset. Oh, sorry, I forgot Lapset. That's a very important one. Nyeri, and I am aware of the Nyeri
roads.
I'm aware of the Mau roads. They are part of the roads that we promised and this government promised that they will complete all the started roads. I am actually particularly aware about that road because I have relationships around your area. And so when I went there the other day, they reminded me that they want to go to Nyandarua without going the long route because the road is already provided. But there's also the issue of conservation, dealing with the KFS and KWS and the question of the elephants. We must do our roads but also conserve the environment. So we'll have that conversation to ensure that conservation of environment will be achieved, but people will be able to move in good time. Let me respond to the issue of LAPSET, which I forgot. Mr. Speaker, you were in the cabinet of President Mwai Kibaki that established LAPSET. And LAPSET was put in the office of the president as a coordinating body to ensure that those projects along the LAPSET corridor are implemented. The first thing I'll do is to put together all the implementing agencies, improve the coordination of LAPSET as an authority itself. Maybe, if need be, we can bring it as a legal entity properly within an act of parliament, if need be. Number two, the LAPSET corridor must be developed, and I think I should have answered this when I was answering Honorable Mishi's question. The Lamu port has already been completed. 3 berths have been developed, but there are no goods that are docking there. There are no ships that are docking there. What we are going to do is, so far the road from Lamu, Ijara, Garissa is complete. But it's not a road, Mr. Speaker, to be proud of and say, oh yeah, it's complete, then we go. It's a Maram road constructed 40 million per kilometer. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'll do is to have a conversation with the contractor who was given that job and look into the procurement procedures and the law with the possibility of just adding something small on top of what the contractor was given for make sure that road is tarmacked. And then the road from Garissa to Isiolo has just been awarded. Mr. Speaker, we must also push to ensure that it's tarmacked. It's not Maram Road. And then now it will connect from Isiolo to Moyale, where we hope that Kenya Ports Authority will put their inland container depot. We also ensure that the Isiolo I'm going to find out why exactly the Isiolo port is not functioning, Mr. Speaker, for the reasons that I'm told the runway was short, the contract was not to the standard that was required. We will see, Mr. Speaker, all those issues. That corridor will open up.
Runway is very short.
Yeah, it's too short. So, Mr. Speaker, all that region must be open, Mr. Speaker. And the Bible says a nation is judged by the way they treat the weak, Mr. Speaker, and the marginalized. We must now open up these areas that have been marginalized for a long time, which were then called non-high potential. We must make sure that they are high potential, opening up those roads, opening up the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we have a market in South Sudan of 50 million, South Ethiopian part of bordering Kenya and Moyale of 50 million people. If we are not careful, if we don't finish Lapset immediately, Mr. Speaker, we are in danger of Ethiopians moving to Djibouti port at the expense of a shorter route that would the goods would have come from Lamu port, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think
I now take Koech, Amisi, Raso, Shurie, Emase.
Thank you. My brother, I get the feeling that we probably in the future should rename your ministry as a ministry of pending bills. That notwithstanding, my question is, this ministry seems to be largely under capture by individuals or capture by the Chinese. Most organizations under this ministry, most businesses, Kenyans have complained that they do not get the fair share of contracts when they compete for different tenders. Mostly, you will realize, even in our villages, there is always those Chinese doing projects that can be done by Kenyans and our own entrepreneurs. What will you do deliberately to make sure that you knock off the Chinese and the Kenyans who do the contracting are given a fair share of the business?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The nominee, you understand, transport system is really the control of the country's economy. You are literally on the road to prosperity or on the road to oblivion. That's where you are. It's your choice. I want to name you some few roads. Kambimiwa, Koikoi, Lukome, Kaptama, then there's Lukome, Gitwamba, there's Bapton, Index, Kisawai, Endebes, then there's Kisawai, Kitalale, Kipsongo, Kitale. I'm naming these roads specifically because they have put that constituency to be one of the only constituencies in Kenya without a road of the bitumen standard. And mostly it is maybe the history, because it has been represented in Bunge by members of opposition since the late Wamalwa Kijana. And I want to make a history. You know, we do so well. You go to the constituency, they tell you, Caleb is back because of very good program on CDF. But you will be abused in funerals because of these roads that you have absolutely nothing, no powers over. And this has happened in many parts of this country, that the government of the day tend to skew development depending on the representation of that member of parliament. And remember, these are the taxpayers. Punish Caleb, but don't punish the people of Saboti. Because this is not the road that's going to be used by Caleb, it's going to be used by the people of Saboti. I've really tried to be part of the government. I don't know how I will do it, but I've really tried. I've really tried to represent my concerns as a member of the government. But I don't know, maybe one day I'll be blessed. But do not punish my people because of Caleb. I really want this because we need to have, it's good you've heard a speech, but we need to have a clear program. You don't need to have members of parliament tamak into your office. They have no powers. Just let the people of the country know that this year, this roads will be constructed. Then you'll not see a member coming to your office. Because people tend to think the people are supposed to construct these roads. But let's just have a countrywide program that everybody will believe in, knowing that next year, we know these roads will be constructed. These areas will be taken care of. Then we'll not have to be tamak into your office. It will be a clear program. And that's why I want, Chairman, I needed to say that because I'm very passionate. I wanted this issue to end with my reign. That it has been overlooked by my previous leaders, but it wanted to end with my reign. And I want this program to be the countrywide, not the people of Saboti. It needs to be a proper program, not speech. Speech you can speak the whole day. But what is the program? What is this program that you have you want to share with the people of Kenya?
You're making a speech. Sorry, Russell. Honorable members, if you look at the clock, we are doing badly on time. So ask one question each.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Murkomen, congratulations for your nomination. First of all, if this House approves your nomination, I want you to read Gazette Notice number 10 of 1965, so that as you sit down, you are able to see how resources should be spread in this country. Secondly is on LAPSET. There is very little public participation in both Isiolo and Marsabit, potentially where that road is supposed to pass. Coming to my question is on the standardization of projects. When you are constructing roads in different parts of this country, one will cost 20 billion, another one 5 billion. Is it not possible that we come up with the standards so that contractors actually do not become the beneficiaries in all these projects rather than the people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. And just for your info, the LAPSET Garissa Isiolo is ongoing, so I hope you will start with that one so that since they're on the ground, they can take it to the bitumen standard rather than just leaving it at that. Mine is on the issue of the road maintenance. We seem to just leave our roads so that once they get dilapidated is when we start trying to maintain them. Could you be coming up with a program that we can do continuous maintenance, so that we avoid doing expensive repairs once the road has been dilapidated? Thank you.
Embassy.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee. I want to emphasize on the issue of the quality of the roads that we are constructing. Teso South got the only tarmac road, the first and the only one, in 2017. That is Busia Malaba. But if you pass, and I want to invite you to visit and drive along that road, the work is shoddy. Already we have potholes along the road, yet it's even incomplete because the drainage system is still being done. They dug those, and it's not even complete. So my question is, the issue of standards, nominee, if we approve you, you need to put a lot of seriousness to ensure that this government, the people of Kenya, get value for money. Good works.
Thank you,
and on the same, I just allow me ask a question that has been asked by my constituent. That the dwelling of Busia Korinda Junction Road, money was released by the British Commissioner in 2015 through Trademark East Africa. Until today, no works has been done. Probably you need to follow up on that and find whether any funds were released for the dualling of that portion of the road from town to Korinda Junction and what happened to that. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Naisula, one question.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the question on equity, fairness has been touched on. So I'll ask about something that I'm passionate about. And I was working on a bill in the last parliament, but it lapsed before we concluded. And I plan to introduce it in the 13th parliament. And that is that the Kenyan road system and infrastructure is so much skewed just towards vehicles, so we look like we're discriminating on the majority of the users who are actually the pedestrians, cyclists, and other people who do not own vehicles. And so I really want to understand, and always the excuse is the lack of funds. While you see we we shoot and we put so much money in one road, but we don't think of the other users of roads. So I just want to know, how will you improve mobility for vulnerable road users like cyclists and pedestrians across the country?
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Murkomen is a good friend of mine. And we'll miss him in the Bunge Football Club. I don't know whether to approve him or not, so that he can continue playing for us. But all the same, Honourable Chair, this is a question from a constituent. These are people who have invested in transport, trucks, graders, and all this. What they are asking is, what policy do you have so that when you give a contractor, either a Chinese company or from wherever, that the only thing that they will come with is that letter of award, so that they can be able to hire trucks, graders, and all other road equipments from the local Kenyans. And it is, if you look at NAC Bank and other banks, actually people had gone for that. They took trucks on equipment, on loans, and all of them were later, repossessed. So what policy will your ministry have for purposes of giving jobs to these hustlers who own a truck or a grader? And lastly is about the KA land in Nakuru that was meant for an airport, which was around 700 acres. I'm told the former Nakuru County regime has started subdividing. That land was meant for an airport. But because of some environmental issues, because of the flamingos and things like that, it was said it is not tenable to have an airport there because of the bats, because they might come back to Lake Nakuru. So that land is there, and people have started grabbing. And we went there to an IDP camp, people who had been displaced, and they are there. And they don't have land. And that land sitting there, and people have started encroaching. Maybe what is the plan that you have so that these IDP maybe can be given an opportunity to be able to have, if in case that airport will ever be put in place? Thank you.
Mole. Thank you very much. I can only declare that Murkomen is a friend, is not a neighbor. Thank you very much, nominee, and I want to hear your thoughts on the bus rapid response transport.
Are you speaking to the mic? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yes. Okay. Let me. All right. I want to hear your thoughts on the bus rapid transport system, better known as BRTS, joining or bringing people to the city of Nairobi and the other cities. And I want to give you a clear dynamics of Nairobi. If you look at the original metropolitan, whereby it consisted of Kajiado, Kiambu, Machakos, and part of Murang'a. And if you want to deal with the issue of congestion and road network within these counties, I think you need to get a very clear framework and give us the plans, supervision, and designs. Nominee, you might want to do things very fast, but I will tell you one thing which has happened in this country. We failed because we failed to plan. Please, for this rapid bus transport, we'll sort out a lot of mess and roads. And I've heard you clearly say that you are going to scrap the annuity program. I can assure you in Matungulu there is an annuity program running from Tala to Donyo Sabuk. The contractor is on site. I don't know what to tell the people. If you scrap it, what will happen to that contractor who has a contract with the Kenya government? With the road stall, are we going to get into penalties? Are we going to get into legal tussle? And the common man continues suffering because you have scrapped the program. I want you to give us a very clear negotiating plan on some of these issues. As Caleb said, let's not have speeches. Proper planning, and if you want to succeed, plan well.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I should declare it's true that the nominee was my teacher one time, Chairman. But that's beside the point now. He was my teacher. Yeah. So, Chairman, I wanted to ask the nominee, who is also my friend, also to declare that. But there is transport on the road, there is transport in the ocean, and then there is transport in the air. But there's one form of transport I want to remind you that might not be, you are aware of it, but you might not be knowing it very well. It's called lake transport. There's a huge transportation in the lake, going to Uganda, going to Tanzania. There's a big transport there. What is your plan on the lake transport system, Mr. Nominee?
And very quickly answer those more comments.
Yeah, Chair.
You can see it's saying time up.
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, if you allow me 5 minutes first.
I allow you to answer.
Before I answer your questions, 5 minutes. On two things. One, I did not complete the issue of the airport, and it will be very unfortunate to leave here without telling you what's happening at KA. The airport in the JKIA currently receives 7.5 million passengers a year. Compared regionally, Ethiopia is now receiving 15 million. That one was 7.5, 15 million. Rwanda is 2.5. Rwanda is doing an expansion, and quickly in an year or two, they may move to 10 million. Ethiopia is planning to get to 100 million passengers at the airport by 2024. Meanwhile, we have tents at JKIA, Mr. Speaker, as a terminal. When you land JKIA and you're saying we are a transport hub, you land there, you find you are processed through a tent. Mr. Speaker, if I am approved, number one, I will relook at the issue of Greenfield Terminal that was cancelled in year 2016. Already the contractor had been paid about 4 billion shillings. And because of the cancellation, the contractor has gone to court. There is a case at the International Chamber of Commerce in Paris, Mr. Speaker, with an exposure of 17 billion to KA. I will use my knowledge as a lawyer and a negotiator for that purpose, but also resources that are in our country to take this case out of court, renegotiate the contract itself, and possibly through PPP we build the Greenfield terminal. That time it was 56 billion. It might be more, but because airports generate revenue, we should be able to get good investors who are coming to build that terminal. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue the same way. We have only one runway. If we want to be a serious regional hub, we must also explore ways of constructing the other planned second runway, which was part of the Vision 2030 plans. Number two, Mr. Speaker, since nobody asked this question, I really feel like I should be able to say this. Road carnage, Mr. Speaker, and the role of NTSA, which is in my ministry, should I be approved, Mr. Speaker, there are certain plans that are on the way that I will make sure that they are implemented. One is to ensure that the issue of smart driving license is rolled out across the country. We will work with NTSA, but possibly even with our private investors who are willing through business to distribute the electronic smart driving license, because the smart driving license has very important features that include identification of the party's insurance information, your PIN certificate, that becomes very useful when you deal with security, and you heard my colleague Senator Kindiki speak to it yesterday. Number two, we will make sure that, Mr. Speaker, car inspection, because part of the problem is inspection, and somebody had raised it earlier. We have only 30 inspection units in the entire country to inspect over 4 million vehicles, Mr. Speaker, annually. We will work with NTSA to privatize car inspection and to ensure that the private entities that are going to do the private inspection will get a small fee. The rest of the resources come back to the NTSA. They will take responsibility, Mr. Speaker, for the work they do to make sure that we are able to inspect as many vehicles as all the vehicles, Mr. Speaker, and hold them accountable. And that information is loaded to your smart number plate, which, Mr. Speaker, now must also be rolled out to the entire country. We will also make sure that all the driving schools, Mr. Speaker, training schools are all registered, monitored, and supervised, so that we make sure that we train our drivers very well. Mr. Speaker, on the use of technology on traffic, and particularly in the city here, already there is a pilot project that is being done by KURA, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. And NTSA is working also on Transport Integrated Management System. I will tell you something very astonishing, Mr. Speaker, and shocking actually. In one of the cameras they installed in one of the corners, I'll not say where, in Nairobi, they established that per day the camera records 300 offenses. One camera, but it's in a roundabout, so there are 4 cameras. All the 4 cameras each record 300 offenses. And of the 300 offenses, Mr. Speaker, they are about, the fine goes up to 3,000. If you calculate the amount of money raised from those 4 cameras, it comes to 1.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, in a year. That's one roundabout. What we are going to do, and this is not something we are imagining, it's already being worked by Kura, and NTSA is also working. We will bring them together. We will make sure that this technology is put across all the roads, our urban roads to start with, and the highways. Then, Mr. Speaker, we will remove police from the road. It will be the smart technology we are using. The e-police, the e-police will work, record all these offences, and instant fines are levied. Of course, we'll have to come back to Parliament here to pass the proper legislation and bring together all the agencies. If we do that, we are likely actually per year to raise not less than 50 billion in Nairobi alone from offences. Of course, people will now behave as you progress. When you go to the highways, Mr. Speaker, if we manage actually to dwell the roads the way we are dwelling and then put the cameras there, we don't need a policeman in the highway. You just records the offences and you take responsibility. Your fines come to you. Your insurance will be expensive if you become a serial offender, like it does in all over the world. That is how we are going to reduce, Mr. Speaker, road carnage, and we make Kenyans become more responsible. Now, the good thing with this technology, it doesn't know this is the Speaker, this is the Minister, this is who. Everybody will just be recorded. The idea of meeting a policeman and rolling down your window and saying, oh, this is me, and they say, oh, Mheshimiwa, just go, will not be there, because everybody will be able to pay for that. Mr. Speaker, therefore, let me now go to the answers that questions that have been asked. I agree with Honorable Koech, the question of capture of this sector. Honorable Koech, the good thing is that I don't come from this sector per se. I am an outsider. So I'm not conflicted. I've never been a road contractor. I have never worked in mostly on most of the sectors. So I tell them that when I arrive, Mr. Speaker, there is a new sheriff in town if I'm approved, and that we'll do things the right way. Number 2, you talked about local contractors, and somebody else also raised that issue down here. We'll make sure that the policy that was put in place that all contracts below 1 billion shall go to local contractors is strictly implemented, because we cannot continue growing foreign contractors and we punish our own contractors. And we will go up to the company's registry to lift the veil so that you don't become a foreigner, register a local company and say, I'm a local company. Yeah, we'll make sure that its company is owned by citizens. So that we achieve the intention that only companies that will get the below 1 billion will go to citizens. Let's put it that way, so that we can be able to grow our own citizens. The roads, Honorable Caleb, you are my neighbor. I live in your county, and the point is that there is no opposition. If you know Murkomen well, I work with everybody. And the government of Kenya promised by the president also is that we are not going to develop this country based on whom we know and where someone comes from. If you want me to, soon after approval, to go with you to see the roads, we will go there, and then I will work on the plans. Of course, we don't want to make roadside declarations of just standing there and saying, barabara kutoka hapa up to there, we will construct. I will be coming there when we have information and plans on how we will be able to do those roads. And I invite not just you, Honorable Raso doesn't have roads inside his constituency. Many roads in the northeastern part of the country are marginalized, not to mention also in many parts of the north, every part of the country actually has a place. Honorable Raso talks about, I know, Honorable Caleb, I know you said you tried so hard to be part of government. But if you ask me, you were part of government for the last 5 years. So it doesn't help. Even being part of government does not help. Yeah? If the principle is marginalization, it is just marginalization. So we must make sure that we do that. Honorable Raso, I am very much aware anyone who is a scholar on areas of devolution must always start from sessional paper number 10 of 1965. And I know the marginalization that came in. That's why LAPSET and other projects were put in place to remove this idea of establishing other areas as low potential areas. Public participation, we will ensure that in the final implementation we do that and work with you, and I agree with you entirely. Even in a few briefs I've seen is that you find in one corner a road per kilometer is 80 million, in another place 40 million. We must have standard roads that can be counted. Honorable Shuria, yes, I agree, the road is ongoing. And we want to have the conversation with the contractor first so that we have a plan of Lamu to Isiolo. It's my hope that it is tarmacked, not just Maram, so that it can attract the investments that we want to have. Continuous maintenance is the same issue that you've said. We must be able to do that, and we must ring-fence the resources for that. Honorable Emase, yes, I will come to see, and I will first establish the dwelling of that road, whether it is true, and quality of the roads, you are very right, not just in your county, also in my county. I know roads that were constructed, and in less than 5 years, they have potholes, and there is no any maintenance. This is a thing that should be a thing of the past. On the question of non-motorized transport system, I want to say this. Just another statistic, Mr. Speaker. Nairobi, a half of Nairobians walk. Yet the budget for non-motorized transport is 2%. We don't have walking paths and we don't have cycling paths. In fact, many pedestrians are hit while walking. And this country, we lose 1,300. We've already lost 1,300 motorists, pedestrians, Mr. Speaker, hit by vehicles. I will check what statistics it is in Nairobi. It is my plan is to, and this is, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Nairobi. If you go to Iten, Mr. Speaker, and Eldoret and Kapsabet, that is the area that produces the best athletes in the country, some of the best athletes in the country. But they don't have even a running track for training. Those of you who follow sports, you know in 2021, my friend Jobri Kamaror was preparing for Olympics, and he was ready to win as a gold of 10,000. But he was hit by a motorbike on the right side of the road. And many athletes have been hit by motorbikes. Mr. Speaker, we must make non-motorized transport, because it's the highest number of traffic in the country. We must make sure that it is a mandatory for every contractor, and the bill of quantities that's going to be presented should include cycling paths and walking paths, Mr. Speaker, and severe punishment. If you find the violators, if you have your motorbike and you are jumping into a walking path, Mr. Speaker, we must put severe punishment, and I agree that we must deal with that issue at the policy level and, Mr. Speaker, at the implementation level. Honorable Kikaria, on the airports, you've said Nakuru, but do you know that there was supposed to be an airport somewhere in Naivasha town, which has been choked by buildings? If you ever fly in Naivasha, you will see something like there was a runway of some sort, but there is no. The runway has been, the land has been grabbed. The first thing we need to do is to, before even we construct every airstrip in every county, we must restore first and safeguard the properties of the KA across the country. And I will work with you and other Kenyans to ensure that. Of course, I will still be training with you at Nyayo Stadium. I don't know if I will play for Bunge FC. Land as yes. I thought there was a question on
the equipment, road equipment.
Yes. Again, even where, that's a good question, supplementing what Honorable Koech said, even where we have ring-fenced contracts below 1 billion to local contractors, we must go ahead and say the contracts above 1 billion, 4, 5, 10 billion must have a component of local contractors who are making their contribution to be subcontracted. On the bus rapid transport, my friend Honorable Mule, I can assure you that I am aware about it. there's a few issues. There are financial issues, actually. The company still requires a certain amount of money, almost $2 billion, to complete the infrastructure, and then the leasing of the buses. We will work together to see that that is achieved. In fact, that's not the only thing. We must make sure that Namata is empowered to coordinate road transport in the metropolitan area by having commuter rail working and the buses working. And we will work with private investors because, as you can see now, we don't have the money to be able to construct the roads ourselves and the railway. I don't think it is true that Tala or Donyo Sabuk is annuity. We need to confirm, because the annuity programs that are ongoing, as I inquired, was only the one that is going to from Loitoktok down to Taita Taveta, and the one that is in Samata, Modokash. But if that be the case, no, let me put qualification. If that be the case, you know, you've already declared you are my friend. Apart from your right to come and see the cabinet secretary, if I am approved, we can also sit down, me and you, to see the details of that fact. But let me assure you this: even if we are not going to continue with annuity programs, it does not mean that we will cancel haphazardly existing contracts. We will expose the country to very serious penalties. So already the contracts that have already been awarded will continue. Although if it was possible, the ones that are almost being awarded, to be awarded the same contractors but through conventional means, to save us. Because if we continue this way, in the year 2027, and Honorable Kimani knows this because he was the budget committee, by 2027, we may not have money in the road maintenance levy to finance more roads or maintain roads. Annuity program, 2-3 people, contractors, will have taken the entire money. Just keep it in your mind that we did 91 kilometers in using 28 billion. The last thing is, Honorable Junet, I think I mentioned this when you had stepped out a little, that the Kenya Ports Authority...
He hadn't stepped out, he came late.
Mr. Chair, you know, Mr. Chair, I cannot jeopardize my own approval. So I have to look for a more friendly language to say this. But Mr. Speaker, the Port of Mombasa has already started processes of dealing with, the story of MV Uhuru and the transport of goods from the Port of Mombasa. Later, even outside this committee, we'll discuss matters of the railway going to Kisumu to ensure that we spur Kisumu as a regional hub for matters of transport. I talked about Kendu Bay, Homa Bay, and all those local transport by the Kenya Ports Authority.
More comment, I'll ask you 2 questions. Number 1, you've talked about everything except discipline on our roads. Michuki restored sanity on our roads in less than 2 months. Everybody was obeying traffic signs. Everybody was orderly. Everybody was respectful. What are you going to do about that? Number 2, road signage everywhere in this country is vandalized. You put road signage, you put embankments, they're all vandalized within no time. Can you consider looking for materials for signage and embankment that are not vulnerable to scrap metal dealers, because they're the ones who keep vandalizing these materials? And many accidents are caused because of lack of signage and embankment. And lastly, the point Koech raised. You have to bring some affirmative action to local contractors. A local contractor competing with a foreigner is allowed to bring in construction equipment duty-free, is given a maram pit to mine maram for free, is given a quarry to quarry materials for free, and is exempted sometimes from even VAT. And those foreigners are supposed to compete with local contractors for the same jobs. The local contractors go to the local bank, borrow money, buy trucks, pay duty on them, hire maram pits, pay for them, look for quarries, pay for them. How can they compete? what affirmative action do you have for local contractors?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Michuki rules, listening to Professor Kindiki, my friend, and my teacher yesterday, I think we will have more collaboration between the Interior Ministry and our Transport Ministry, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the first thing, if you had me right, we want to deploy the transport integrated management system, which otherwise also labeled by Kenya Urban Roads as intelligent transport system. Okay, Mr. Speaker, if we deploy that technology, we don't need to do the analog way of Michuki. We don't need to see policemen running, people, driving. We just tell you, continue your bad manners. Then we benefit from it. If we continue punishing you, punishing you today, punishing you tomorrow, punishing you the next day, that will be a deterrent, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the resources that we get from these people can now be deployed to doing the road signage, supporting our traffic police, which is underfunded, ensuring that we have more e-technology expanded in the rest of the country. So I am going to come back to National Assembly and Parliament for that reason with a clear proposal on how to roll out the integrated transport system in the city of Nairobi to start with. And if we put these cameras in all corners, Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we will catch all the offenders, Mr. Speaker, and take advantage of their bad manners to build this nation. And I am sure in less than 2 or 3 years there will be deterrent. So I will be working in silence, Mr. Speaker, because the times require one to work in silence. There was a time of Michuki, you had to shout. But this time round, Mr. Speaker, with technology, you don't need to shout. You just make sure that you catch your offender, you send the bill to him, you make his insurance extremely expensive. In fact, if you continue being a serial offender, it will reach a stage where you will abandon your car because the insurance is more expensive than the car itself. And I think that will be a deterrent. I have told, and this is something we'll work together with other departments. On the affirmative action, part of the affirmative action is to ensure below 1 billion goes to Kenyan citizens. Already that will ensure that they are being paid. The other thing is to ensure that you prioritize Kenyan citizens when we are paying the pending bills. Because again, they are the ones being auctioned. The people are committing suicide. People are, families are breaking up because of pending bills. We'll ensure that we start with them to make sure that their pending bills are paid. On the issue of material, it is true. When the government declared a ban on sale of scrap metal, there was a lull for some time. In fact, the Kenya Railway people told me that at least their metallic scrap metals were safe. But as soon as that was lifted, we face also another challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I will invite professors in university and inventors, Mr. Speaker, and Kenyans who are watching me, young Kenyans who are watching me from across the country, should think about this as one way of inventing something that they can be able to make a living and protect our roads with proper road signage without really being stolen by scrap metal. Although if we deploy the cameras very well, with continuous active e-police in the command center, we will be able to identify directly, Mr. Speaker, with clarity that it is so-and-so who is coming, it's this time of the hour, and possibly, like the way we've deterred a lot of crime because of the cameras in Nairobi City, this can be also one of the solutions to make sure that people are not vandalizing our road signage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last 3 minutes, tell us your wish.
Mr. Speaker, my first wish is to say, let me say this, that I hope the committee will find it in its entire wisdom, collectively and individually, right to approve me to this docket. I have been a member of Parliament. I understand the issues that affect the citizens of Kenya. I am available and ready to interact with colleagues and to interact with the people of Kenya in every part of this country and solve problems that the people of Kenya are facing without really waiting, Mr. Speaker, to be visited in my office. My office will make sure that it's devolved as per the expectations of the Constitution and reach out to all parts of the country. I will apply principles of equity, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that marginalized areas and areas left behind are carried along. And you know that, Mr. Speaker, because when we were in Senate, you saw my efforts to protect the counties, the marginalized counties in the county allocation revenue formula, even when their members of parliament were not ready to protect themselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will go out of my way to do my job diligently. And I hope after my tour of duty in this position, if approved, Mr. Speaker, is over, Kenyans will look back and say there lived a more serious, more committed public servant who was willing compassionately to solve problems that are bedeviling the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time you gave me. I think this is the beginning of our interaction. I hope in the future we will be able to have more interaction with members of parliament as a representative of the people, members, council of governors, and other entities that work on matters roads to make sure that we solve the problems that are bedeviling our transport and infrastructure docket. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, thank the appointing authority, and thank, without forgetting, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, without whom, Mr. Speaker, I would never be who I am, because they are the ones who took care of me, protected me, elected me, and now I have an opportunity given by the President to serve the people of Kenya. I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Murkomen. Before I release you, you will furnish our clerk and her team a copy of the judgment that you made reference to, the one that exonerated your law firm. Once you do that, you are released to go to your other national duties. Members, I'll give you 5 minutes to stretch. You will resume at 11:21.
Gwatire rwimbo rwa rucio rwakwa rwita rugambi rwa thimu yaku hihinya *812*789# ririkana inoro nikuo mucii wa aini othe.
The league tables are taking shape. Winning on Shabeki.com is getting easier. Enjoy highly boosted odds on the English Premier League, French League 1, Spanish La Liga, Italian Serie A, and many top leagues only on Shabeki.com. Kuwa Shabeki. Play now. Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabeki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416. Shabeki.com.
Nyina wa mundu no omenyaga bata wa mutugo mwega ta ngaguro njega ina murio o muthenya na Blue Band iyurĩtio omega 3 na 6 na hinya uria arabatara. Ngaguro na Blue Band kuria uhotani wao muthenya o muthenya. Breakfast with Blue Band. Grow their success day by day.
Guko kwa Alpha Mabati we customer wito we wafata muno na nikyo tuguthondekagira mabati makugita nyumba yaku magikiro kia iguru. Edito ni mohegereire wira-ini wao na makwendagiria kiria kiagereire ni undu wa kiria urenda kugita kuringana na mithemba itu ngurani ya mabati iria tukoragwo nayo. Wicagurire kuma mithemba ya marangi matiganite na muigana wa ibati riria urenda niguo honokie mbeca ukigita. Ni tuwi ati mahinda ni mbeca na nikyo tugukinyagiria kiria urenda oro haria uri guothe bururi-ini tegukure na mathaa 72 tukoragwo Ruiru Northern Bypass hakuhi na KU Referral Hospital. Alpha Mabati, the roofing industry, bell ringers.
Go chai witogo chai kamoche durehemu avocado twathe guku turahanda miti ni mugunda mweru wa top care guku matu kuria wagura mburoti turakuhe miti ngurani ya matunda kundu guku tuguturekeirie mai ma borehole tugekira matangi ma kuigana namo mai tugagutambiria okay kwina electric fence na sitima ni weno naguo thogora ri tutinangitie tugatinagia dinyagia 245,000 only.
Tucelere Loiro Greek Towers kana tuhurire thimu namba 0708 000 999. Top Care ni mucio waku mwehokeku wa uigithia.
Nyine ndakinya nduka-ini njohera muno no riri kae winako
Prita Oka
Mami ndaguthaitha wire muiretu wakwa tige kurumirira Karani.
Muiretu wakwa ndararumirira Karani niwe wokire nginya uhiki na akimuhikia na amuhikirie na thiri.
Muriega adoitu ni George Waciuri woka ha kumucokeria ngatho muno andu aria magurite mugunda uyu witu wi Nanyuki uria twitaga the Great Oasis Nanyuki. Mugunda uyu muraugurire nayo na turacokeria mwathani ngatho tondu riu title ni ciumite we wigurire Nanyuki ni ugukena. Bareno urona haha niyo irekirwo ramine thirikari ni wetagwo Nanyuki Rumuruti Road. Ni tuthondekete mabara maya mothe tugekira maramu, tugekira marking fence, no gureka 5, no gureka 10, no gureka 2, no gureka nigetha nawe ukigire kindu mucii wa Nanyuki.
Gukokonyita nore mu nigithagia gucacia imithemba yothe ibarongere hau atore kumenyana wetugumani na mix mwaki twicanjamure na cia tene kigoco tugacoka riko tugagucamithia iria hiu
kuma wathie
tukahitukwo ni mwago uyu thiini wa Mwigangaro Live na DJ Smiles mena Nyambura wa Kabui o mwambiririo nginya wa gatano kwambiriria thaa 10 cia hwaini.
Muigithia wa Golden Dreams Land and Properties Limited mwaka uyu wa 2022 ndugetikire winikirire utetanitio na handu haku na nikio turakuhe mweke thini wa project itu njeru niyo
Matu Shani Gardens. Ne project iria ni ndagika 15 tu kuma tauni nene ya Matu.
Buroti ici ciena mai na thitima
kuri muguri wa installment turakwenderia na thogora wa 230 no kuri muguri wa cash tugakuhe discount ya 20.
Tukoragwo Ruiru Town BD House gorofa ya gatatu.
Tuhurire thimu
0718 00 4455.
Golden Dreams Land and Properties Limited.
Your home, your comfort.
Kirigiriro kia wendo
ni mundu gikuhikia thaici no ndimuroge ndagite gukuona tene
Wagi gwatataguo gwika atia.
Marakara ma guthigano.
Agikihe wira ngiruta. Ureciria nyonete maigana.
Maheni na kwaga uigiririku.
Nitugutuika ici. Uigura account na bank negi. Thie ndathokomeirwo ndi ndamami bro.
Ndukahĩtũkwo nĩ icanjama ici cia Central Cinema.
Ndagũmenya ndũgũtware thoko.
Twaragia kĩrĩa.
Ngai nĩ athũire kĩrimũ. Nĩ ũrũgweta kĩrimũ.
Nĩ ndũ icio kwanja ũrĩa hakirie thĩ.
Hii ni swag.
O mũthenya wa mwambĩrĩrio nginya wa kana thaa 5 cia ũtukũ ũcanjamũke.
Niki ureka haha? Haiya, kariki andu a family yanyu matari marakoma. Tamba unjire. Niki gitumite uikare haha? Na niki ureciria?
Riciro cio ningoka wabici-ini yanyu kuona pura.
Kariki ndiroria niki? Rĩu we nĩ ũrakĩra mĩhaka. Ona nĩ ndaigua ndarakara. Ndikwenda kũmenya. No wĩigĩre. Na gĩthĩkia kwĩra ndirenda kũmenya.
Haya gĩthikĩrĩrie.
Nĩ ũguo nĩ ndona ũrageria kũnanga. Ũreciria ndiũĩ nĩ niĩ ũratema.
Oasis na nyuki. Mugunda uyu muraugurire nayo na nituracokeria mwathani ngatho tondu riu title ni ciumite. Ni tuthondekete mabara maya mothe tugekira maramu, tugekira marking fence nigetha nawe ukigire kindu mucii wa Nanyuki.
Twende majuu na View Travel. 5 days Dubai or Zanzibar from $600. 5 days Mauritius from $900. 4 days Seychelles from $1,000. 5 days Malaysia from $1,500. 5 days Thailand holiday from $1,100. 5 days Cape Town from $1,000. And Bali 5 days from $2,200. Call 0703-254-254 or email connect@viewtravel.com. To fly Maju, bub.
The easiest virtuals in gaming.
Amaretwa makwa njĩtagwo Skora K na nĩ ngũinĩire rwĩmbo rũrũ rwĩtagwo Kiugo. Ũngĩenda rũtuĩke rũgambi thĩinĩ wa thimũ yaku, oya thimũ yaku ũhihinye *811*343#. Ũririkane Inooro nĩkuo mũciĩ wa aini othe.
Nĩ gĩthaa gĩa gũcacia
mĩthemba yothe
wĩtungumani na mix mwaki twĩcanjamũre na cia tene kĩgoco tugacoka riko tugagũcamithia iria hiũ
kuma wathie
ndũkahĩtũkwo nĩ mwago ũyũ thĩinĩ wa Mwĩgangaro Live na DJ Smiles mena Nyambura wa Kabui o mwambĩrĩrio nginya wa gatano kwambĩrĩria thaa 10 cia hwaĩ-inĩ. Nĩ ũrĩ waigua rũrũ rũrũ naruo nĩ kũringithia rwĩmbo gĩ country
loving you desperately.
Have you left the one you left me for? As she had left me those lonely doors.
Nĩ tũkunye ngita na Ken the Country Boy, Mena She the Cowgirl.
Tappy 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 doll memory.
Thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Thuthĩra Ngoro o mũthenya wa Kiumia thaa 4 cia ũtukũ. Bata wa nduthi bũrũri-inĩ ndũrĩ wa fatafata. Marĩ handũ hothe na mabataragwo nĩ mũndũ wothe.
Ndokaga kwĩra atĩrĩrĩ ndĩenda ũnyũmbũkie nduthi ĩrĩ yagĩire mathagu rĩ.
Jesi ĩno ĩretanyihĩire milioni 2.5 ithukagĩra ũtonga wa bũrũri na makĩria ma ciringi bilioni 1 o mũthenya.
Ndĩna mbeca irandeithia igathomethia ciana.
Kĩrĩa ndĩrasave kĩnini nĩkĩo kĩrarĩo maita maingĩ.
Aya nĩo maikaragĩra mena ũcamba na rĩrĩa marangu karĩa ũtagĩruta nyitanagĩra na Judith Kareithi wa Mũnene o mũthenya wa kana mohoro-inĩ ma thaa 3 tabarĩra-inĩ ya mwanya ya ng'ano cia nduthi.
Kĩũria we nĩyo ũhoro witũ nawe.
Ũgeciria kĩũria nĩ mwaitafire na ndiũ nĩ we na gĩtheca.
Nĩ rũgano rwĩna thirihithanie.
Gũtirĩ kũndũ kĩũria rathi.
What?
Mimi nakula kila pahali.
Ũkoro ũcio wĩna gũkũgwĩkĩrĩra inyewe.
Ndio.
Wendo ukagagia ngoro. Idagariende o muthenya wa gatano thaa 2:30 cia hwaĩ-inĩ.
Nĩ wega mũno tumenye mĩtaratara ya watho ĩrĩa ĩbatiĩ kũhũthĩrwo. Kĩhara gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩgoro torimu.
Angĩko harĩa hothe arĩ ena right ya kĩhoto na ũma.
Nĩ ndereti cia gũkũhĩgia kĩwatho.
Gũtirĩ mũndũ tangĩandĩka will gũkũ thĩ ĩno gũtirĩ mũndũ tarĩ kĩndũ. Ũtanamba gwĩ komiti ũthunguthe maũndũ mothe.
Ũtaũkwo ihoto ciaku.
Kĩndũ gĩothe wanaihũria no kanominate mũndũ wĩtagwo next of kin. Hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ũkahurũka andũ aku mbeca icio magacionagĩra biũ sasa.
Umenye makinya marĩa magĩrĩire na metĩkĩrĩku nĩ thirikari.
Ũtongania atĩa tũngĩwetha kĩwatho na tũgacoka gũkenera
mũndũ aheo mũgũnda rĩ akorwo arĩ tenant wa thirikari.
Mũndũ ũmwe harĩa na nĩakona kaũndũ kamwe karamugia ga kĩwatho nĩguo twĩka program ĩno nĩtũkũhota kũmanora.
Menya kĩhoto gĩaku o mũthenya wa Juma thaa 2 cia hwaĩ-inĩ.
Ũhoro wa hinahi nĩ atĩ tabarĩra ya rurumuka rĩu nĩgĩte na mũrurumo mwerũ.
Makaya manyu rĩ nĩ marĩkĩtie gũtũkinyĩra na ruo rwĩmbo wetia
tũgakũnengereria rũrĩmĩ marurume.
Yesu nĩ mwega aini nao rĩ
nĩ arĩa ngũthi.
mataro namo
magoka magakũrũnga o wega
nacio ciana cia rurumuka rĩ
igathiĩ na mbere na kwĩgangara na gũtũtheũra ithithi.
na macio mothe rĩ
nĩ gũkũ tabarĩra-inĩ ya rurumuka Inooro TV.
Takes a lot of space for nothing.
I, Rosalinda, I, Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. It.
Honorable Soipani Tuya, welcome to this committee. Honorable members, since it has been a good habit to declare some form of interest, the nominee appearing before this committee was my pupil in my law firm, and she became an advocate under my tutelage. Honorable Tuya, you're welcome to the Committee of Parliament. of the National Assembly, chaired by the Speaker, yours truly here. We have members present. I'll ask each member to introduce themselves, starting with the Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to, as I introduce myself, I wish to congratulate with great pride Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, nominee for the Cabinet Secretary, Environment and Forestry. I am extremely proud. I must declare my interest, Honourable Speaker. She was my student at the University of Nairobi. I now have 2 students nominees for Cabinet Secretary. That's my claim to fame. And I'm Gladys Boss, Woman Representative for Uasin Gishu County, and also Deputy Speaker for the National Assembly. Karibu sana.
Kamani Ishongwa, I have absolutely no interest to declare other than having served with her in the last parliament.
Yeah, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja. Thank you.
My name is Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
Congratulations, my sister. I must declare my interest. She's my good friend. My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
I have no connection. My name's Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County. I've known you for quite some time. I have no other interest.
Thank you, Chair. George Gitonga Murugara, MP for Tharaka. No interest to declare. Safe to say that you used to call me Sir George, even when you were on the chair. And I was knighted by the Deputy Speaker, Madam Gladys Boss. On behalf of the Queen, may her soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Chair. My name, Kosing David, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County. I have no interest to declare. The nominee knows, Honourable Chair. I have no interest to declare.
Thank you, Speaker. Mheshimiwa, congratulations on your nomination. My name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for North Imenti in Meru County. Thank you.
Good morning. I also want to say that Soipan used to be my friend, especially during the previous parliament. And I want to introduce myself as Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni constituency.
But we are still friends, Honorable Mishi. Are we not?
Past tense, let's leave it there.
And Nelson Arab Koech, a Member of Parliament, Belgut constituency.
Thank you, Chair. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shuri, MP Balambala.
Masemeri, MP Teso South.
Thank you, Speaker. I must declare she is a distant sister-in-law, Ole tunaita shemeji. Honorable Mule, MP Matungulu.
David Gikaria, Nakuru Town is constituency. Nothing much to declare. I used to deputize her in a committee in 2013, in the 11th Parliament. Asante.
Mr. Chair, I wonder why everybody has to quantify whether they have anything to declare. But I do have. Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West, and Honorable Soipan is the first Maa woman nominated to be a cabinet secretary, and I am extremely proud of her, although that will not hinder my duty here during this vetting process.
Excellent. Honorable Tuya will engage with you for 90 minutes. Oh yes, I'm forgetting. We have our secretariat led by our clerk. I'm sorry, clerk. Introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My name is Sarah Kioko. I'm the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I have with me Ms. Florence Abonyo, the director Audit, Appropriation and other select committees, and Mr. Michael Karuru, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, together with other members of staff assisting this committee.
Thank you. Honorable Tuya, you have been a member of Parliament, so some of the members here are your colleagues. You've served with them. That notwithstanding, you're going to have an engagement with them to establish your suitability in discharging the duties for which the President has nominated you and forwarded you to Parliament for that purpose. The meeting here between the committee and yourself is going to be cordial, like it has been. That doesn't mean hard questions will not be asked if they are there. We advise you that communication be through the chair. You answer questions through the chair. Members ask questions through the chair. And we discourage an attempt to engage members directly. We will, after going through the preliminaries, give you 10 minutes for you to tell us the journey of your life to where you are. Thereafter, we'll have an engagement, and when we conclude, we'll give you another 3 minutes to recap what has transpired and your wish. In doing so, we want to ask you a few preliminaries in terms of documentation that you are asked to come with. If you have forwarded them to us, we'll expect you to have the originals to show the Secretariat to compare with what they have. If there's anything additional, they will tell me to ask you. Tax compliance certificate from KRA, do you have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have it.
The Higher Education Loans Board clearance, you have?
Yes, I do.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I do.
Certificate of Good Conduct from DCI?
Yes.
Have you ever been charged and convicted in a court of law of any offense?
No.
Are you a dual citizen of any sovereign other than Kenya?
No, my only citizenship is Kenyan.
What is your financial net worth?
Honorable Speaker, if you will allow me to call you so.
Yes.
My total net worth is 156 million Kenya shillings.
Segregated as?
It largely comprises of immovable assets. I have 3 homes, one in Nairobi, one in Narok town, and another one in my village. Motor vehicles. I have apartments in Narok and also one in Nairobi. Plots of land, 2 in Kitengela, and also dairy business, and my shares from the Parliamentary Cooperative Society, Pakoso.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what are your current and anticipated sources of income?
At the moment, I anticipate to get my gratuity from Parliament after serving for 2 terms, as well as pension. Those are the only 2.
Okay. We will give you 10 minutes to make a short opening speech to tell this committee the journey of your life to where you are. If you take less than 10 minutes, the better.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My names are Rosalinda Soipan Tuya. Born and raised in Narok County. And I must, at the onset, say that I'm honored and privileged to be among the presidential nominees for cabinet. I take it as, for me, being the first ever Maasai woman to be elevated to such a position. It is a position of privilege for which I'm grateful, and I know the amount of responsibility that lies on my shoulders in that regard. I am a fourth child in a family of 7. Typically growing up, a typical village girl. I did tender to my father's cows and sheep alongside my older brother. I attended my primary school within Narok County in a school called Ololunga, or now Olentutu Arid Zone. And from the name, it's one of those institutions established under World Bank funding to support pastoralist communities. And I must say also that I finished my KCPE in that school and emerged as a top girl in the then Narok district. I proceeded on to my high school education in Moi Girls High School in Eldoret, but just for a short stint of 2 years, and had to transfer to the Kenya High School for health-related reasons, and completed my high school in 1998 from the Kenya High School. I proceeded to the University of Nairobi School of Law, where I graduated with a bachelor's degree in law in 2002, and immediately went on to the Kenya School of Law for the Advocates Training Program, where I acquired a diploma in law. And thereafter, in 2004, got admitted to the bar as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And a few years later, after working for about 5 years, I secured a scholarship to study a Master of Laws in Sustainable International Development in the University of Washington in Seattle, USA. Honorable Chair, and I must say at this point that I consider myself a product of opportunity. And I say this because my father happens to be the only one of his 15 siblings to have acquired an education. And the story is long, but even his having to go to school was by chance. And in that regard, then, there followed a series of opportunities for my siblings and I, including a few of close family members. But the reason I emphasize this is because I have hundreds of cousins and close family members who have not had an opportunity like I did, just because my father, had a chance to go to school. And that has been a driving force for me, because having started off as the village girl that I spoke about, up to a point where I had an opportunity to study abroad on a scholarship, the only difference for me and countless other young girls, and particularly from my community, is opportunity. And that has always pushed me to be able to find a space for that next girl, because I know how important it is to afford somebody an environment to explore their potential. Honorable Speaker, coming to my career progress in terms of work, and I will relate it with the docket for which I'm nominated. I must state that my love and passion for environment again began at a very tender age. My father happens to be a very strict environmentalist. I remember growing in the village, I learned from a very early age the value of a tree, because you could not cut the branch of a tree from my father's homestead without his permission. And that set the pace for me to know the value of the environment, the value of trees, And my nomination comes at a time when I think Kenyans and the citizens of the world, we need to embrace environmental ethics if we are to save ourselves. My first job assignment was with a local non-governmental organization called MPIDO, which basically focused on integrated pastoralist development initiatives. And I joined in as a legal officer. And one of my main assignments was public interest litigation, coordinating issues of land and environmental governance. And one of the cases that I got involved in at that early stage of my work was offering technical support and mobilizing resources to support the famous case of the Ilchamos community, centering around the effects of the prosopis plant, that invasive plant that has become a menace, not just for that community, but many other communities in this country. And I think with that early engagement, and it is coincidentally, at this point, it is an issue that we must confront as a country. And I think with my interaction then with fact-finding and establishing ways of making sure that these communities do not have to suffer the effects of an invasive plant for which they had no contribution to its existence, sets me in a good place to be able to find a once and for all lasting solution, not just for prosopis. We have many other invasive tree species, like the cactus in the north. We have the hyacinth, which is choking our water bodies, and many others. At that point, I also got to participate in various regional and international fora, still in the area of land and natural resource management and governance. This include the African Commission for Human and People's Rights at the regional level. I also got to participate in various fora of the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Peoples, including being a member of the Indigenous Women's Caucus that again focused on matters climate change and the role that women played in matters mitigation and resilience. My second job appointment, Honorable Chair, was in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs then. I got seconded to the ministry as a UN volunteer specialist, and most of my work revolved around providing technical support in the development of the then National Action Plan and Policy for Human Rights. I also got to engage in developing policy briefs focusing on Kenya's obligations arising from regional and international human rights instruments. And after that, I joined the Kituo cha Sheria. It's an access to justice organization. I joined in as a legal aid coordinator and then again served on a very brief stint as an acting executive director. Most of my work again centered on public interest litigation, supporting indigent Kenyans, and notable cases that we dealt with which relate to the docket for which I'm nominated. I dealt with a case in the Tana Delta ecosystem, focusing on the environmental impact of government projects in very fragile ecosystems. Another one was a matter concerning rampant cancer cases in Marsabit County, largely attributed to oil exploration initiatives in that region. And what we were looking at and prosecuting on behalf of the communities as an interested party, Kituo cha Sheria, was to make sure that we insisted on the sustainability of any initiatives that would be established within community lands. Another case that I remember is a case in Mutomo area of Machakos County, pitting the Mutomo residents against multinational mining companies, and again in the area of the health effects of the mining activities, as well as the benefits accruing and how they would support the communities. Honorable Speaker.
1 minute.
After Kituo cha Sheria, I got a chance to work with the USAID on 2 projects, one called the Promara and another one, the Justice Project. I will ask for just 2 minutes and I'll finish. Promara, from its name, it centered around the governance issues around the Mara River and the larger Mao Forest Complex. I got to interact with government agencies, community engagements on participatory forest management, and even the Water Towers Task Force then, which now is the Water Towers Authority or Agency. After working with the USAID, I made my debut in politics in 2012 and served for 10 years as the woman representative for Narok County, and also served in the National Assembly as the first chairperson of the Speaker's panel, duties which I believe I did to the best of my ability. Let me state that one of the things that I did as woman representative for Narok County was to encourage our communities to engage in expanding their horizons in terms of looking for alternative sources of livelihood rather than, depending only on pastoralism, again because of the adverse effects of climate change that we are seeing, which are destabilizing the economies and livelihoods of these communities. I also focused on assisting women to think about clean sources of, or rather green energy in the domestic cooking, purchase of improved cook stoves, and as well as briquetting, again to divert attention from biomass fuel, which is largely what our local communities are consuming now, and it is coming to compromise the need for us to green our country. And right now, I'm serving as a nominated senator and nominated by the United Democratic Alliance. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tuya. I'll now open the floor to members to interact with you, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Like I said, I already declared my interest. The nominee having been one of my top students at the university, but I will in no way be biased. Yes, I can ask her questions as a teacher. When you think of Kenya's environment, what people are asking, the most basic things, the ban on one-use plastic, the initiatives to try and include recycling to happen in this country, and then also to use renewable energy as an option to avoid destroying the environment, and of course the need to reduce carbon emissions as required by the Kyoto Protocol, which Kenya is, in fact, a signatory. I think Kenyans would like to hear what you're going to do about that, because the most basic of the environment, and none of it has happened in 59 years of independence. Thank you.
We'll take batches of 4, then come to you to respond. The Honorable Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just want to know from the nominee, Honorable Soipan, I'm sure you have traveled across the world as a member of parliament and probably even before as you studied in Seattle. And in most cities in the world, properties fronting rivers are usually the most expensive and best places to live in. But in our own city here in Nairobi, all the properties fronting the river, nobody wants to be near them. Whether it's in Lavington, in Kilelesho, or anywhere in the city. What do you intend to do as the minister now in charge of environment, if approved, to make sure that you clean up our rivers and stop the habit of either residents of our residential areas from dumping into the rivers, and the very huge pollution happening from our industries, from upstream all the way from the sources of these rivers, and downstream as you go towards Ukambani, especially around the areas of Mlolongo, an industrial area here in Nairobi, in cleaning up the Nairobi River, and indeed other rivers across the country. Thank you.
Wandai.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Soipan, there is the grave issue of encroachment on forests, on forest lands. Sorry, I haven't heard your voice on this matter, particularly considering the fact that you come from Narok County, the home of the great Mau forest. And you know the encroachment into Mau has caused serious devastation downstream, including other counties that are in Nyanza and elsewhere towards Tanzania. What is your view, really? Because now you must help us understand what your view is on the issue of conservation of forest and especially the Mau. What is your take on the settlements that have happened in the Mau in the past number of years, including settlements by people of means who have set up farms, sometimes factories? Your silence on this matter is too loud for our comfort. Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. My name is Robert Mbui, Member of Parliament, Kadhiani. Sorry, I missed the introduction part. Now, Chair, you'll allow me to raise this because some of these things are in public domain. The nominee, while acting as Speaker, chairing sitting of Parliament, during the debate on the controversial tax laws contained in the Finance Act of 2018, she deliberately and publicly, everyone saw, ruled that the ayes had won in the vote that was taken through acclamation, while it was very clear that the nays had won. I would like her to clear the air on that matter. And secondly, the Deputy President recently was on record proposing that individuals who live near forests could be allowed to cultivate the land of the forest.
On a point of order.
Yes.
I really don't like interrupting my friend Honorable Mbui. But, Honorable Speaker, you know, the nominee is being questioned on a matter of procedure in the House. And I think it is not lost on Honorable Mbui because, as we said yesterday, Honorable Speaker, it is not fair to play to the gallery and ask questions that want to portray a nominee in bad light in the eyes of a public who do not understand our own standing orders. And the Honorable Mbui, Honorable Speaker, is aware that on the particular question, really, the question actually ought not to have been put since the two-thirds threshold had not been met. And the Honorable Mbui, being a seasoned member of this House, knows. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I find it absolutely out of order for the Honorable Mbui to be asking such a question to the nominee, because it is simply meant to portray the nominee in bad light in the eyes of a public who do not understand our own standing orders.
Chair, allow me to confirm that it was not a question. I actually did tell her, the nominee, to clear the air. And I started, Chair, by confirming that this is information that is in public domain. And in fact, went on social media, and all over the country, people are making jokes about it. So it's important, as we do the vetting, that some of these things that are not publicly come out so that the nominees can clear the air. I even already have the answer, but we are giving her an opportunity because we are giving her a chance so that she can talk to Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the controversial Shamba system.
I thought you had finished.
No, I was in the.
Okay.
He interrupted, Chair. He as
switch off your mic. Okay.
So thank you. The controversial Shamba system that the Deputy President alluded to was vehemently opposed by the late Honorable Wangari Maathai, who was actually a renowned environmentalist and a Nobel Prize winner. I would like to hear her comments about that position. Thank you, Chair.
You may proceed to answer, but you may not answer the question on how you ruled when you are on the chair. You know very well, Robert, even speakers hold quasi-judicial authority. No judge is flogged to answer how they made their judgments. You appeal if you want.
Honorable Speaker, as a point of information, indeed Honorable Mbui is also aware that on that particular issue, on Article 115, that matter was even taken to court and the court made a determination on it. And he actually considered that he actually knows the answer. So for us to even pretend to be asking that question.
This being a vetting process, we fish far and wide.
Thank you, Chair, for confirming that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start with a question by the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sholay. And it touches on a wide array of issues. First, I will start, Honorable Gladys Bose, to say that Kenya is party to the Paris Agreement and the attendant Kyoto Protocol. And with that come a number of obligations touching on how to combat the number of issues that we have raised with regard